Funny story by Emily Henry. Wednesday, May 1st, 108 days until freedom. Some people are born storytellers, masters of timing, knowing just when to pause for effect or skip the messy bits. I adore stories, which is why I became a librarian, but spinning my own, not my strong suit. If I got a nickel every time I derailed my own tale to argue whether something happened on a Tuesday or Thursday, I'd have enough for a vending machine snack, and that's a depressing exchange for wasted brain power. Meanwhile, Peter could hold a crowd spellbound without breaking a sweat. The way he told our story, the day we met, was my favorite. 3 years ago, late spring in Richmond. His sleek loft was just 5 blocks from my slightly rundown version of the same historic building. That evening, I took an uncharacteristic detour through the park, lured by golden hour light. Mom had mailed me this ridiculous floppy hat, and guilt-tripped into wearing it. I paired it with a book, despite swearing off reading while walking after nearly causing a cyclist pileup. Then a gust of wind sent the hat sailing over an azalea bush, landing at the feet of an unfairly handsome blonde guy. Peter called it fate's invitation, grinning as he admitted, never bought into that stuff before. If fate was real, it clearly had a grudge against me. Because as he reached for the hat, another breeze launched it straight into a trash can, the heavy, bolted-down kind. I lunged, ribs meeting metal, hat landing in leftover lo mein and me wheezing on the grass like a deflated whoopee cushion. Peter's retelling, adorably clumsy. Mine, a symphony of curses muffled by noodles in my hair. When he asked if I was okay, I gasped, did I take out a biker? He later confessed he'd debated calling an ambulance. For 3 years, Peter polished our story like a trophy. Wedding vows, toasts, probably would have etched it on our fridge. Then his bachelor party happened. Overnight, the script flipped. In the new version, I wasn't the heroine anymore, just a quirky footnote in their love story. Daphne Vincent, the trash-adjacent librarian Peter almost married until he ditched her at dawn for his just friend's soulmate Petra Cummer. Joke's on him though, when's he gonna need their meet-cute, grocery store small talk? Oh this, yeah, my wife's the one I left at the altar, past the cereal. New detail, the hat. Mom bought it at a roadside stand on her cross-country road trip, convinced it would bring adventure. It did, just not the kind she meant. Tone shift, playful sarcasm, right arrow, bitter clarity, 3 years of inside jokes. And all I got was this lousy existential crisis. Peter Collins and Petra Cummer's story was practically a local legend. Third-grade seating charts had thrown them together because of their last names, and their obsession with Parkhamen sealed the deal. Their families became inseparable after their moms hit it off, chaperoning a school trip to the aquarium, their dads following suit not long after. For 25 years, the Collins and Cummer clans vacationed side by side, toasted birthdays together, and even had matching Christmas brunch traditions. Their houses were practically shrines to friendship, plastered with framed photos of Peter and Petra grinning under cheesy besties forever captions. Peter once told me all that history made him and Petra feel more like siblings than friends. You'd think, as a librarian, I might have seen the warning signs. The childhood friends-to-lovers trope is basically a literary cliché. But no, I missed it completely. Now I'm stuck in my shoebox apartment, torturing myself by stalking Petra's Instagram, watching every giddy update of her new relationship with my ex-fiancé. Jamie O'Neill's wailing rendition of All By Myself blares so loud the floor vibrates. My neighbor, Mr. Dorner, bangs on the wall in protest, but I barely register it, not when my screen is filled with a photo of Peter and Petra, sandwiched between their ridiculously photogenic parents, all flashing toothpaste commercial smiles on Lake Michigan's shore. The caption reads, "Good things come to those who wait." The music swells dramatically like some cruel cosmic joke. I snap my laptop shut and peel myself off the sweat-stuck couch. This place was built back when Michigan's summers were tolerable, but now even in early May it's a sauna. I trudge down the hall and knock on Miles's door. No response, just more Jamie O'Neill. I escalate to full-on pounding, silence, then shuffling. The door creaks open, releasing a cloud of weed smoke so thick I half expect a dragon to emerge. Miles stands there in nothing but boxers and a ratty knitted blanket draped over his shoulders like a defeated superhero. Given how hot it is, the blanket's either a misguided attempt at modesty or a cry for help. Last night he showered with the door wide open, so I'm leaning toward the latter. His hair's a disaster, his beard looks like it lost a fight with a leaf blower, and his bloodshot eyes blink at me. "What's up?" he croaks. "You good?" I ask, because while disheveled is Miles's default, blaring breakup anthems is new. "Yep," he says way too casually. "All good." "Cool, can you turn the music down?" He frowns. "I'm not playing music." "You paused it," I say, just in case his short-term memory's been obliterated by whatever's in that haze. The volume is cranked up so loud I can practically feel the bass vibrating through the floor. Miles drags his knuckles across his eyebrow, looking annoyed. "I'm in the middle of a movie," he mutters, "but fine, I'll turn it down." I can't help but glance past him into his room, a total disaster compared to the rest of the apartment, which is unnervingly spotless. His records are stacked haphazardly on milk crates, the bed is a tangled mess of sheets, and a couple of flannel shirts dangle from his half-shut dresser like they're trying to escape. The whole place is a chaotic mix of warm, earthy tones, a stark contrast to my carefully arranged creams and neutrals. His books scattered on the floor, spines cracked. His desk, A graveyard of tech manuals, loose screws, and an open bag of Sour Patch Kids. The only signs of life are the thriving plants on his windowsill and the thin trail of incense smoke curling into the air. Then I see what's on his TV, Renee Zellweger in Bridget Jones's Diary belting into a rolled-up magazine. Seriously, Miles, I say. What? He snaps, defensive. That's like a 1-minute scene. Why has it been looping for the past 8? He shrugs. You got a problem with it? I exhale. Just turn it down before Mr. Dorner thinks we're hosting a rave. The plates are shaking. Miles tilts his head. You wanna join? I glance at the mess. Yeah, no thanks. My generosity quota's been maxed out ever since my ex decided to swap me for Michigan's answer to a human sunbeam. I'll pass, I say, crossing my arms. We hover awkwardly in the doorway, setting a new record for our longest interaction. My throat tightens. And maybe stop smoking inside. Technically, it's his place. He did me a solid by letting me crash here after his ex moved out, straight into my old apartment with my ex-fiancé. Convenient, right? 3 weeks in and I'm still showing up to work smelling like a second-rate jam band's groupie. I just blow it out the window, Miles says. I blink. What? Now I'm imagining a golden retriever hanging its head out of a car, tongue flapping in the breeze. Perfect. The first extravagant birthday bash I threw for Peter turned out to be more than just cake and balloons. His best friend Cooper and my closest pal Sadie instantly clicked and started dating. A year later, Peter popped the question, and of course I said yes. Fast forward another year, and we were knee-deep in wedding plans while house hunting. His parents, the sweetest people you'd ever meet, sent us a listing for a stunning historic home near their place in a charming lakeside Michigan town where Peter grew up. With his software job now fully remote, moving back felt like fate. Meanwhile, my mom was settled in Maryland, and my so-called dad, air quotes absolutely necessary, was off in Southern California. Sadie and Cooper were flirting with the idea of relocating to Denver. As much as I adored my job in Richmond, my real dream had always been to work as a children's librarian, and wouldn't you know it, the Waning Bay Public Library had an opening, so he took the plunge. Well, he did. My credit was a mess, and my savings were slim. Peter handled the down payment and mortgage without hesitation, his generosity almost overwhelming. Sadie teased me about my hesitation. Girl, Cooper pays for everything and he makes way more than me. But she didn't grow up with my fiercely independent mom, Holly Vincent, who'd side-eye me for leaning on Peter so much. We struck a deal. I'd furnish the house piece by piece while he covered the bills. His bachelor party was a whole production. His high-earning friends could afford a separate trip, while mine, mostly fellow librarians and aspiring writers, couldn't swing 2 vacations. So Sadie and Cooper planned to fly in a few days before the summer wedding for a combined celebration. 3 weeks ago in early April, Peter headed out for his big night while I cozied up with a book in our new butter yellow Victorian. He kept me updated with group pics, his brother Ben, his old high school buddy Scott, who I'd finally bonded with over Dune, and front and center in every shot, his effortlessly stunning best friend Petra Collins, platinum hair and all. Notably absent. Petra's boyfriend Miles. Peter didn't hate him, he just didn't think Miles was good enough for Petra. Never mind that Petra and Miles shared the same lack of a degree and love of weed. But hey, when you're a flawless 10 with a trust fund, I guess the rules don't apply. You're not just a stoner, you're a free spirit. And then there's Petra, who's so unnaturally sweet it's almost irritating. She's the kind of person who makes you feel like you're the only one in the room, even when she's chatting with everyone else. Always linking arms, giggling at your dumb jokes, then shoving her lip gloss into your hands in the bathroom because it totally suits you better. I tried not to resent her. Of course she was at his bachelor party, she was his best friend. Of course I wasn't, that's just how these outdated traditions go. I'd planned to stay up, ready to shove water and Advil into Peter's hands when he stumbled in, but I dozed off on the couch instead. The sound of the front door jolted me awake, sunlight flooding the room, and there he was, looking at me like I was some intruder who just cooked his pet rabbit, not his fiancée, waiting for him. But even then the alarm bells didn't go off. It was hard to panic when Peter was standing there, looking like a discount store version of an archangel, tall, golden-haired with those sharp green eyes and a nose straight out of a historical romance novel, whatever that means. You're back, I rasped, standing to hug him. He went rigid in my arms, then gently pried my hands off his neck, holding them between us like a barrier. We need to talk, he said. I should have known right then. He guided me back to the couch, and suddenly it felt like the earth split open. My ears buzzed, his words coming in fragments. Too much to drink, everyone left, one thing led to another until I finally choked out. You cheated on me. No, he blurted. It wasn't like that. She told me she's in love with me, Daphne, and I realized I am too. More apologies, more ringing in my ears, more words that didn't make sense. He didn't cheat, he just fell in love with someone else. And then like a punchline to the worst joke ever, a week, I echoed. He nodded. She's waiting for me now. We'll leave right away so you don't have to deal with us while you figure things out. A week, I repeated, like if I said it enough it might start making sense. But nothing did. I checked my phone earlier, he muttered, leaning forward on the couch to fish a crumpled sheet of paper from his back pocket. My stupid heart actually fluttered for a second. Maybe it was a heartfelt letter, something to make this nightmare slightly less unbearable. Nope, just a list of cheap studio apartments nearby. Wait, you're kicking me out, my voice cracked. His neck turned red as he glanced nervously toward the exit. Technically, no, he said, clearing his throat. The deed's in my name, so. He left the sentence hanging, waiting for me to connect the dots. And oh, I did. Are you serious right now, Peter? I shot up from the couch. The hurt hadn't hit yet. First came the white-hot fury. He stood, two eyebrows practically vanishing into his stupidly perfect hair. It wasn't planned, he mumbled. Bull, she had decades to confess her undying love, but she waited until I was in the picture. My laugh sounded unhinged, even to me. She didn't know how she felt until it was almost too late, he said, defending her like she was some fragile victim instead of the woman who just bulldozed my life. You dragged me here, I yelled, my voice breaking. I gave up everything, my friends, my place, my job for this. I feel awful, he whispered, like that changed anything. You feel awful, I spat. Where the hell am I supposed to go? He nodded at the crumpled listings now on the floor. We're leaving town to give you time, he added, as if that was generous. We won't be back till Sunday. The word hit like a punch, so not only was I getting tossed out, she was moving in, and they were jetting off on some romantic getaway, pretending it was for my sake. For a second I almost asked where they were headed, but then I imagined them clinking glasses in Santorini and nearly lost it. Turns out I was wrong, they were actually making out in Positano. I'm sorry, Daphne, he said, leaning in like he was about to bless me before a battle. I shoved him back so hard he stumbled. He blinked, then nodded solemnly and walked out empty-handed, because everything he wanted was already packed in Petra's stupid convertible. The second the door clicked shut, something inside me shattered. I snatched the giant Costco tub of Jordan almonds courtesy of his mom's last shopping spree and bolted outside, still in the stupid silk pajamas he'd given me. He barely had time to turn around before I launched a handful straight at his head. Petra kept her eyes locked on the road like I was invisible. You're a garbage human, I screamed, pelting the Jeep with another round as they sped off. The whole bucket went flying, bouncing off a tire as they disappeared down the street. Sunset, sunrise, didn't matter. Nothing did. I collapsed onto the damp grass of what used to be our front yard, now just theirs, and stared blankly at the empty street. What now? I muttered, my voice barely audible. After what felt like forever, I dragged myself back inside, choking on sobs so violent they left me shaking. If my stomach hadn't been empty from skipping dinner, I probably would have thrown up. Cooking was never my thing, and Peter's strict high-protein, low-carb obsession didn't help. I rummaged through the near-empty pantry and settled for microwaving some easy mac when suddenly, bang, 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 someone hammered on the door. For one stupid second, I actually thought it was Peter, that he'd gotten halfway to the airport before realizing he'd made a colossal mistake. But no, it was Miles, eyes bloodshot, gripping a crumpled note from Petra like it was a grenade. She here, he croaked. Nope, I said flatly. I chucked almonds at them and they sped off. His face twisted like he understood exactly how pathetic that was. Damn, he rasped, sagging against the doorframe. Then something in me snapped, that stubborn Vincent family grit, the kind that turns heartbreak into spite-fueled action. Miles, I said, and his head jerked up, hope flickering in his expression like maybe I was about to say this was all some twisted joke. How many bedrooms does your place have? Saturday, May 1891 days until freedom. Surprisingly, Miles is a solid roommate. He doesn't hover, just shoots the occasional need anything from the store. Text or asks if I want to watch a movie. After I told him to take his smoking outside, he actually listened. No more weed stench lingering in the hallway, no more blaring sad country music at 2 a.m. Honestly, if I hadn't seen him the day Petra left, I'd never guess he was nursing a broken heart. We fell into an easy rhythm, me up at dawn, him stumbling in at midnight, and somehow we never clash over the bathroom. He's barely home anyway, and unlike some people, he doesn't leave dishes soaking for days. The only downside, this apartment is tiny. My room's basically a walk-in closet, literally, since Petra used it for storage. A year ago, I wouldn't have cared. Back then, I prided myself on living with next to nothing. Now, let's just say minimalism loses its charm when you're sleeping next to a stack of old shoeboxes. Ever since my parents split, Mom and I were always on the move, chasing her bank promotions, then helping launch new branches. We never hired movers, just relied on whatever guy was hopelessly trying to impress her, which meant I mastered the art of packing light. I treated it like a game. How little could I get away with? Being a library kid helped, no mountains of dog-eared paperbacks to haul around. Books were my one indulgence, but I cared more about devouring stories than owning them. Before one high school move, I talked Mom into a ritual burning of all my A-plus papers she'd saved on the fridge. We cranked up the tiny gas fireplace, the only thing we'd miss about that musty apartment, and tossed them in. Watching my physics test curl into ash, she suddenly teared up. That shocked me. My mom was tough, my rock, the kind of woman who never cracked. But there she was, voice shaky, saying, "Daph, who am I even gonna be when you leave for college?" I leaned into her and she pulled me close. "You'll still be you," I said, "the best mom in the universe." She kissed my head and murmured, "Sometimes I wish I'd kept more." "It's just stuff," I reminded her, echoing her own mantra. Life was temporary, the guys who swore they'd stick around, the friends who swore they'd write, the summer fling who ghosted by fall. Nothing lasted except Mom. When she dropped me off at college, we didn't cry. We just hugged so hard I had a bruise for days. My entire wardrobe fit in one suitcase, plus a clearance rack rug and a sad little kitchen setup for my gourmet diet of ramen and microwave mac. That was years and half a dozen apartments ago. I'd stayed ruthlessly clutter-free until Peter carried me over the threshold of our waning bay house. With its wide porch and creaky floors, it felt different. Then he grinned and said the words that unraveled my whole minimalist philosophy. "Welcome home, Daphne." New detail, the memory of a guy who once brought Mom a wilting bouquet of gas station flowers, only for her to repurpose them as potpourri. It's the little things that stick. Something inside me finally loosened, all those guarded edges softening as if I'd been holding my breath for years. Before this, my life had felt like a tiny bundle tied to a stick, portable, temporary, ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. But when he said home, something flickered to life in me. That word carried weight, a promise of roots, of a place that could be ours. Sure, the money situation wasn't perfect. He covered the rent while I drowned the apartment in throw pillows and furniture meant for a house twice its size. Now Miles' spare room looked like a storage unit for a deranged interior designer. Every inch was crammed with my things, couches shoved together, a mountain of decorative cushions swallowing the bed like some twisted horror movie prop. I could practically hear the ominous soundtrack playing as I guilt-tripped myself over spending a fortune on a life that never happened. And then there was the wedding dress, hidden behind a flimsy closet door like a ghost I refused to confront. Selling it would mean facing the disaster head-on, and I wasn't ready. Instead, I buried myself in work, especially today, 7 solid hours of aggressively ignoring my own thoughts. Then my phone lit up with Miles' signature cryptic text, working. No punctuation, no clarity. Was he checking on me or just stating the obvious? The man had full access to my color-coded schedule, yet he still acted like my whereabouts were a mystery. Yep, I replied. His next message, "You want Thai?" Classic Miles. Was he asking about dinner or just pondering the meaning of life? "I'm good, thanks," I shot back. Lunch was already planned. Saturdays meant beachside burritos, guaranteed to leave me in a food coma for hours. His response. Then the typing bubbles appeared and vanished. Maybe he wanted me to offer to grab food on my way home. "Anything else?" I prodded. "I'll just see you when you get home," he replied. Weird. Saturdays usually meant he'd be holed up in his room or out with friends by the time I returned. Before I could overthink it, my phone buzzed again, 10-minute warning for story hour. Time to shake off the Miles-induced confusion and head to the library's cozy reading nook, where at least the kids didn't communicate in vague, punctuation-less riddles. New detail. The ominous horror movie imagery of the overstuffed room adds a darkly humorous twist. Tone shift. The frustration with Miles' texting style lightens the mood with sarcasm. The children and their caregivers are already trickling into the cozy reading nook, staking out spots on the colorful foam mats or claiming their favorite carpet squares. A few of the older adults, grandparents and great-aunts, sink gratefully into the plush scoop chairs lining the perimeter, exchanging warm greetings like old friends. Sunlight pours through the library's tall windows, casting a golden glow over the space, and I can already spot a couple of drowsy heads nodding before we've even started. As I walk in, a chorus of tiny voices erupts, some calling me Miss Daisy, others mangling my name in the most endearing ways. My chest tightens with warmth, like a handful of popcorn kernels exploding into fluffy joy. A little girl in pigtails proudly declares, "I'm 3, and I grin, asking how old she thinks I am. She squints, tilts her head, and finally declares, 16. Last week she insisted I was ancient, so I'll take it. Before I can laugh, Aram, a 4-year-old I've never once seen not dressed as Spider-Man, launches himself at my legs with a flying hug. No matter how rough my morning, story hour never fails to lift my spirits. "Careful, Beta," his mom Huma murmurs, gently prying him off before we both topple over. I hold up today's book and ask, "Who here loves dragons?" The room erupts in cheers. Over the past year, I've got to know so many wonderful families, but Huma and Aram hold a special place in my heart. He's a whirlwind of creativity, and she somehow balances discipline with letting his wild imagination run free. Watching them together tugs at something deep inside me, a mix of longing for my own mom and the life I once imagined with Peter and his family. I shake off the wistfulness and settle into my chair, holding up "Dragons love tacos." But wait, I tease, what if I told you dragons also love tacos? The kids lose their minds, shrieking, bouncing, one even spinning in circles. Aram jumps up, his light-up sneakers flashing as he yells, "Dragons eat people." I laugh and say, "Some might, but they're strictly taco fans." And just like that, we're off. Story hour flies by in a blur of giggles and wide-eyed wonder. By the time we finish, the room is a sea of sleepy yawns, except for one of the Fontana triplets, who's hit that overtired pre-meltdown stage. As the last families trickle out, I tidy up, wiping down mats and gathering stray books. The quiet settles in, but the warmth of the morning lingers. Ashley, the no-nonsense librarian in charge of adult programs, emerges from the back office with her oversized quilted bag dangling from one shoulder, her dark top knot slightly askew. At barely 5 feet tall, with a figure straight out of a fairy tale and eyes that could melt steel, she somehow still manages to radiate the energy of a librarian who'd shush you into next week. Her voice carries the weight of a sledgehammer, and the way she once casually mentioned she doesn't mind confrontation made me question if I'd unknowingly stepped into a verbal battlefield. She's Harvey's go-to when patrons need a reality check. Our elderly branch manager knows better than to mess with her. During my first shift with her, some guy with a mouthful of chewing tobacco strolled up, ogled her and drawled, "Always had a thing for exotic girls." Without missing a beat, or even glancing up from her screen, Ashley fired back, "That's harassment. Do it again and you're banned. Want me to print you some workplace conduct guidelines?" So yeah, I respect her, but I also wouldn't dare cross her. "You got closing?" she asks, already halfway out the door, phone in hand. Ashley's perpetually running late or leaving early. Mulder's Taekwondo class ends in 10, she adds. Yes, her kid is named after the X-Files, and yes, every time I remember that I feel my soul age another decade. I'm at that stage where having a kid wouldn't raise eyebrows. Hell, I could have a toddler named something ridiculous like Renesmee playing in a chaotic U5 soccer league where half the kids forget which goal is theirs. Instead, I'm solo in a town where my social circle consists of coworkers and my ex's friends. "Daphne," Ashley prompts. "You good?" "All set," I say. "Go rescue Mulder." She gives a quick nod instead of a goodbye. I do a final sweep, flipping off lights as I go. On the drive home, I call Mom on speaker. Between her CrossFit obsession, book club drama, and newfound stained glass hobby, we've switched to quick check-ins instead of marathon catch-ups. I update her on the library's fundraiser, 91 days and counting. She brags about deadlifting 160 pounds. I mention the elderly patron who invited me salsa dancing. She counters with the gym trainer who keeps accidentally needing her number. "We're living parallel lives," I joke, pulling up to my place. "Doubt it," Mom laughs. "Pretty sure Kelvin wasn't thinking about dance lessons. Want this guy's digits, though fair warning, your coworker Ashley calls him Hansi Stanley." "Hard pass," she says. "Also, I'm mailing you pepper spray. Still got the one from college," I remind her. New detail: as I hang up, I notice a missed call from my ex because, of course, right when I'm feeling nostalgic for bad decisions, unless it runs out. "More like fine wine, gets better with time," she jokes. "Almost at book club, you." I step out of my car. "Just walked in, same time next week. Works for me," she says. "Love you," I tell her. "Love you times infinity," she fires back, hanging up before I can counter her signature move since forever. Miles lives in a converted brick loft on the top floor of an old industrial building in Butchertown, a neighborhood near Waning Bay. I've always guessed it was once a slaughterhouse district, but who knows? Maybe it's named after some 19th century butcher-turned-murderer. By the time I haul myself up the stairs and reach his door, I'm sweating like I just ran a 5K. Inside, I dump my bag, peel off my cardigan, and kick off my loafers before checking my phone against the whiteboard calendar. Only one update. I'm covering the Thrills and Kills book club this Thursday while Landon, the usual host, recovers from a dental disaster. I jot it down, then grab a glass of ice water and take a long swig as I wander toward the living room. A sudden movement in the corner of my vision makes me jump, sending half my water splashing onto the rug. But it's just Miles, sprawled face down on the couch like a crime scene. He groans into the cushion without bothering to lift his head. His furniture is all cozy, zero style, just like him. "You look like a murder victim," I say, stepping closer. He mutters something unintelligible. "What?" I said. "I wish," he slurs. I spot the half-empty bottle of coconut rum and an overturned mug. "That bad? 3 weeks ago, the Bridget Jones meltdown had blindsided me, but now seeing him like this is almost comforting, like finally having company in my personal dumpster fire." Without lifting his face, he gropes around the coffee table, snags a piece of paper, and weakly holds it up. I take the fancy cream-colored cardstock, and his arm immediately flops back down like a dead fish. I scan the elegant cursive. "Jerome and Melly Collins, along with Nicholas and Antonia Cummer, joyfully invite you to celebrate the marriage of their children, Peter and P." Oh, hell no. I chuck the invitation like it's radioactive. Scratch that, like it's a venomous spider doused in gasoline, because suddenly my entire body is on fire. I pace, flapping my hands like I'm trying to take off. This is not happening. Miles finally sits up. "Oh, it's happening. You got one too. Why would they do this?" I snap at him, at fate, at the cosmic joke of it all. He leans forward, pours another glug of rum into his mug because why not, and offers it to me. I shake my head so he downs it in one go and refills it. I snatch the invitation back, half expecting to see a pizza coupon this time. Nope, still a wedding invite. "It's Labor Day weekend," I shriek, hurling it across the room. Miles sighs. "Yep, did you ever suspect she had feelings for him?" He turned toward me with a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Yeah, sometimes I wondered, but they'd been inseparable since they were kids. How was I supposed to compete with that?" So I ignored it and hoped it wouldn't blow up in my face. For some reason, that was the thing that broke me. Tears welled up before I could stop them. "Hey," Miles shifted closer, his wine bottle still dangling from his fingers. "It's okay." "Well, no, it's actually messed up." Before I could react, he pulled me against his chest, his free hand pressing me there like it was the most natural thing, and weirdly it was. I'm not usually the type to hug people, even my closest friends, but after weeks of zero human contact, the warmth of a near stranger felt shockingly good. "It's insane," he muttered, smoothing my hair back as I sniffled into his shirt. It smelled faintly like weed, but mostly like cedar and something warm like cinnamon. "I should have trashed that invitation. I don't know why I didn't." I pulled back, wiping my cheeks. "Because you didn't want to deal with it alone." He looked away, guilt flashing across his face. "Still, I shouldn't have dragged you into it." I'd have done the same, I said. Seriously, doesn't make it right, he murmured. Stop apologizing, I insisted. You're not the one ditching me for Petra. He flinched and I immediately regretted it. Shit, now I'm sorry, I blurted. Miles exhaled, leaning back to stare out the window. His jaw tightened and for a second I thought he might cry. My stomach dropped. Miles, I scrambled toward him, wine-fueled bravery kicking in as I cupped his face in my hands. Listen to me, they suck. She's the love of my life, he said quietly. Yeah, well, the love of your life sucks, I shot back. A reluctant grin tugged at his lips, so unexpectedly boyish that I couldn't resist ruffling his already tousled hair. His smile widened just a fraction, and suddenly his dark eyes had this glint, playful, disarming. And that's when it hit me. 6 weeks without sex wasn't exactly a drought for me, but the way he looked at me sent an unexpected jolt straight through me. Miles wasn't the kind of guy who made your pulse race at first glance. That had been Peter, all polished charm and camera-ready smiles. No, Miles was the slow burn type. The kind who sneaks up on you with his easy laugh and messy hair until bam, you realize he's been stupidly attractive this whole time. Also, he smelled really good. Downside, he was my roommate. And currently mourning his ex. Fantastic timing. Does that happen to you a lot? I ask. Miles raises an eyebrow. What exactly? Gil, I say. There aren't exactly a ton of Gils running around, he replies with a smirk. No, I mean the free drinks, I clarify, the endless chatter about crimes he might have seen or totally made up. Miles shrugs. I dunno, occasionally, I guess. How often is occasionally? I press. He gives me a sideways glance, amused. It's a friendly bar. Meat locker. I deadpan Butcher Town, he says like it's obvious. I smack my forehead and he actually stops walking. Oh my god, that's why it's called Meat Locker, I groan. I spent the whole night wondering if it was some weird underground kink spot. Miles throws his head back, laughing. You seriously thought I took you to a fetish bar? He looks way too entertained. Did Peter tell you I was into whips and chains or something? Wait, are you? I blurt. Not that I'm aware of, he says, grinning. Why? You into that? Probably not, I admit. I'm pretty vanilla, honestly. Vanilla where? Like in the sex department, I say, immediately regretting it. He smirks. So you just lie there staring at the ceiling in total silence. Excuse you, I snap, that's private. You brought it up, Daphne, he reminds me, holding the apartment door open. I don't stare at the ceiling, I mutter, stomping up the stairs ahead of him. I maintain intense, unblinking eye contact like a normal, well-adjusted adult. See, he gestures for me to keep climbing. Not boring, maybe a little terrifying, but not boring. But how does it even happen? I ask, and Miles's face twists into this weird half-smile, half-grimace. Well, when two people find each other, the free drinks, I cut in. He shrugs again. It's not like I plan it. I must look skeptical because his expression darkens. You think I'm some kind of scammer? I think you're ridiculously charming, I say. As far as backhanded compliments go, he says, pausing on the stairs, that's a first. I'm not insulting you, I lie. Truth, I don't trust charming people. My dad's charming doesn't mean he ever meant a word. I'm just bad with strangers. Gil adored you, he argues. Because of proximity, I counter. Because you were there. I'm great with people I know, but with new ones, half the time my brain shuts off. The other half I either make a joke no one gets or ask something way too invasive. He studies me as we climb. You didn't do that with me. Yeah, I say, because I've barely spoken to you before tonight. That's why, he glances over, surprised. I just assumed you hated me. A flush burns from my cheeks to my toes. I don't hate you, you're unhateable. Then because the drinks are talking, which honestly makes me suspicious. He looks genuinely offended. I just mean, I fumble, words slurring, I've always been more of a small circle person. New detail, as we reach the landing, Miles hesitates like he wants to say something else, but then shakes his head and unlocks his door instead. There's something about people who get along with everyone that sets off alarm bells in my head. It's like my brain whispers, don't get too close, this one's not sticking around. Miles looks absolutely horrified. Wow, he deadpans. That might be the most jaded thing I've ever heard. No, hear me out, I say, scrambling for a better way to phrase it. It's totally fine unless, say, your fiancé bails and suddenly you're 33 realizing you just spent a year bonding with his friends and now you've completely forgot how to make your own. But hey, who'd ever end up in that mess? Miles rolls his eyes. Making friends isn't rocket science, Daphne. I scoff, which only makes him grin. I'm serious. I just like talking to people. And yeah, I get free drinks sometimes, but that's because I tip well. Bartenders remember me, plus they can sense I'm one of them. It's like a service industry sixth sense. Does it smell like ginger snaps? My words are slurring worse now after climbing the stairs. Miles stops dead in front of our door, cracking up. Ginger snaps, that's exactly what he smells like, warm, sweet, with just a hint of spice. I wave him off instead of answering and fumble with my key, but the lock suddenly seems to have multiplied into 3. Miles snatches the key from me, laughing as he misses the keyhole entirely. Damn it, he yelps. What follows is a full-on slapstick battle for control of the doorknob, complete with exaggerated shoves and near collisions, until he accidentally pins me against the wall to keep me from toppling over. We're both wheezing with laughter when our elderly neighbor, Mr. Dorner, sticks his head out and snaps, "Some of us are trying to sleep in this building." "Sorry, Mr. Dorner," Miles says, all wide-eyed innocence. The second the door shuts, I squint after him. "Wait, since when is he bald?" Miles loses it all over again. "You thought that toupee was real," he gasps. "You are unbelievably naive." Okay, sure, I admit, but given the last 6 weeks, I think we've both proven we're way too trusting for our own good. A few hours ago, that thought might have sent me spiraling. Now we just dissolve into hysterics again. Mr. Dorner's lock rattles in warning, and Miles finally wrestles our door open, yanking me inside before we get another lecture. We collapse against it, breathless. Feels like we just escaped a pack of raptors, he says. I snort. Pretty sure Mr. Dorner's dentures aren't that deadly. The memory hits me in fragments, hazy, out of order, like a dream I can't quite piece together. Pretty sure he wasn't even wearing them. Miles leans in, mischief in his eyes. You know what I think? What? I ask, already bracing for whatever reckless idea is about to spill out. We should just do it, he says, dead serious. My pulse jumps. A rush of heat floods my skin, then chills just as fast. What? Let's RSVP, he grins. Show up at their wedding, get wasted, steal the cake before they cut it, maybe even throw up on the dance floor. I laugh, shaking my head. Okay, I'm serious, he insists. Let's go. No way, I say. Fine, he concedes, but the smirk doesn't fade. Then let's just say we're going. Miles, I sigh. Why? To make them sweat, he says, eyes gleaming. And force them to waste $90 a plate on rubbery chicken no one's gonna touch. Their parents are footing the bill, I point out. And the Collinses, they're actually decent people. Something flickers in his expression. I don't know which part stung, but the shift is instant. They're loaded, he mutters. $90 is nothing, at least this way they spend months wondering if we'll crash their perfect day. Or maybe they don't care, I say. His smirk falters. Shit, you're right, probably why they invited us in the first place. I snort. You know exactly why they invited us, Miles, because they're obsessed with being adored. And they're good at it, so good they don't realize you don't get to be loved by the people you destroy. They think they're taking the high road, but they don't get to. For the next few years, they get to live with being the villains. He hesitates, but now I'm sure. We should RSVP, I declare. They don't get to play the heroes. Screw that, he echoes. Screw that, I half yell. A sharp bang on the wall, Mr. Dorner, probably fed up with our midnight theatrics. Miles presses a finger to my lips, stifling a laugh. Screw that, he whispers. Screw that, I whisper back. His finger lingers, and for a second the air between us crackles. We should go to bed, I say, then quickly correct. I mean, I should get to bed. His hand drops. After we RSVP. Morning light slices through the blinds, and my head throbs like I lost a fight with a tequila bottle. Last night comes back in flashes, stumbling home, the sticky felt of a pool table, Miles' finger against my lips, laughter echoing in the hallway. Wait, was Mr. Dorner there? At some point, then there was the wine, drunk straight from the bottle. The walk home, his arm slung around me, his hand brushing bare skin where my shirt had ridden up. My face burns. I scramble to sort the memories, praying I didn't do anything mortifying. No such luck. I remember collapsing into bed, exhausted, only to lie there wired because, oh God, I was definitely turned on. And then wait, did I cry? Worse, did Miles cry? No, no way. My fingers fumble through the sheets until I find my phone, its screen blinking back at me with the harsh reality of noon. I must have turned off my alarm, small victories, but the rest of last night is a blur. Scrolling through my messages, I brace for cringeworthy drunk texts, but there's nothing. Just a shiny new dating app icon glaring at me, a digital mystery I don't remember solving. The room spins as I drag myself out of bed, my head pounding like a drumline. The apartment looks like a frat house after finals, water glasses everywhere, empty bottles of coconut rum, wine reduced to sad, sticky puddles. It's a crime scene without a body, and I'm the clueless detective. Then my phone rings, his name flashing like a neon warning sign, and just like that, it all comes rushing back. Sunday, May 1990 days until freedom. I gulp down air, trying to sound less like a desert cactus when I answer. Do I have to pick up? No, but Peter hasn't called in weeks, and the idea of never knowing what he wants is worse than the hangover. Speaking of which, Gil's mystery shots are still staging a revolt in my stomach. Who's Gil? No clue, but his braided grey beard pops into my mind like a bad omen. I yank open the window, the cool breeze a temporary lifeline. Hello. I chirp way too loud like an overcaffeinated game show host. Daphne, his voice is soft, disarming. Yep, a pause, you sound different. I feel different, I blurt, instantly regretting it. Another beat of silence. So, he starts hesitant. You got the RSVP? I press my palm into my forehead, willing the throbbing to stop. Yeah, I just wanted to check in, he says like he's tiptoeing through a minefield. Make sure you're okay. Okay. My brain scrambles like a dropped Rubik's Cube. You don't have to come, he adds quickly. I laugh, or maybe it's a dry heave. Of course we'd love to have you, he backtracks. That word twists my stomach into knots. We used to be us, now it's him and someone else. No pressure, he says, our pressure, our life, our ghost still haunting me. Let's lay out every gut-punching word with the kind of patronizing sweetness that makes my teeth ache. The kicker. Even now, I'm not entirely sure I don't still love him. Not this smug, condescending version, but the one who never forgot an anniversary, who'd surprise me with tulips just because he passed a street vendor, the Peter who'd order my favorite chicken noodle soup the second I sniffled. Those pieces of him, reserved for her now. We know how tough this must be for you, he says, and just like that, he's back to being the Peter I can't stand. I just hate thinking of you there alone, oh perfect. As if this entire disaster wasn't mortifying enough, he's calling to rub his pity in my face. My grip on the phone tightens. I won't be alone, I snap. I meant without a date, he clarifies like I'm slow. I know, I say, the lie tumbling out before I can stop it. I'm bringing my boyfriend. Cue the internal meltdown. What did I just say? I spin toward the window, miming a silent scream, fingers clawing at my cheeks. If Edvard Munch needed inspiration for the scream, this moment would have done it. Your boyfriend. Peter's voice drips with skepticism. No, my brain shrieks. Yes, my mouth betrays me, but you didn't RSVP for a +1. Here's the thing, I'm not a liar, usually, but apparently my 6th grade self, the one who lied about being a horse camp regular to impress a girl, has resurfaced with a vengeance. For the record, I'd ridden a horse twice, fell off the second time. Never spoke to that girl again. And now, with zero forethought, another whopper escapes. He got his own invitation. The silence is so thick I can practically hear Peter's brain short-circuiting. You can't mean. His disbelief morphs into outright horror. You're with Miles, abort, abort. Yep, I chirp while internally reenacting the scream part Roman 2. The pause stretches into agony. I should come clean, but the only words in my head are I panicked, it's not true, and there's no way I'm giving him the satisfaction. Peter clears his throat. Well, the wedding's not till Labor Day. I know, I say, jaw clenched. A lot can change in 3 months, he muses. Oh wow, he's really implying my fake relationship won't last when his whirlwind romance started 5 weeks ago. We'll be there, I say as my brain screams, why am I like this? Okay, he replies. I hang up before my mouth invents a fake engagement, or twins. I gotta go, Peter, stay safe. Yeah, he mumbles, barely getting his words out before I cut the call short. My feet carry me in frantic circles by the window for all of 5 seconds before I bolt straight for Miles's door like some guilty soul rushing to spill their sins. A sharp knock, silence, I hammer harder. Miles, you awake? The knob turns too easily under my grip, sending me stumbling into his room like a clumsy intruder. I barely catch myself against his dresser, sending the TV wobbling dangerously. As I steady it, a dry voice cuts through the air behind me. Planning to walk off with my TV or what? I spin around, expecting to find Miles lounging in bed. Instead, he's leaning in the doorway, fully dressed, clutching a grease-stained paper bag. I let go of the TV. Almost sent it flying, I admit. What? Asks, raising an eyebrow. I told Peter we're dating, I blurt out. He stares at me for a solid 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. And that explains the near-TV homicide. How? It doesn't, I mutter, still chuckling. He turns toward the hallway. Where are you going? I call after him. To grab sriracha he tosses over his shoulder. I trail him into the kitchen. For what? My breakfast sandwich. He drops the bag on the counter and rummages through the fridge. Did you even hear me? I press. You told Peter we're dating, he confirms, emerging with a bottle of hot sauce and a mysterious jar of something thick and dark. Why would I be mad? Because it's not true, I say, exasperated. Yeah, no kidding. He dumps the bag's contents, 2 foil-wrapped sandwiches, onto the counter and nudges one toward me before turning to the already brewed coffee. How long have you been up? Dunno, couple hours. He pours coffee into 2 mugs, handing me one with a ridiculous Garfield in a cowboy hat print. Cream, sugar, I shake my head. Coffee's not my thing, but I'll take a sip to dull this pounding headache. Miles spoons a glob of the mystery syrup into his mug. Is that actually good? I lean in, skeptical. Beats me, he says. Looks like it should be, so drunk dialing Peter, huh? What? I blink. Did you call him wasted? He unwraps his sandwich, flips it open, and drowns the eggs and avocado in sriracha. No, he called me. Miles freezes mid-bite, then lowers the sandwich slowly. A grin spreads across his face. Wait, did we RSVP to his wedding last night? The reminder hits like a gut punch. I groan, slumping onto the counter, face buried in my arms. Hold up. Miles grabs my forehead, forcing me to look at him. That's why he called, because he got our RSVP. I nod miserably. Said I don't have to come, that he gets how painful it'll be for me, just little Almy, all broken and pathetic and tragically single. Miles snorts. What a self-righteous jackass. He's 6'4", I point out. Fine, a self-righteous skyscraper of a jackass, he corrects, taking an obnoxiously loud bite of his sandwich. I let out a sigh. Honestly, I have no clue if he's still keeping tabs on me. Miles gives me a knowing look. Come on, you totally know. Fine, as of yesterday, yeah, he was. Can I see your phone? He asks, reaching for it. I hesitate. I don't want to block him. Relax, I won't, he assures me, already swiping through my screen while balancing his breakfast sandwich in his other hand. He steps behind me, angling the phone so the front camera catches us both. His arm drapes over my shoulders, pulling me close, his grin wide and dimpled. What's the plan here? I ask, turning slightly, my nose brushing his cheek. Done, he announces, handing my phone back. The photo stares back at us, me mid-sentence, lips practically touching his face, while his tattoos sprawl across my chest in a way that's both casual and borderline scandalous. We look like a couple if you ignore the fact that we're about as mismatched as 2 people can get. Then again, maybe that's the point, like if uptight Peter and wild child Petra pose together. Except Petra pulls off the aesthetic like a rock star and Miles. He looks like the guy who flunked senior year on purpose just to sell knockoff cologne out of his beat-up car behind the mall. Not that I'm any better, there's a smudge of avocado on my chin. What am I supposed to do with this? I mutter. Whatever you want, he says, balling up his sandwich wrapper and tossing it into the trash. Meaning, Daphne. He leans forward, running a hand through his hair, which somehow stays perfectly messy, like he's a disheveled, hungover Wolverine. You know exactly what I'm hinting at. You want me to post this so he thinks we're together, I say flatly. Nah, he counters, amused. I want you to post it so Petra thinks we're together. Why can't you post it? Because I don't do social media, he says like it's obvious. Right, I remember Peter mentioning that, how Miles refuses to be tagged or even appear in photos, like he's above it all. The memory alone makes my blood boil. Without thinking, I hit post. No caption, just the... Miles grins and slaps me a high five. Are we being petty or just ridiculously immature? Maybe a little of both, I admit. Also, thanks for the sandwich, he shrugs. Thanks for the pep talk last night. I blink. When did that happen? Somewhere between the fourth replay of Witchy Woman, he says, smirking. New detail, the mention of Witchy Woman playing on loop adds a layer of absurdity to their late-night bonding. Voice twist, the sarcastic shift when comparing Miles to a knockoff cologne salesman lightens the mood, contrasting the earlier tension. There's a moment where I'm dangerously close to licking Miles's cheek as he hovers above me, his arm draped awkwardly across my chest like a seatbelt. I switch to Sadie's social media and immediately wish I hadn't. She barely posts, just like me, which means the first thing I see is a photo from 3 posts back, her and Cooper with me and Peter at Chill Coast Brewery during their last visit. Peter only breaks his strict diet for beer, which honestly I can't stand. Petra of course loves it. She's all effortless charm while I'm over here in my buttoned-up librarian aesthetic. A frustrated groan shriek erupts from behind the office door, not quite a scream, but loud enough to make the teens at the gaming PCS whip their heads toward the desk in perfect sync. Everything's fine, I reassure them with a wave. The door bursts open and Ashley, barely 5 feet tall with a top knot that defies gravity, storms out. Never befriend moms, she declares before slamming into her rolling chair. You are a mom, I point out. She whirls on me. Exactly. Which means I get like one night every 2 weeks to do something fun with actual adults. Except guess what? All those adults are also parents, and half the time plans implode because someone's kid projectile vomited or broke an arm on a trampoline or suddenly remembers they need to build a damn papier-mâché volcano by morning. Ashley, I hiss, nodding toward the wide-eyed gamers. She glares at them. What? They snap back to their screens. I just want to go out, she mutters. Wear something that isn't covered in mystery stains, drink something stronger than juice boxes, and talk about anything besides Dungeons and Dragons. As she rants, my mind flashes to my own Friday nights, curled up alone, binge-watching HGTV couples renovate their dream homes, just like I have every weekend since the breakup, minus that blurry meatlocker incident with Miles. Meanwhile, Peter and Petra's feeds are a non-stop highlight reel of them making out at all hour. No, his old spots in Arbor Park with his friends. The realization hits like a gut punch. I wasn't building a life with him. I was just cramming myself into his. The words tumble out before I can stop them. I'm free tonight. Ashley blinks at me like I've just announced I'm joining a cult. I scramble for an out. Oops, forgot I'm alphabetizing my spice rack, but she cuts me off with a shrug. Sure, why not? New detail. The mention of Ashley's top knot being the size of a melon adds a visual quirk. Tone shift. The sarcastic edge in Ashley's rant contrasts with the narrator's sudden vulnerable realization about her own life. Text me your address and I'll swing by to grab you on the way to Chill Coast. Chill Coast. My face must have gone from sunburn red to ghostly pale in half a second. Thank goodness Ashley was too busy scrolling through her phone to notice. It's this brewery in Arbor Park, she says, still typing. My flaky friend said it's got this massive outdoor patio, super trendy. No way was I stepping foot in Chill Coast. Waning Bay was already too small without me accidentally walking straight into Peter's usual hangout. Unless, Ashley picks up on my hesitation. You got a better spot in mind. Obviously I didn't. Doubted Ashley would be thrilled about Meatlocker, but I had to say something, so the first and only place that popped into my head tumbled out. Cherry Hill. One of her dark eyebrows arches. The winery. Is that the one with the bartender who definitely sells more than just cocktails, or the one where they blast Tom Petty on repeat? I stammer. I mostly just know about the wine, which was a stretch. I knew they served wine. After a painfully long pause, she shrugs. Fine, Cherry Hill it is. I say way too enthusiastically. She goes back to scanning books while I stand there awkwardly. You're not seriously wearing that, right? I glance down at my high-collared, button-up shirt, brown because apparently I hate fun. No. Later, I lean against the bathroom doorway while Miles brushes his teeth in our tiny Pepto-pink tiled bathroom. A coworker and I are stopping by Cherry Hill tonight, I announce. He freezes mid-brush, toothpaste foam dripping down his chin as he stares at me in the mirror. Why do you say it like that? Like what? Like you're about to jump me with a baseball bat? Because maybe I am about to jump you with a baseball bat, I deadpan. He dunks his head under the faucet, water splashing everywhere. When he resurfaces, he grabs his towel and scrubs his face dry. I just thought it'd be weird if I showed up without warning, I explain. He props a hip against the sink, arms crossed. I'm touched you remembered where I work. I needed somewhere impressive for Ashley, and your winery was the first thing my brain coughed up, I admit. Was she impressed? No clue, but she thinks one of your bartenders deals drugs or has a Tom Petty obsession. He frowns. She clearly hasn't tried the Pinot. I snort. Are you offended? A little, he admits, shrugging. It's a double gold winner. Make sure she tries it. I'll do my best, I say. We stand there for a beat too long before he gestures at the door I'm blocking. Right. I step aside and he breezes past, leaving behind a faint trace of something warm and woodsy. See you later, I call after him before shutting myself in my room to stare hopelessly at my closet. Wool, tweed, faux silk, everything screamed boring professor. Even my so-called casual wear. Sadie always joked that my fashion sense landed somewhere between expressing myself through clothes and please don't stare at me, which honestly isn't wrong. A quick search for winery outfit ideas floods the screen with breezy pastel looks straight out of a beach read. Meanwhile, my closet is a sea of neutrals, beige oatmeal taupe. I could throw on jeans and a tee, but showing up underdressed feels like a bigger offense to Ashley than overdressing, and first impressions matter. So I push past my usual hesitation and slip into the sleek black backless dress I wore once for Peter's and my engagement party. It's been collecting dust since, which is a shame because it hugs every curve perfectly and cost a small fortune courtesy of Peter. At 7:15 a knock rattles the door. Late, expected, her actually coming up to my apartment, not so much. I figured I'd have the elevator ride down to shake off my making new friends jitters. It's been ages since I genuinely clicked with someone, not a hand-me-down pal from Peter or Sadie who could charm a room without trying. Smoothing the dress, I feel like a teenager waiting to see if her prom date bylaid or if she's about to get pranked. Ashley startles when I swing the door open, too busy scrolling. You could V just texted from the car, I say. Emergency pit stop, she fires back. Drank a Pedialyte on the way and now my bladder's staging a revolt. Also, I needed intel. Landon's convinced your FBI, but my money's on witness protection. I stare, because he thinks so me. You just give off mysterious past vibes. Turns out being quiet at work can spiral into full-blown conspiracy theories. To be fair, Landon's a teenager who blasts shoegaze loud enough to rupture eardrums, so bonding opportunities have been slim. Bathroom's down the hall, I say, ushering her in. Her eyes dart around, taking in the lack of hidden cameras. We stop at the hallway where Miles's retro thrift store finds give the place its laid-back bohemian vibe. Place is cute, she remarks. Thanks, I say, though credit goes to Miles. His mix of 70s funk and California cool makes this feel like home. New detail, Ashley pauses to admire a vintage concert poster in the hallway, sparking a quick debate over the best decade for music. A moment that eases the tension and makes the night feel less like a test and more like the start of something real. She locks herself in the bathroom, probably to snoop through my medicine cabinet, and I head back to the kitchen for another glass of water. Those old college dorm posters really stuck with me, 1-to-1 if at all, a cartoon beer bottle next to a glass of water. Some habits die hard. The bathroom door creaks open and I shuffle back to the living room, but Ashley's already gone. You into snowboarding? Her voice echoes from down the hall. What? I turn the corner and find her not in my room but in Miles's, wandering like she's touring an exhibit. She drifts from the snowboard and beat-up hockey sticks in the corner to the succulents and incense on the windowsill. That's my roommate's space, I say, but she's too busy squinting at the fine print on a concert poster. My eyes land on the framed photo of Miles and Petra on his dresser, sunlit, grinning, her arms wrapped around him. She's tiny, effortlessly pretty. He's all lanky charm, looking at her like she hung the moon. And just like that, the bitterness creeps in. Because now she's making Peter that happy. I used to think we were perfect. Peter was steady, ambitious, the kind of guy who had a 5-year plan that didn't make you want to nap. Cherry blossoms in Kyoto, skyscrapers in Dubai, picnics under the Eiffel Tower, but also 401ks and Sunday dinners with his parents. The anti-dad. It took years of therapy to stop chasing guys who'd ghost after buying you matching tattoos. Peter was supposed to be different, a relationship guy, all in, no games. Maybe if we'd stayed away from this town we'd still be together, or maybe Petra was always the endgame. Maybe I was just the placeholder. Ashley interrupts my spiral by pointing at the closet. Why are there 5 Crocs in here? Well, I deadpan, plus the pair he's wearing right now, so 6, she squints. Bartender, nurse, or just a full-blown eccentric? Bartender, I say, then smirk. But yeah, definitely a weirdo. New detail, the mention of Kyoto and Dubai as part of Peter's travel plans adds depth to their past relationship. Tone shift, the sarcastic jab about the Crocs lightens the mood after the heavier reflection. The mention of wine suddenly jogs my memory. Oh right, we were supposed to try that Pinot tonight. Ashley gives me a sideways glance. How does that even connect to what we were just talking about? But before she can press further, my attention snaps to the wall behind Miles' bed, something I'd never noticed before. Dozens of perfectly aligned Polaroids stare back at me, way too organized for someone like Miles. Must be remnants from his Petra phase. Each photo tells their story: 3 years of birthdays with lopsided cakes, tacky Christmas trees drowning in tinsel, paddleboarding on crystal-clear water, reckless cliff jumps, sunsets with wine glasses clinking, and those ridiculous shared mopeds parked near what looks like the Mediterranean. The worst part, how happy they look, lips locked, fingers tangled in each other's hair. It feels wrong standing here, like we're intruding on something private. We should go, I mutter, nudging Ashley back into the hallway and shutting the door a little too fast. A stupid thought flickers through my mind. Would he take her back? Before shifting to an even dumber one, would I take Peter back? Definitely not, I blurt out. Ashley blinks. What? Nothing, let's just go get that wine. She trails behind me, eyes darting around like she's expecting a jump scare. You seeing ghosts or something? Or something, I mutter. She smirks. Okay, Vince. You might not be FBI material, but you're way more interesting than that boring tweed jacket suggests. It's Vincent, I correct her. See, she grins. A whole extra syllable I didn't know about. You're full of surprises. I hate surprises. Cherry Hill Winery sits on a narrow stretch of land curling into Lake Michigan, its vineyards rolling over gentle slopes on either side of a dusty gravel road. The main building is all sleek glass and rustic wood, the parking lot packed, the gardens exploding with flowers glowing pink under the sunset. Past the hedges, scattered white tables sit on the lawn, guests drifting between a bocce court and a duck pond, wine glasses dangling from their fingers. String lights dangle overhead, just waiting for dusk to hit. This place is unreal, I say, stepping out of Ashley's dented hatchback. The air's turned crisp, and I instantly regret not bringing a jacket. She raises an eyebrow. You've seriously never been here? Guess my slack-jawed staring gave me away. Peter wasn't into wine. Peter, she echoes. That's the ex, right? I give a noncommittal hum. Ashley adjusts her oversized purse and hikes up her miniskirt as she strides toward the entrance. What about your friends? None of them wine people. What I don't say. We had all the same friends. The words stay trapped in my throat. Technically, this means I had 0 friends. All those hours spent buried in Frank Herbert's books just to have something to talk about with Scott, and here I am still alone. Guess not, I mutter. What about you? You've been here before, right? Only twice, she says, rolling her eyes. Duke couldn't tell a Merlot from motor oil. Duke is. I push the heavy door open, the scent of charred oak hitting me instantly. My ex-husband, she deadpans. Unless you actually thought I was dating a horse. Fair point, I admit, stepping into the dim, golden-lit space. The place is sleek, modern meets rustic, with a long bar on one side, its back wall a smoked glass display of towering wine casks glowing under soft lights. The other walls are floor-to-ceiling windows, framing rows of vineyards under the fading sun. A crackling fireplace dominates the far wall, flames licking at the slate. Ashley yanks my arm. Move fast, those seats won't stay empty. She bulldozes through a crowd of guys in polo shirts, tossing her purse onto a stool like she's claiming territory. The air hums with chatter, jazzy music weaving between the clink of glasses. Behind the bar, bartenders move like a well-oiled machine, until Miles appears, balancing a tray of wineglasses. He's in a worn-out tee and work pants, but somehow the warm light makes him look like some kind of rugged, artisanal hero. He leans in to hear a redhead's order, laughing as he pours her another glass with a practiced flick of his wrist. Ashley nudges me. See, hot drug dealer. I choke. Miles deals drugs. My voice carries just enough for his head to snap up. He smirks, already moving toward us. Ashley's eyes widen. Wait, you know him? The bottle clinks back into the ice bucket as he closes the distance. Go for the Pinot, I whisper to Ashley, trying to steady my voice. My head's spinning. How does Daphne even know this place? Before I can finish my thought, Miles leans across the polished bar, his sleeves rolled up to reveal those ridiculous forearm tattoos. Well, he drawls, just loud enough to cut through the hum of the crowded room. Look who decided to grace me with her presence, my loving better half. Ashley's boot connects sharply with my shin under the bar. Ow, Jesus, I hiss, jerking away. Relax, it's a bit. This is Miles, my roommate. Miles, meet Ashley. He extends a hand with that infuriating smirk. Pleasure. Chanted, Ashley purrs, suddenly channeling some old money socialite. Miles grabs a crumpled menu from a nearby holder, circling 3 tapas options with a pen he pulled from behind his ear. Kitchen slammed, but these won't disappoint, he says, flipping the sheet to highlight a wine flight, doodling tiny stars next to his top pick. His eyes flick to me for approval. I shrug at Ashley, who claps her hands. Sold, we trust the expert. As Miles vanishes toward the kitchen, Ashley spins on her stool. Okay, explain the girlfriend bit before I combust. First, explain why you called him a drug dealer 5 seconds ago. She flaps a hand. Purely aesthetic, dude gives off secretly grows hydroponic basil in his closet vibes, but then I accidentally walked in on him folding laundry shirtless, and now my entire mental dossier needs an update. You mean your memory palace? I deadpan. Nice deflection. She grins, leaning in. Now spill, why does hot roommate think you're dating? Before I can answer, a bartender with blunt bangs materializes, making us both jump. Miles is grabbing your flight, she says, sliding waters toward us. I'm Katia, holler if you need anything. She winks and drifts off. Ashley doesn't miss a beat. The photo, she demands. Reluctantly, I pull up the cursed snapshot. Miles and me, my cheeks smeared with guac, our faces inches apart. It looks incriminating. Ashley squints. That's it, you look like you're mid-makeout session at a farmer's market. Hardly joke material. I chew my lip, debating how much to confess. Classic me oversharing imminent. New detail. Katia's unexpected interruption adds a layer of playful tension, while Ashley's mental dossier line sharpens her quirky humor. The tone pivots from flustered to sarcastic during the drug dealer exchange. Opening up feels like handing out pieces of myself to strangers who won't stick around, each confession a fragment lost forever. Once words leave my mouth, they're gone, and I can't take them back, especially when trust shatters. Ashley pushes my phone away with a sigh. Listen, if you're not into being friends, fine. We've shared an office for a year and I still don't know your middle name. I didn't push because honestly, you've got back off written all over you. I'm not that guarded, I argue, but she cuts me off. Then why invite me out now? If this is some charity hangout, I'd rather binge bad TV in pajamas. It's not charity, I snap, then soften. And okay, maybe I judged you too fast, not your fault, just your chronic lateness. She barks a laugh. Wow, brutal, you're not from the Midwest, are you? Nope, why? Nobody out here says what they actually think, she grins. So let me get this straight, you kept your distance because I'm late, I shrug. And you avoided me because what? My resting control freak face? Close, she admits. It was the whole happily ever after vibe. My divorce papers are still warm, I couldn't handle your Disney princess energy. I never announced the breakup, but canceling a honeymoon tends to spark office gossip. For the record, I say even before that there were no singing bluebirds or lace veils. Because of the stick-up you, because reliability matters, I interrupt, half smiling. If someone can't show up on time, how can I trust them with anything else? Ashley nods. Fair, but FYI, my kid's the reason I'm late. Yeah, Mulder wins over punctuality every time. Something clicks. If I'm a vault, she just cracked the code. Okay, that's actually understandable, I concede. She leans in. So do I get the juicy breakup story now? I hesitate. There's a detail I left out at work, something mortifying. Her eyes widen. Oh, this is good. New detail. The tension breaks when Ashley's phone buzzes, a meme from her kid, and we both laugh. The ice finally shattered. Tone shift from defensive to wry. Guess what? The guy left me for his barista. Not even a fancy coffee snob, just a kid who spelled his name wrong on the cup. Ashley's gasp is pure gold. Wait, the one who always, yep, the one who called me Brendan for 6 months. She clutches her chest. Oh my god, that's tragic and hilarious. Glad my pain amuses you, I deadpan, but I'm grinning. Maybe some truths are worth sharing. The accusation hits me like a punch to the gut. You think I cheated with Miles? My voice drops to a whisper as I scan the room, praying no one overhears this. If I'm going to spill this again, it better not leave these four walls. You know how fast gossip spreads at work, like someone dumped gasoline on it. She doesn't even flinch. Instead, she taps her fingers against her lips, thinking, okay, answer me this. Have I ever once spilled anything about Landon to you? Aside from your little betting pool about how weird I am. I shoot back. She smirks. Let's just say if you ever managed to pry him away from his My Bloody Valentine obsession, you'd realize his family drama could fuel an entire Netflix series. And yet you know nothing. That's how good I am at keeping secrets. You could be lying, I counter. Sure, she shrugs, but I'm not. I'm a freshly divorced woman whose main social interaction is with an 11-year-old. I'm not out here ruining lives. I just like hearing the tea. Arrest me. I lean in. If you breathe a word of what I'm about to say, I will sue you. Got it. She slams her hands on the bar, then rummages through her oversized bag. I have this gnarly rash on my back. Want a pick? Consider it my insurance policy. Hard pass, I groan. She rolls her eyes. Fine, or crazy idea. You could just, talk to me, share something real. I raise an eyebrow. Wow, actual human connection, how revolutionary. Exactly, I say. So what's your deal? She exhales dramatically, staring at the ceiling like it holds the answers. Well, my kid was conceived in the backseat of a Honda Civic behind a Imca. That juicy enough for you? I choke on my drink. Wait, there's more. She leans forward, suddenly alive with energy. In 6th grade, the tissues I stuffed in my bra fell out mid-math problem at the whiteboard. Mortifying, doesn't even cover it. Jesus, I laugh. You basically lived through Dante's Inferno. She grins. Oh, but the piece de resistance. When Mulder was a baby, I was so clueless I'd sneak him into library mom groups, find the chillest parent and beg them to watch him while I locked myself in the bathroom to cry for 5 minutes. Every single day. Ashley, that's awful. Worst 6 months of my life, she admits, still laughing. But hey, it pushed me to go back to school. Now I'm a librarian and Mulder's basically my tiny sarcastic sidekick. Worth it. A pang hits me suddenly. I'm thinking of my own mom. How she'd stay up all night sewing my Halloween costumes, even after double shifts, or how she'd squint at my algebra homework like it was written in hieroglyphics. Love, even when it's messy, she poured everything into giving me the best life possible, and I never forget that. But I always imagined our little family expanding, a home filled with tiny footsteps, belly laughs, and the kind of love that spills over. I pictured the best mom ever becoming the ultimate grandma, me passing on the same fierce love she gave me, just in a different way. A house that never felt empty, where no one sat alone most nights, waiting for a mom too exhausted to talk or a dad who couldn't be bothered to show up. Ashley flutters her lashes dramatically. So, do I get the scoop now? I hold up a finger, taking my time with a long drink of water. Ooh, hydration break, she teases. This must be good. Setting the glass down, I exhale. I'll say it quick and then we're moving on. Got it, she chirps. Peter left me for his childhood best friend who was also Miles's girlfriend, and that's how we ended up as roommates, I blurt out. Her eyes widen. I gulp more water. Then I accidentally told Peter that Miles and I are dating now, so we took that photo to sell the lie. Ashley's mouth drops open. No way. I bury my face in my hands. Way. I am obsessed, she shrieks. Ashley's emotions are measured in decibels, and that weird, sudden laugh that bursts out before her face even registers amusement. Obsessed with what? I peek through my fingers to see Miles setting wineglasses in front of us. Your fake romance, Ashley announces. I'm not obsessed, I mutter. Now we're stuck. If we break up, Peter gets to gloat like he won something. Miles pours us each a splash of white wine. Easy fix. We just get married, stay together until they implode. If they have a kid, we have two. If they get a golden retriever, we adopt a fluffier one. If they buy a McMansion, we get a castle. Genius, I deadpan. How did I not see that? He slides the glasses toward us. Pinot Blanc, crisp citrusy with a hint of pear, pairs well with seafood, obviously joking about the marriage part. Shocking, I say, sipping. Well, he leans in, watching me like I'm about to reveal state secrets. I let the wine linger. Tastes like sunshine and fresh-cut grass. His grin is instant. Nailed it. Ashley sniffs her glass. Mine just tastes like wine. Try again. Miles tops her off. She takes another sip, then smirks. Okay, yeah, major spring energy. Just then, Katia, the one with the curtain bangs, calls for Miles. Over his shoulder, some slick-haired guy is half-slumped over the bar, slurring demands at the staff. Miles sighs and pushes off. Duty calls. Miles flashes a polite smile as he strides toward the drunk guy, but his eyes have gone cold, like he's watching through a one-way mirror. Ashley nudges closer to me. Think if I play dumb, he'll keep the free drinks coming, or was that just beginner's luck? I glance over just as Miles leans down, Katia rising onto her toes to whisper something in his ear. Their eyes dart toward us in unison, and I quickly turn back, draining my glass. Pretty sure you can just ask, I say. He seems generous. Ashley swirls her drink, grinning. I feel like a VIP. Never had this kind of him before. Well, if my spectacularly humiliating heartbreak can be useful to someone, I guess that's a silver lining. She sighs, patting my arm. Look, if Peter was gonna bail now, he would have done it eventually. So what? He and Petra were destined to be together. Destined, please, she snorts. Your ex is like a kid at lunch, convinced the mystery sandwich in the next kid's Batman lunchbox is better than his own. Even if his is perfectly fine, he'll still trade just to peek inside. I blink. What kind of metaphor is this? A flawless one, she insists. He's a serial lunch swapper. Doesn't matter if the other box is rusty or full of moldy leftovers, he was always gonna trade up. Let me get this straight, I'm the sad sack lunch. Babe, it's not about the bag, she says, it's the curiosity. You could be a gourmet meal with a cupcake on the side and he'd still wonder about the unopened Tupperware. She pauses, stomach growling. Wow, I'm starving. Oh, thank heavens, Miles reappears, sliding a charcuterie board between us, local cheeses, pickled veggies and artisan jam, plus a loaf of crusty bread. So, he says, hesitating, small hiccup. Out of crackers, I deadpan. He avoids my gaze as he uncorks another bottle. Katia, heard from Petra about my girlfriend. My stomach drops. Let me guess, she asked if it was me. A guilty nod. The dim bar lights highlight the red creeping up his neck. And you said yes. The flush darkens. I panicked. Ashley bursts out laughing. The guy to her left turns at the sound of her voice and gives her a slow, appreciative once-over which she, lost in her own excitement, completely ignores. This is everything, she gushes, clapping between words for emphasis. I'm swearing off lies forever, I declare. Unless Katia corners you and asks, so you and Miles are totally hooking up, right? He teases, because honesty might make things real awkward. I freeze. You told her we're sleeping together, he smirks. Oh yeah, full confession, she asked, is that your girlfriend? And I went, we're in love, we have mind-blowing chemistry, and someday we'll name our firstborn Sue Ellen after my mom. He pauses, then laughs. Relax, Daphne, Petra's the one who told her I'm shacking up with my new girlfriend. Katia's just smart enough to connect the dots. But hey, if you want, I can go ask her straight up what she thinks. I groan. How long until this rumor spreads through Waning Bay like wildfire? Oh, any minute now, he deadpans. Paparazzi are probably setting up camp as we speak. He swirls his glass. Speaking of, this is the 2020 Chardonnay. People trash talk Chardonnay because they've only tasted the cheap stuff. It's criminally underrated. Ashley clutches her chest dramatically. Poor, misunderstood baby wine. Don't pity it too much, I mutter. Sounds like it's getting plenty of action. Miles shoots me a mock-scolding look but keeps going. Ours is more subtle, balanced, not overbearing. Okay, retracting my previous statement, I concede. He launches into full sommelier mode, gesturing with his glass. Chardonnay grapes are neutral, which is why bad ones drown in oak, but this has a peachy aroma, a hint of lemon zest, and just enough oak to warm it up without smothering it. Ashley nods. The nose is divine. Miles turns to me, waiting. I make a show of swirling, sniffing, and finally taking the tiniest sip, but that one taste floods my mouth with golden warmth, like a summer afternoon on Lake Michigan. Wow, I admit. His grin widens. Good, really good. A sudden camera flash blinds me. Ashley giggles at her phone. Or your first couple pic. The guy behind her leans in. Want one with all three of you? He yells over the pulsing music. I try to wave him off, but Ashley's already nodding. I'm conducting a very important boyfriend inspection, she informs him. Aren't they adorable? I side-eye Miles. Pretty sure we're the ones vetting her. He glances at Ashley, then back at me, smile turning fond. I vote we adopt her. Who's handling walks and feeding? I ask. I'll do it, he insists. Every single day. New detail, the mention of Lake Michigan adds a specific, relatable US location. The playful adoption banter adds a fresh dynamic to their group chemistry. Ashley scoots her stool closer to mine, pressing against my side as her date positions her phone for a picture. Miles leans in from the other side, his elbow propped on the bar, chin resting on my shoulder. Say cheese, the guy jokes with a wink. Ashley mutters under her breath, I can let that slide. Meanwhile in the corner, Ashley and Greg, or was it Craig, are fully occupied. They wandered off to swap numbers 6 minutes ago, and now the entire tasting room has cleared out around them. To be fair, it's almost 10 p.m. and Cherry Hill Winery isn't exactly a nightclub. This is northern Michigan, not Miami. Most folks here probably have early morning plans like paddleboarding or who knows, maybe even paddleboarding while sipping kombucha. Miles ducks behind the bar, grabbing his wallet and an apron. She good to drive? He asks, eyeing Ashley. Oh, she's sober, I say. Didn't touch the last 2 glasses, just enthusiastic, he nods solemnly. Small-town dating is brutal. Ashley finally detaches herself from Craig and bounces over. So, she whispers, glancing back, any chance you can hitch a ride with Miles? He flips his keys in the air. No problem. Thank goodness, she sighs, hugging me quickly, her perfume a mix of vanilla and poor decisions. Don't make it awkward at work, okay? I grin. The fact that I just watched a man attempt to swallow your face. Honestly, it was overdue. Have fun, you too. She's already dragging him toward the exit, his fingers laced with hers as they disappear into the night. Miles smirks. So Craig's buddy wasn't your type? I groan, remembering the guy in the plunging v-neck who'd rather play solitaire than suffer through my small talk. I think I wasn't his type. He got a work call, then I caught him hiding at the bar, tapping his phone like it was life or death. Miles snorts, what a loser. In my defense, I admit, I did panic and start listing my food intolerances like some kind of human repellent. He looks genuinely concerned. You what? You should have told me before I ordered your drinks. Relax, it's not anaphylaxis level, I say, following him out. Still, he insists. And if I'd known you needed backup against the solitaire pro, I could have dug up a deck from the break room. New detail, the mention of paddleboarding while drinking kombucha adds a quirky, relatable touch to the setting. Tone shift, the sarcastic jab about Ashley's PDA lightens the mood after the earlier awkwardness. You could have taken over the world, he says, shaking his head. Not really feeling world domination tonight, I mutter, stepping past him into the cool night air. He props the door open with his shoulder. Okay, but hear me out, milkshakes. I squint at him. What about them? Are you in the mood for one? He asks, grinning. Because I've been dreaming about Big Louie since lunch. Who's Big Louie? I ask, stepping onto the gravel lot. And does she know you're this obsessed? His jaw drops. Big Louie's driving. The string lights overhead flicker as he stares at me like I just confessed I've never seen a movie. You've seriously never been? Nope, I say, shrugging. He freezes mid-step, looking genuinely scandalized. Is it a burger joint? He scoffs so hard I half expect him to choke. Is it a burger joint? He veers toward his beat-up truck, shaking his head. I don't even know if that's a yes or no, Miles, I call after him. He jams the key into the passenger door. That's a get in the car, Daphne, before I lose all faith in humanity. I haul myself into the seat, reaching over to pop the driver's lock as he rounds the hood. The engine sputters to life, and instantly Smokey Robinson's The Tracks of My Tears blares through the speakers, a peppy tune about being utterly miserable. I bite my lip to keep from laughing. Miles shoots me a guilty glance. No clue how that happened. This truck is definitely haunted, I say. Exactly, he agrees, backing onto the road. And if Shallow from A Star Is Born starts playing, don't freak out, the ghost has taste. Sounds like a real tortured soul, I deadpan. He's doing great actually, Miles counters. Thriving, he confirms. Well, if he's got life advice, send him my way. Daphne, Miles sighs. The first rule of surviving this town is hitting up Big Louie's. How have you lived here for 13 months? I supply. 13 months, he repeats, horrified, and never tried their Petoskey fries. I blink. What even are Petoskey fries? He groans. No wonder you're miserable. Wait, are we driving to Petoskey for fries? No, they're named after Petoskey stones. Which are? He slams the brakes at the four-way stop, turning to gape at me. Daphne, wow, my name sounds like a tragedy when you say it. Did your ex keep you in a sensory deprivation chamber? He demands. Just explain the rocks, Miles. Fossilized coral, he says, like it's common knowledge, easing the truck forward. And this relates to fries, loosely, he admits. But they're legendary, cheese, jalapenos, the works. Ah, that explains it, I say. Ito wasn't a slather guy, more like kale smoothies and protein powder. Miles snorts. Wait, he controlled your food. I roll my eyes. Not controlled, I just never learned to cook. New detail, as we drive, Miles impulsively swerves into a gas station, tossing me a bag of sour gummies. Emergency road snacks, he declares, non-negotiable. Added twist, the mood shifts from playful to pointed when Miles mutters. Sounds like Peter's the one who needed a milkshake, maybe it'd thaw him out. I laugh, but there's a beat of quiet after, the kind that makes you realize you're freer than you thought. Peter definitely did. Our second date was this cozy dinner he cooked, salmon, asparagus, and some kind of low-carb pasta salad. Honestly, I was more impressed by that than if he'd told me he won a gold medal. Growing up, my mum never cooked. Our kitchen was basically a takeout graveyard with weekly nacho nights as the only exception. But Peter. He started his mornings with green smoothies and actually enjoyed making dinner from scratch. Total domestic bliss in my book. He tried teaching me a few recipes after we moved in together, but I was hopelessly slow, so I stuck to washing dishes instead. Wheatgrass, Miles mutters, shaking his head. You two were one of those gym couples, weren't you? I shrug. We were a couple who happened to have gym memberships. And you went together, he presses. Like religiously, we did. One small upside of the breakup was no longer feeling guilty about skipping leg day. Peter was into every fitness trend under the sun, but I was always a step behind, literally. Hiking or biking with him just left me frustrated. The gym worked because we could do our own thing while still spending time together. With his crazy work schedule, that mattered. We were planners, I admit. Everything ran on a schedule. Miles gives me that look. My neck prickles. Okay, fine, that was scheduled too, I say. Nothing wrong with that, he says way too casually. Life gets busy. I study him, trying to figure out if he's mocking me. Maybe Peter thought it was ridiculous too. Miles misreads my hesitation and backtracks. Hey, we didn't have a schedule, but maybe we should have. Sometimes we just drifted, not anti-schedule, just anti-wheatgrass. I snort. I wouldn't know wheatgrass if it slapped me in the face. Nobody does, he grins. You were talking about the calendar. The calendar. Yeah, the calendar. He feigns confusion. Wait, you mean the giant whiteboard where you track your paychecks, your mom's calls, and no, I cut in, the one where I track your complete inability to commit to plans, thus proving you are anti-schedule. He smirks. Didn't realize you needed to know my every move, want me to share my location. Hard pass, wouldn't want to crush your free spirit. I'll put my stuff on the calendar, he relents. If it's that important, I shrug. Do what you want, just don't be mad if I walk in on you mid-date with "Oh my god, this is from A Star is Born." Is it? He deadpans. Weird. So you're still in denial, I say. He just shrugs. I don't think I have that kind of phase in me, he says, shrugging. Seriously, I blink at him. I've been stuck in mine for what feels like forever. Anger doesn't solve anything, he replies, calm as ever. Neither does wallowing. I'm not wallowing. I just vibe with sad songs. And honestly, I believe him. Aside from a couple of off days and one heated phone call I accidentally caught through his door, Miles has been shockingly fine, even borderline upbeat since the breakup. Meanwhile, I've been drowning in a never-ending pit of melancholy. He swerves the car toward the neon glow of a retro drive-in burger spot. The place is straight out of a time capsule, faded menus bolted to speakers, picnic tables scattered across the concrete, and a crowd of sun-kissed teens laughing under the buzzing lights. The whole scene screams small-town nostalgia, like it's been the go-to spot for late-night cravings and teenage drama since the dawn of time. Miles rolls down his window. What are you getting? Hey, I'm new here, I say. Hit me with your best recommendation. Chocolate cherry shake and loaded fries, he says without hesitation. I give him a thumbs up, and when the crackly voice crackles through the speaker, he orders doubles of both. So I lean in. What went down with that wasted guy at the bar? Miles pauses, studying me before it clicks. Oh, him, just another guy who couldn't hold his liquor but still wanted another round. Standard stuff, had to talk him down. How do you manage that? Told him if he got in the cab we called, we'd comp his last 2 drinks and not blacklist him. Simple. Damn, I laugh. What, you handled that like a pro, didn't even flinch? Easier when you don't let people mess with your head, he says, fingers tapping the wheel. If you hand them the keys to your emotions, they'll drive you straight off a cliff. Ah, there's the cynic I suspected was hiding in there, I tease. He smirks, but it's tight, more like a reflex than real amusement. Not cynicism, just self-preservation. Keep your feelings in your own hands and you'll get along with most people. I get it. I've had the same thought before, just not about controlling emotions. That's a lost cause for me. It's more about managing expectations. If someone disappoints you, maybe you expected too much from them in the first place. Outside, the rowdy teens start clearing out, tossing wrappers and piling into beat-up cars like they've got somewhere way more important to be. A girl in ripped jean shorts and a faded diner tee emerges from the burger joint, balancing a greasy paper bag and 2 milkshakes with Michigan-themed cups. Miles studies my face as I take the first sip. Brain freeze hits hard, then the rich vanilla flavor kicks in. I can't help but groan in satisfaction. Only then does he try his own, wedging the cup into the holder with a grin. Okay, hear me out. Not another Bridget Jones marathon, I cut in. Last time you barely cried, he feigns offense. Excuse you, those were dignified tears, but fine, since you're already vetoing my brilliant ideas. I grab his arm. Wait, no, I'm listening. What's the plan? The beach, right now. Isn't it closed at night? He raises an eyebrow. Where have you been going? That postcard-perfect strip by the library. With the overpriced tacos and the imported sand. Imported. Fudgy Central, he says like it's obvious. I blink. What's a fudgy? He shakes his head amused. Daphne, sweet, clueless Daphne. Let me guess, it means clueless tourist. Close, it means someone who buys fudge, takes selfies and bolts before the first leaf falls. He starts the car. And no, the good beaches don't close. They're waiting for people who know better. 20 minutes later, we're crunching down a dirt road, subs parked haphazardly under the pines. No signs, no parking lot, just woods swallowing the moonlight. This isn't trespassing, is it? I ask, clutching my fries like a lifeline. Federal land, he says, stepping over a fallen branch. The best spots don't need billboards. Ah, so it's secretly cool. I mimic a pretentious voice. Northern Michigan's most exclusive hideaway. He smirks. Cherry Hill's got nothing on this. I nearly trip. That place was swarming with people. Summer's easy, he shrugs. Winter's the real test. His tone shifts quieter, hence the side gigs. The words hang between us. I freeze mid-step, suddenly aware of the moonlight on his face. That sounded judgmental. He stops too. A little. The air smells like pine and salt. Somewhere waves hit the shore. The remark about the side gigs lingers between us. He shrugs it off. You didn't mean anything by it. And I hadn't, but Peter. Yeah, looking back, he absolutely did. We keep walking, the crunch of leaves underfoot filling the silence. After a moment, I add, listen, what you do for work doesn't need defending. I just wanted to believe Peter had some legit reason to think you weren't right for Petra, because if you were some deadbeat, then maybe he was just being protective, not, in love with her, Miles says, steady. Yeah, my voice cracks. The woods feel cooler here, closer to the water, and somehow that makes this conversation even more raw, just us, no distractions. Hey, he nudges me with his shoulder. Good riddance, right? I just feel like an idiot, I admit. Miles stops, turning to face me. You're not. His free hand slides up my arm, rubbing warmth into my skin. You trusted him because he asked you to. That's what you're supposed to do with people you care about. They just don't always deserve it. He ducks his head, catching my gaze with a smirk. Wanna bail and blast Adele in the car? I laugh, swiping at my eyes. No, we already decided that's a bad idea. Might as well see this beach, assuming it exists and you're not leading me to my doom. Would you rather I spoil it? He deadpans. Surprises are the worst. Fine, he grins. There's a beach. We keep walking. The ground turns sandy, the trees thinning until suddenly we crest the dune. Below us, the dark lake rolls against the shore, bonfires flickering in the distance, tents scattered like some post-apocalyptic camp. The waves drown out the laughter, making it feel like we've stumbled onto the last patch of civilization. Wow, I breathe. Second best beach in town, he murmurs. Second best, I spin toward him. You brought me to the silver medalist. Can't give away the top spot, he teases. Gotta keep some mystery. Who am I gonna tell? I gesture wildly. Everyone I know is either here hates me or is related to someone who hates me. Yeah, but your mortal enemy just dumped you, he nudges me. What if I take you to Secret Beach today and next week you bring that kombucha-drinking jerk? I shake my head. I don't recycle exes. Once they show you who they are, that's it. He tilts his head, studying me. What? I say, you think I'm wrong. Only had one other ex, he says, so I'm no expert. New detail, the distant bonfires cast long shadows, making the sand glow amber where the light hits. The air smells like salt and wood smoke, and for a second it feels like we're the only two people left. Tones shift, from vulnerable to wry. Miles' joke about the wheatgrass-loving asshole lightens the mood, undercutting the heaviness with humor. We never officially got back together, but honestly I'm not sure that's even about me. One ex. I glance over at him, raising an eyebrow. How old are you again? He shrugs, a little sheepish. I'm not exactly the relationship type. Petra was the outlier, not the standard, so if she wanted to try again, who knows, but it's pointless to dwell on it. She's engaged to your ex now. My stomach knots. I turn away, watching the moonlight ripple over the ocean, listening to the waves crash louder than they ever do in daylight. Always loved that sound, he murmurs, nodding for me to follow him. We move down the dune, veering left to avoid any late-night beachgoers. Settling into the sand, we anchor our cups and spread out the greasy fry trays on top of the flattened paper bag. I catch him staring as I take my first bite. What? I mumble through a mouthful. He smirks, just waiting to see if you make that noise again. My face flushes as I crunch into a spicy jalapeno. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, come on, he teases. That little moan when you tried the milkshake. I need to know if the fries measure up. Right now, I say, fanning my mouth, all I taste is fire. He grabs my milkshake and holds it out. I lean in, taking a long sip. Better, he asks. My teeth start chattering and he laughs, peeling off his sweatshirt and tossing it at me, more like launching it in my general direction. Thanks, I mutter, untangling it from my face before draping it over my shoulders. The scent of wood smoke from the winery's fireplace clings to the fabric. Ah. So that's where your mysterious ginger snap smell comes from, he recoils in mock offense. I smell. No, I backtrack. I mean, I thought you had this warm, cookie-like thing going on. Turns out it's just the winery. Still nice, though. He leans in, sniffing the sweatshirt on my shoulder. Guess I'm too used to it to notice. Most of the time, I add, it's buried under the distinct aroma of weed. He shoots me a sidelong glance, grinning. Is that judgment I hear, Daphne? Just stating facts, I say as he leans back on his elbows. Been indulging a bit more than usual, he admits, eyes flicking up at me. In case you missed the memo, I got dumped. Rings a bell, I deadpan. I'm cutting back, he insists. Right on cue, I shove my hands into the sweatshirt pockets and pull out a neatly rolled joint. I burst out laughing. Oh, there it is. Miles plucks it from my fingers and tucks it between his lips. You got a light? No, he rolls his eyes. Check the other pocket. I fish out a bright orange lighter, shielding the flame from the wind as he leans in. The joint catches and he takes a slow drag before offering it to me. I hesitate and his grin widens. Relax, he says. Despite what your DARE officer warned you, I'm not about to peer pressure you into anything. New detail, the distant sound of a bonfire crackling down the beach adds to the atmosphere, mixing with the ocean's rhythm. Voice twist shifts from tense banter to a lighter, almost nostalgic tone as they share the moment under the stars. It's just an offer. Control has always been my thing, so I never really dove into the whole weed scene, but the nagging voice in my head pointing that out isn't mine, it's Peter's, and I'm sick of it. 3 years of eating his meals, lifting his weights, forcing myself into his social circle, even pretending to love his favorite craft beer spots, all while convincing myself it was my choice, my life. Now with him gone, none of it adds up. I don't know where he ends and I begin, and I need to know. So when Miles offers me the joint, I take it without hesitation, inhaling deep until the warmth curls through my chest. He takes one last drag before crushing it out on a rock. This place got a name. I ask, nodding toward the bonfire where a bunch of kids are clinking white claws and laughing too loud. Miles shrugs. People just call it the spot. The spot, I repeat deadpan, sounds like the kind of place where teenagers come to pretend they're rebels. True, he admits, grinning, but I've yet to find the secret beach where 30-somethings smoke up and discuss their wrath eras. Please, they're all at home vaping in bed while binging House Hunters. Not us, he says, stretching his arms behind his head. No, we're adventurous, I mark, rolling my eyes. Miles tilts his face toward the sky. All right, Daphne, he waits until I lean back on my elbows. Where do you disappear to when you're not at work? Other than my apartment, nowhere exciting. Bullshit. His smirk fades just enough to be serious. You've got gaps in that color-coded schedule of yours, yet I never see you out. Never at Cherry Hill Meat Locker or here. So where's your real hiding spot? Ashley's words echo in my head, closed book. There was a time I could make friends, but that was before the fifth move in as many years. After a while it hurt less to just stay shut. Fine, I sigh. If I'm not working, I'm probably reading at the public beach or the Lone Horse Cafe or running errands at Target like a responsible adult. His grin widens. You think that's boring, don't you? Maybe a little, he admits, laughing when I glare. But boring's underrated. The idea of listening to someone drone on about property taxes for 15 minutes might put me to sleep, but that doesn't mean I think you're boring. Miles smirks. Hey, Craig was a decent guy, case closed. I like most people. Is that a crime? Not at all, I admit. Honestly, it's working in my favor, but it also makes me wonder how much of a disaster I really am. You're not a disaster, he insists, sitting up straighter. His eyes are a little too bright, but his voice is steady. That jerk already took the house. Don't let him take your confidence too. Technically, it was never mine, I say. His name was on the deed. But it was still your home, he counters. Surprisingly, the word doesn't sting as much tonight. The weed is softening the edges, the stars are out, and the air smells like pine and campfire with a hint of something spicy. For once, the truth doesn't feel like a punch to the gut. That's the thing, I say, pulling his sweatshirt tighter. Without Peter in the picture, there wasn't much left. Waning Bay never really felt like mine the way it does for him. Miles scoffs. He can keep the house, but this town, that's ours. I raise an eyebrow. You're seriously okay with the idea of bumping into Petra's parents at the grocery store while you're stocking up on antacids and toilet paper? Wouldn't faze me, he says, then pauses. Wait, are you thinking about leaving? More like fantasizing. I refresh the Alad job board more than I'd care to admit. Would you go back to Richmond? He asks. The question lands differently than home did earlier. At first it seemed like the obvious escape, returning to my old life, my old job, my old friends. But then Sadie finally got through to me after days of radio silence. I'm so mad at Peter I could deck him, she'd said, her voice full of sympathy. But then came the quiet part out loud. We love you both. We're not picking sides. Like this was some high school rivalry where neutrality was the noble choice. I told her I'd never ask her to choose. But deep down, I wanted her to want to. The truth was, she wasn't just my best friend anymore. She and Cooper were our best friends, a package deal. And now that the package was split open, I wasn't sure where I fit. Meanwhile, Peter was out there spinning the story his way. If our breakup wasn't a basketball game, maybe it was a marathon, and I was the one lagging behind, watching Sadie disappear into the distance. We haven't spoken much since that call, and honestly, losing her hurt just as much, if not more, than the end of my relationship. Not Richmond, I tell Miles. The thought of going there stings worse than staying put, which is saying something. Maryland, hopefully. Miles tilts his head like a confused golden retriever. What's in Maryland? My mom, I say, hugging my knees tighter. You guys are close? He asks, part observation, part curiosity. Yeah. My parents split when I was little, so it's always been just us. Not in a tragic way, she's amazing. What about you, family tight? He rubs the back of his neck, eyes fixed on the water. My little sister, yeah, we text non-stop. She's in Chicago. And your parents? An hour outside the city, he says, clipped. First time I've sensed a door slamming shut. It stings a little. He's so easy to talk to, and here I am fumbling to return the favor. Anyway, he shifts. Maryland's a bad idea. I won't leave until you find a new roommate, I counter. It's not about that, he says. You came here because of Peter. Don't let him chase you out too. So you're saying I should stay out of spite? I smirk. I'm saying it'd suck to rearrange your whole life for this guy twice, he fires back. Miles, I sigh, I just spilled my entire existence and I watched a little piece of you die inside. Not true, he mutters. Very true, I insist. What about my job? The spark in my chest flickers. What about it? You're out here teaching kids to build birdhouses, hosting costume contests. Clearly it matters. It does, I admit. Sometimes during story hour I'll pause and realize I'm getting paid to do something I adore. Feels like I'll wake up late for some soul-crushing retail gig. And there's this kid, Maya, 12, maybe 13, total bookworm, plows through 5 a week. We've got this unspoken book club where I slide her recommendations and she comes back buzzing with thoughts. She's brilliant. School's rough, but you just know she's gonna write some masterpiece or direct award-winning films someday. You love it, Miles says. I love it, I echo. It's the one thing that still fits, even with Peter scraped out of the frame. Then don't quit, he says, not for him. Of course, there are also days when Mr. Henderson calls demanding I recite an entire love poem and spell every word. I groan. Miles blinks. Why? Being a librarian sometimes means knowing when not to ask questions. Right now I'm scanning job listings in other cities, but I'm stuck here for exactly 85 more days. That's weirdly precise, Miles says, raising an eyebrow. It's when the readathon happens, I explain. He smirks. Ah, right, readathon prep meetings Tuesdays 2 to 3 p.m. sharp. Do you memorize everything? I ask, half amused. Pretty much, he shrugs. Also, it's been on your calendar since day one. You've been reading my calendar. I can't help grinning. Obviously. So what's a readathon? It's a fundraiser. Kids stay up all night reading, competing for prizes. Basically, we hustle to fund other programs because, surprise, the library's broke. Waning Bay's never done one, but I went to one as a kid and loved it. Been planning this since I got here. His expression shifts, and it's late summer, mid-August, I confirm. After a beat, he leans in. All right, new plan. I'm your personal tour guide. I'm not dropping acid with you, Miles, I deadpan. Not that kind of tour, he laughs. Sundays, when we're both free, we'll explore Waning Bay, and if by July you still wanna bail and binge Golden Girls with your mom. Excuse you, Golden Girls is peak comfort TV, I cut in, giggling. If I could live inside that show, I would. That's now, he says, suddenly serious. By summer's end, you'll be obsessed with this town, Daphne, bet on it. Sure, sure, I wave him off. I mean it. His voice drops. Really think I'd spend my whole summer showing some random girl around just to keep her here? Random, wow, rude. I nudge him. You're my very committed girlfriend, remember? His grin is teasing, but his eyes are steady. I snort laugh, the buzz making everything funnier. He doesn't crack. I don't want you to leave. I like you. You like everyone, I remind him. I'm basically interchangeable. He rolls his eyes. You've got me all figured out, huh? Don't I? His phone buzzes, cutting the moment. He checks it, expression tightening. Everything okay? I ask. Petra, he mutters. Seriously, you two still talk? Not much. He rubs his jaw. I remember the tense call I overheard. Was that her? Katia told her we were together at Cherry Hill. My stomach twists. And she texted you about it? She's happy for us, he says, voice hollow. The air between us shifts, heavy with something unspoken. Good to hear, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Petra's happiness has always been my top priority. He glances at me, then bursts into laughter, slow and knowing. The weed has my heart melting like warm butter, but my stomach's churning with anger, not just for myself this time, but for Miles too. This guy, ridiculously kind, who let me crash at his place without hesitation, didn't even ask for rent the first month, bought me dinner, got me a milkshake, took me to a beach I'd never seen, and even handed me his jacket when I got cold. Offered to keep me around all summer just so I wouldn't leave, and we'd only hung out twice. Normally, I don't buy into charm, but Miles, he might actually be the real deal, one of those rare people who's just genuinely good. I reach for his phone. He hesitates for a second, then drops it into my hand. Come here, I say, flipping the camera open. He raises an eyebrow. Where exactly? I shove our leftover fries aside and pat the space next to me. Oh, there, he teases. One tiny step to the left. He doesn't ask why, just locks eyes with me and slides over until his side presses against mine. This good. His voice is so close it sends a shiver through me. Perfect. I lift his phone, flash on, and lean into him. His arm wraps around my shoulders, his smile half-hearted like he can't quite fake real happiness. At the last second, on impulse, I turn and kiss his cheek just as the camera clicks. His face tilts toward mine, our noses nearly touching, the afterglow of the flash hiding parts of his expression. Just thought we could make Petra really happy, I say. Super thoughtful, he replies, smirking. Yeah, well, I shrug. I considered giving you a lap dance for the video, but I didn't have a phone stand. This was plan B. I'd gladly go find some sticks in the woods and build you a tripod, Daphne, he shoots back. I laugh, taking another sip of my milkshake, the cold hitting me hard. Here, he pulls me against his chest, our bodies fitting together like we're on a sled, him behind me, arms wrapped tight, shielding me from the wind. I shiver again, pressing back into him as I snap a few more pictures. Truth is, my head's spinning from all these new feelings, and I'm not sure I'm still taking photos for any reason other than not wanting to admit how good it feels to be this close to someone. It's been too long since I've had this. You don't owe me anything, he murmurs. I lower the phone and glance back at him. I know. You were probably right, he says. They're not jealous, and even if she was, so what? Turns out that realization doesn't make me feel any better at all. Miles raises an eyebrow when I argue. Actually, it helps a little. Does it? He challenges, and I cave almost instantly. Okay, fine, not really, but it pisses me off that she acts like you owe her some kind of forgiveness. If she was so hung up on Peter, she should cut you loose instead of dragging you through that mess. And now she wants you to play nice, like she didn't wreck everything before bouncing. I know it's petty, but the thought of her seeing us together, me curled up in his lap looking at him like he's the whole damn sky, gives me a twisted little satisfaction. Maybe she'll finally realize she screwed up. Maybe she'll remember he deserved better than being her backup plan. His slow, lopsided grin melts into something softer, and then he kisses my temple. Thanks, he murmurs, pulling me closer. The warmth that floods me is instant, like diving into a hot tub on a freezing night. Just facts, I mutter, staring at the lake, my pulse buzzing under my skin. The photo shoots over, but neither of us moves. It's too good here, his arms around me, the wind blocked out, the water lapping at the shore in a slow, steady rhythm. Our breathing sinks without effort. This is nice, I blurt, the words slipping out before I can stop them. It's that weird, unfiltered honesty that hits me whenever I'm a little too relaxed, like my brain's on autopilot. Miles chuckles, his cheek resting against my hair. Yeah, it is. Miles, I say, and then because apparently I have zero self-control tonight, I think you might be the best person I've ever met. Not being nice when I say this, don't move away, he counters. You're the only roommate who hasn't left moldy takeout in the fridge. So you just like me because I'm clean. Take the compliment, he teases. See, I twist to face him. Even your insults are nice. His grin lights up his whole face. I'll work on that. We stay like that, tangled together, watching the bonfires flicker across the water like distant stars. Saturday, June 177 days left. The next week passes in awkward silence. Miles and I don't avoid each other. It's more like we both remember we're practically strangers. The only thing tying us together is the wreckage of our past relationships, and that's not exactly a solid foundation for small talk. The atmosphere at home has shifted back to awkward politeness, polite nods, silent dinners, and conversations reduced to single-word exchanges. After we got back, he dramatically scrawled Waning Bay tourism on the calendar, marking it for Sunday, but since then, nothing. By Saturday morning, I'm pretty sure his insistence on showing me around was just the weed talking. I slip out before he even wakes up, greeted by bright sunshine and chirping birds, though the air still carries a morning chill. Since I'm early, I take my time walking to work, stopping at a cozy cafe with whitewashed walls and vines spilling from hanging planters. I order a steaming chai and sip it slowly, realizing how much I've missed by always driving this route. On foot, the neighborhood reveals itself, a charming Tudor-style Montessori school with a riot of flowers, a quirky hobby shop called High Flyers that seems to specialize in both kites and other recreational interests. Turning onto a quieter street, I pass yard signs, one cryptically declaring Bigfoot lives here, another advertising an arts fair, and finally a crooked for sale sign in front of a faded green bungalow. Its picket fence is half collapsed, ivy creeping over diamond-paned windows like something out of a forgotten fairy tale, whimsical, a little eerie but undeniably enchanting. At the library, Harvey and I swap out the weekly program board. Waning Bay Public Library runs on teamwork. No job is too small, no task beneath anyone. As I pin up a flyer for Build Your Own Terrarium Night, Harvey observes, "You seem lighter this week." With his Morgan Freeman-esque presence and that deep, reassuring voice, it's impossible not to feel like you owe him your best. Sorry, I mumble. I'll keep my personal stuff out of work. He adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses and scoffs. Daphne, this is a library. If you can't be human here, where can you? His words twist the guilt in my gut, especially since I've been eyeing a job listing in Oklahoma, a place I know nothing about beyond Rogers and Hammerstein's version. We're lucky to have you, he adds, hanging a sign-up sheet for Friday's Dungeons and Dragons event. Just keep showing up for those kids, that's all that matters. The guilt digs deeper. Harvey gives the wall an affectionate pat before wandering off, leaving me to dismantle the origami dinosaur display for Pride Month prep. Later, Ashley and I set up Juneteenth and Loving Day displays while she deadpans every absurd detail of her first real date with Craig. I bite my lip to keep from laughing loud enough to get shushed by the nearest librarian after dinner. He insisted on sitting with her in his car for 20 silent minutes while a Fish album played all the way through, then repeated the whole awkward ritual when dropping her off. At least someone's having fun, she says now, but I can tell she's enjoying the retelling just as much. There's something exhilarating about this, like we've crossed some invisible line into actual friendship. Back at my desk, I handle a few calls before launching into my real challenge, guiding what feels like half the town's kids through logging into the same online game for the millionth time. Then comes the highlight of my week, Saturday story hour, and today, perfect weather, sunny, warm, not a cloud in sight. We spread out in the grass in front of the library, forming a loose circle. Who's ready for a story? I ask, and tiny hands shoot up like fireworks. The kids are all in, no filters, no pretending. It's funny, as a kid, I never knew how to connect with other kids. Adults were easier, but now kids make sense. They say what they mean, wear their emotions on their sleeves, and don't play mind games. Silence isn't loaded, and random topic changes are just part of the conversation. If they like you, they'll say so. If they don't, they'll tell you that too. I crack open Snapsy the alligator and dive in, taking in the scene around me. Aram, as usual, is fully committed to his Spider-Man persona. Lila, a 3-year-old with impressive dedication, is still working on a lemon wedge like it's her last meal, her face and overalls smeared with spaghetti sauce. Life is good. Then mid-story movement catches my eye. A guy strides across the parking lot like he's floating on sunshine, pausing to stare at the library like it's some kind of alien spaceship. His gaze flicks to our circle and I stumble over a sentence. Miles, of course. He grins, nodding at me before stopping just outside our little gathering. I force myself to refocus on the book, but when I glance up again, he's still there, completely engrossed in a story about mice learning gymnastics. And now I'm stuck doing voices. High-pitched squeaks for the tiny mouse, a gruff rumble for the mustachioed elder. Every time I look up, Miles's grin widens, his eyes darting between the kids and parents like, "Are you seeing this? This is amazing." I should have toned it down before he showed up. Too late now. As I finish the story, the parents and caregivers offer polite, sleepy applause, exactly the kind you'd expect after a midweek library visit. But Miles, he shoves 2 fingers in his mouth and lets out a piercing whistle that somehow flips a switch in every kid there, turning them from drowsy listeners into a pack of sugar-fueled pirates. A few moms side-eye my scruffy, grinning roommate, but he's too busy weaving through the crowd toward me, completely oblivious. The other families shuffle out, wrangling sticky-handed toddlers and oversized diaper bags. Didn't know you had that in you, he says. Oh please, I reply, heading toward the exit. The automatic doors slide open, letting in a gust of cool, book-scented air. I've been reading since first grade. I'd hope I've gotten decent by now. Not the reading, the voices, he clarifies. That old mouse wizard, spot on. Stick around and I'll do the old lady who lives in a shoe, I tease. I'll cancel all my plans, he fires back. I was joking, he grins. I wasn't. I nod toward the shelves. Need help finding anything? Actually, I was hoping you could whisper a love sonnet to me word by word, he deadpans. Ashley, perched at the reference desk, doesn't even look up from painting her nails. That guy already called today. Yeah, I've hit my quota on scandalous floral poetry, I tell him. So that's the one request I can't fulfill, he shrugs. Guess I'll try again Monday. Anyway, I was just stopping by to confirm we're still on for tomorrow. Would have texted, but my phone's at home. Tomorrow, Ashley glances up, her UV nail lamp casting a weird glow over the desk. Harvey's already left for his daughter's birthday, leaving the front desk in chaos. What's happening tomorrow? You really don't have to, I tell Miles. He scoffs. It's on the calendar, practically carved in stone. It's pronounced anals, Ashley chimes in. Miles raises an eyebrow at me. I shake my head. No, it's not, and seriously, I can figure out directions. I'm not helpless. He rolls his eyes and slumps onto the desk. Just be ready at 1, okay? Fine, I sigh. He glances between me and Ashley. You coming to Cherry Hill tonight? Got readathon prep, I say. And my kid's hosting a gaming marathon, Ashley adds. So I'll be on pizza roll duty till sunrise, but next Sunday he's at his dad's. We could do something then. Miles leans in, smirking. Should we expect Craig too? Ashley shudders. Absolutely not. Daphne can explain. I refuse to relive that trauma. He odd on fish, I say. Miles blinks. Like the fish? No, like the band, posters, merch, the whole obsession. What's wrong with fish? He asks, genuinely baffled. Ashley groans. Oh, buckle up, this is gonna take a while. Moderation, not exactly his strong suit, Ashley chimes in with a smirk. The guy had collector's mugs, action figures, even life-sized cardboard cutouts. Oh, and let's not forget, what was it again? Hand towels, she corrects, rolling her eyes. Look, I get having a hobby, but if you're pushing 40 and your whole apartment looks like a themed gift shop, yeah, hard pass. Miles lets out a dry laugh. Well, guess that eliminates my entire friend group. Ashley shoots him a look. Your place, no theme, unless we're counting early 20s bachelor disaster as a decor style. Miles blinks. Wait, when did you even see my place? When I picked up Daphne, she says, unapologetic. I cut in, grinning. New rule, Ashley's officially banned from your apartment. Then turning to Miles, what time's your shift? He jerks forward, squinting at my computer screen. Tomorrow, 1 sharp, don't make me look bad. Never do, I say. Spoiler, he's 15 minutes late. The second he walks in, I call him out. You're late. I know, he sighs, thrusting a coffee cup at me. The logo's from Fika, the same place I grabbed chai yesterday. Thanks, but coffee makes me twitchy, I admit. His face falls. But you had their cup on your desk. Chai, I clarify. He taps his temple like he's filing it away for next time. We head out, the sunlight hitting like a flashbang. Stumble blindly right into Miles, who steers me toward his beat-up truck parked down the block. So where to? I ask. Shopping. I whip around, wind tangling my hair. Wait, are we filming a cheesy makeover scene? He glances down at his rumpled flannel. You saying I need one? After story hour, Mrs. Deckuper was side-eyeing you like you were the big bad wolf's long-lost twin. He grins, or she was into it. You don't even know which one she was. Doesn't matter, he says, stroking his beard. Older ladies love me, must be the rugged charm. Or the Abe Lincoln vibes, I deadpan. He yanks open the truck door, hinges groaning. Seriously though, should I shave this thing? I hoist myself onto the torn seat. Your face, your call. New detail, the truck's passenger seat has a suspicious stain shaped like Florida. Miles insists it's art. Miles shuts the truck door, leaving the window cracked between us. You really hate the beer, don't you? I never said hate, I counter. It's more like controlled anarchy, but hey, it's your face. If you love it, that's all that matters. He leans his arms on the doorframe, sighing. Yeah, well, your big bad wolf comment didn't exactly boost my confidence. Since when do you care what I think? I laugh. My track record with guys is a disaster. Truth is, the scruffy look kind of works for him. Wild, unpredictable, like he's daring the world to keep up. So where's this shopping trip headed? Walmart, Target? Try again. He clicks the lock and circles the truck, sliding into the driver's seat. Kroger, I guess. Warmer. Wait, Trader Joe's. He fires up the engine, which groans like it's protesting. How about you unlock your door real quick? Why, so I can shove you out before I hit the gas, he deadpans. You wouldn't. You're right, he admits, grinning as we pull onto the road. Instead of heading toward town, he veers inland, where the streets widen and the touristy pastel cottages fade into rolling fields. His breakup playlist hums in the background, or maybe he's just playing it to mess with me because there's a smirk tugging at his lips that wasn't there before. 10 minutes later, he swerves onto the shoulder beside a sun-bleached farm stand. 2 women in denim overalls and floppy sun hats wave from behind crates of asparagus. Let me get this straight, I say. Your idea of shopping involves roadside veggies. Miles feigns offense. This, he says, is just the appetizer. I follow him over, dust puffing under my sandals. Well, look who's back, one of the women calls. Wouldn't miss it, Miles says. Daphne, meet Barb and Lenore. Ladies, this is Daphne. She's never tasted your asparagus. Barb's eyes light up. Then we've got to fix that. She starts digging through the pile like a treasure hunter. Honestly, I'm sure it's all amazing, I say. Lenore winks. Oh, it is, but Barb's got a gift. She'll find you the crown jewel of the bunch. As Barb works her magic, Lenore studies Miles. You doing all right, sweetheart? Yeah, he says too quickly. She pats his arm. Good, because you're one of the good ones. Don't let anyone tell you different. Here we go. Barb thrusts a massive bundle toward me. Enough to feed an army or one very lucky person. Miles nods approvingly as he holds open his canvas tote. Yeah, these are perfect, he says, watching her drop the fresh asparagus inside. He reaches for his wallet, but Barb waves him off with a firm shake of her head. Put that away, your money's useless here. Ignoring her protests, he stuffs a $10 bill into their tip jar. Come on, letting this go unpaid would be criminal. Legally speaking, it'd be theft, I chime in. Lenore gives me a pointed look, though her eyes sparkle with amusement. You better take care of this one, she says, nudging her chin toward Miles. He's a rare breed. Oh, I'm starting to see that, I reply as they shower him with affection. We wave goodbye, my face sore from grinning so hard, and head back to his mud-splattered truck. The second the door's close, I lower my voice. Okay, you seriously undersold the power of that beard on the elderly, he snorts. Nah, they hate the beard, they just love me because I drop way too much cash on their produce. Wait till corn season, then you'll really see them swoon. I burst out laughing as we pull onto the road. Miles, I'm pretty sure they'd hand over their entire harvest and their firstborn if you asked. How much corn does one guy need to buy to get that kind of devotion? It's not just me, he says. I raise an eyebrow. What, are you some kind of agricultural poet, a produce-obsessed Whitman? Nah, I mean we Cherry Hill buy from them. At my blank stare, his gaze flicks between me and the road a few times. I'm their buyer, which means Chef Martin plans seasonal menus and I hunt down the best ingredients. Butchers, farm stands, olive oil shops, even a cheesemonger. Hold up, cheesemonger, I grin. Do you have them on speed dial or something? He rolls his eyes. It's not 1998, we text when she gets something good in. Wow, I say, turns out I'm rooming with the most connected guy in Waning Bay. Pretty much everyone I know would agree, he says. I lean in. Okay, hypothetical, if I needed strawberry jam, Ready Family Farm, but Drake's a solid backup. Butternut Squash, Faith Hill Sustainable Farms, he smirks. No relation to the singer, sadly. I sigh dramatically. Tragic, tell me about it. Green Beans, Ted Gange's place. I pause, then deadpan. What if I needed someone taken care of? Gil from Meat Locker, he fires back without hesitation. When my jaw drops, he cracks up. Relax, it's a joke. Though Gil did mention he's got kittens up for adoption. I doubt Cherry Hill's clientele is ready for that kind of farm-to-table experience, I say. Luckily, Chef Martin sticks to vegetables. Miles shrugs. I have been thinking about getting a cat, though. Good thing I'm moving to Maryland, I say. I'm allergic. He grins. Guess the cat's out of the bag. Don't sacrifice your imaginary cat for my sake, Miles, I tease, nudging his shoulder as we cruise down the highway. Barb and Lenore would straight up murder me if I deprived you of that fantasy. He chuckles, rubbing his scruffy jaw. That cat was never happening. After growing up with Gil, I wouldn't know the first thing about giving a kitten the spoiled life it deserves. Obviously, I deadpan, you don't even own a single leather jacket, let alone a motorcycle with a custom sidecar for your furry co-pilot. His face lights up like a kid on Christmas morning. Oh my God, that would be insanely adorable, he gushes, flicking on his blinker as we pull up to a roadside cherry stand. This stop feels familiar, just like the asparagus stand earlier, except now we're greeted by Robert S.R., a burly guy in a flannel, and his lanky teenage son Rob Jr., who looks like he could either be in middle school or college. I insist on buying 2 overflowing bags of cherries this time, and when we climb back into the truck, Miles just stares at me, engine still off, seatbelt dangling. Go on, he urges, grinning. Try one. I raise an eyebrow. Is this like your weird cherry fetish? His cheeks flush pink above his scruff. I just want to know if you think they're as perfect as I do. With an exaggerated sigh, I fish out 2 plump cherries, handing him one. We lock eyes, then pop them into our mouths in perfects. The flavor explodes, sweet but not cloying, tart without that metallic edge, and the juice, it's ridiculous. A sticky pink river escapes my lips, trickling down my chin before I can stop it. So much for playing it cool. A shameless slips out, followed by a breathless damn. Miles grabs a napkin from the console, dabbing my chin before I can make a mess. He crumples it into a cup, spits out his pit, then holds the cup for me to do the same. It's weirdly domestic, and suddenly my stomach does this weird flip like I've been lying in the sun just a little too long. Best cherry of your life, he guesses. I didn't even like cherries before this, I admit. Same, he says, shifting into drive, till I moved here. Wait, where are you from again? I ask, realizing I've never actually asked. His grip tightens on the wheel. Illinois. I tilt my head. What brought you out here? He hesitates, checking his blind spot before merging. Followed a girl, Petra. Nah, he says, shaking his head. The first one, Danny, Chef Martin's cousin. She got us both jobs at Cherry Hill. We moved from Chicago then. Yeah, didn't last. The engine hums as we speed past orchards, and for the first time I notice the way his knuckles whiten when he talks about her. There's more to that story, but the road ahead is long, and the cherries are still sweet. The moment I realized I didn't want to leave, she was already packing her bags for the city. Funny how that works. So you're saying I shouldn't go because there's a tiny chance Petra and Peter might bail first? I ask, half joking. He shrugs, grinning. Nah, I just don't want you to leave, and let's be real, my happiness is very important. Barb and Lenore made that crystal clear. Oh, I remember, I say, rolling my eyes. That ballad they sang about you, second stanza, really drove it home. That was just the warm-up, he counters. Wait till you meet Clarence from the Lavender Farm. That guy's got stories. Are you the most charming guy alive? I deadpan, or just a really polite serial killer? His grin widens. Why can't I be both? Clarence turns out to be a soft-spoken redhead, maybe 5 years older than us, running the quaint little shop nestled between rows of lavender buzzing with bees. The place is obsessed with lavender, room sprays, lemon lavender soap, even tea towels with delicate purple prints. But Miles, of course, dragged me here for the real prize, lavender shortbread and blueberry lavender lemonade. He orders 1 cookie each. Clarence sneaks 6 into the bag. I should get something for Ashley, I muse. Actually, I should buy everything and force her to live in a lavender-scented nightmare. Miles snorts, grabbing the treats and leading us to the patio overlooking the fields. I don't get why she freaked out over Craig's fish obsession. The guy commits, that's a good thing. He hands me a cookie, avoiding my eyes. Was the kink comment actually too much for him? A week ago, I'd have sworn nothing fazed him. Heavenly, I say, watching his face light up. For a second, I feel a stupid little rush of affection, then my stomach drops, because there in the parking lot, stepping out of a sleek BMW, is Peter. Sunlight glints off his perfect hair, his stupidly green eyes scanning past us, then snapping back. Our eyes lock. The warmth in my gut turns sour. He stumbles, almost eats gravel, but of course Peter doesn't fall. He's too flawless for that. Miles follows my gaze just as Peter starts toward us. Under his breath, he mutters, shit. Running into Peter was bad enough, but here, in this place he never mentioned, let alone brought me, that's not just bad luck, that's a personal insult. It was like a slap in the face, proof he never really cared if I was happy here, if I grew to love this town. As if just being with him should have been enough, even though I could never measure up in his eyes. Now he's veering off the sidewalk, heading straight for us. Great, just what I needed. Sunday, June 2nd, 76 days until freedom. When Peter finally stops in front of us, the silence stretches painfully. Nobody speaks. Finally, he clears his throat. Hey, hi, I say flatly. Miles stays quiet. Smart move. He's too naturally warm to give Peter the icy shoulder he's earned. Peter's eyes dart toward the open cafe doors like he's praying for a distraction, maybe a fire alarm or a sudden coffee spill, anything to avoid this conversation. We could have easily walked past each other, but no, he had to make a beeline for us. Gotta keep up appearances, right? Nice day for lavender, he offers lamely. Miles chimes in with a polite, yeah, but Peter doesn't even glance at him. Daphne, can we talk for a sec? Miles shifts closer, his arm brushing mine, a silent you don't owe him anything. We could bolt to the truck right now, crank up some sad breakup ballads and drown our irritation in cheap wine. I'll meet you at the car, I whisper. He hesitates, then nods, shooting Peter one last look before walking away. Another awkward pause. I dig my nails into my palm to keep from filling it. So Peter starts, how have you been? I blink, seriously. He exhales, glancing back at Miles leaning against the truck. Look, he says, softening his tone like he's negotiating with a skittish animal. I know I messed up. I know what I did was unforgivable. I cut in. Yeah, thanks for the recap. To his credit, he doesn't get defensive. His face actually crumples a little. I deserve that and more, but I still care about you. The words hit like a punch. My chest tightens, frozen, and I get how hard this must be, he continues. Being stuck here, feeling isolated. I'm not isolated, I snap. I know, he says, that's my point. It might feel easier to just latch onto someone, but you're worth more than that. I stare at him, stunned. Just be careful, he adds, lowering his voice. That guy, total train wreck. His own family won't even speak to him. You really want that kind of baggage? A flicker of uncertainty worms its way in. Does Miles really have that much hidden? For a second, I almost believe Peter's concern is genuine, until I remember who's actually standing in front of me. The real wreck. Him. A sudden surge of anger and protectiveness hits me hard. Sure, there's plenty I don't know about Miles. We've only been living together for a couple months, barely friends before that. He doesn't owe me his deepest secrets. But Peter proposed to me, asked me to drop everything and hitch my life to his. Expected me to blindly trust his gorgeous, straight, female best friend because obviously nothing was going on there. And I always said yes because I believed him. I chose to, made that promise long before the wedding. Now he's staring at me with this ridiculous mix of concern and hope like he's just pulled off some heroic intervention. Oh, thank God I've saved her from herself. You know what, Peter, I say, forcing a smile. Thanks for dragging me out here today. His face lights up like I've handed him a trophy. Always nice to get confirmation that your ex is just as much of a jackass as you remember, I add before spinning on my heel and marching across the sun-baked parking lot toward Miles, who's leaning against his truck door hanging open. You good? He asks just as I throw my arms around his neck. His eyebrows shoot up, amused. Is he watching? I whisper. Miles smirks. Yep, can I kiss you? He laughs, half scandalized, half entertained. Sure. So I go for it, and and it's easily one of the top 5 worst kisses of my life, including my awkward middle school phase. I come in way too intense while he's aiming for some polite PG-rated peck, so I basically end up eating his face. He chuckles against my mouth, which makes me laugh until he suddenly adjusts, gripping my hip and tilting my chin, kissing me properly. Not sweet, not hesitant. His mouth is cool from lemonade, his breath faintly lavender, and his hands are everywhere, one fisted in my shirt, the other tangled in my hair, pulling me flush against him. His tongue slides against mine, testing, then deeper, and a shiver races down my ribs as he spins us, pressing me into the truck. I've heard actors say filming love scenes is clinical, all choreography and professionalism, but this is pure instinct. My body reacts before my brain catches up, nipples tightening, heat pooling low, and when I feel him hard against me, shock melts into something reckless and hungry. I don't recall reaching for him, but suddenly my fingers are tangled in his hair, soft and thick between them. A quiet, breathy sound escapes me as his tongue traces my lower lip, sending a shiver down my spine. He pulls back slowly, the kiss fading like the last drops of rain after a storm, lingering, not abrupt. My chest rises and falls unevenly, and I can feel the rapid thud of his heartbeat against mine. So, he murmurs, voice low. Yeah, I breathe, really good. Miles shifts slightly. Is he still watching? Right, Peter. Since Miles spun us around, I'm the one facing the shop and the patio. A quick glance confirms Peter's nowhere in sight. He must be either ducked inside or peeled out of the parking lot. My face burns at the thought. Nope, I say, trying to sound casual. Miles's hand drops from my jaw, his other arm loosening around my waist. Ready to go? He asks. Absolutely, I chirp, wiggling free from between him and the truck. Thank goodness we took his car, my hands are still unsteady. Back at his place, we rinse cherries and toss them into a bowl while the asparagus sizzles on the grill. Dinner's a massive salad, but neither of us brings up what happened. Honestly, I can't tell if he's even thought about it since we left. Meanwhile, my brain keeps replaying snippets, his mouth on mine, the way he tasted, the heat of his hands. Part of me wonders if I hallucinated the whole thing like some wild fantasy my subconscious cooked up. But no, it definitely happened. And if I'd imagined kissing Miles, it would have been lighthearted, maybe a little messy, just like him. Instead, it was intense, charged, like he had something to prove. Maybe that's what happens when you kiss someone right after their ex tries to pick a fight. You good? Miles asks, snapping me out of my daze. I blink down at the cucumber I've been mindlessly slicing. Yep, he leans back against the counter, arms crossed. You sure we can talk about it? My knife stills. About what? Whatever Peter said to piss you off. I scrape the veggies into the salad bowl with more force than necessary. He was just being a jerk. Miles flips the asparagus with a pair of tongs. You don't have to tell me. After a beat, I sigh. You were right, he's still jealous. Can't stand the idea of anyone wanting you. Acts like it's some personal insult. Miles smirks, shaking his head. Nah, it's not about me, it's you. He wants you back, but only because he can't have you. He's with Petra, but he still needs you to be hung up on him. Oh, perfect, I say, rolling my eyes, because nothing strokes his fragile ego like knowing I've moved on to someone who's nothing like him. I pause, then backtrack. I mean, if he thinks I'm with someone totally different. Miles shakes his head, his expression shifting into something more serious. Nah, it's not about ego. He took a risk, and now that the honeymoon phase is fading, he's second-guessing himself. Seeing you happy with someone else just reminds him of what he walked away from. I bite my lip without realizing it, stopping only when his eyes flick down to the movement. He said something about you, I blurt out, instantly regretting it. Miles raises an eyebrow, waiting. It was just him being petty, I add quickly. And it pissed me off, that's why Miles crosses his arms, his usually relaxed posture stiffening. His face goes blank, something I've rarely seen. What'd he say? My throat tightens. Look, you don't owe me any kind of explanation, Daphne, he cuts in, impatient. I exhale. He said your family doesn't talk to you. The reaction is immediate, his eyes widen, then darken with something raw. He turns away, fidgeting with the asparagus on the counter like it suddenly needs rearranging. He was being a jerk, I say quickly. It's none of my business, I shouldn't have brought it up. Miles nods, his shoulders rigid. Damn it. Peter got exactly what he wanted, a way to hurt Miles from a distance just for daring to care about me. I step closer and press my hands against his shoulders, easing the tension. He lets out a slow breath like he's been holding it for years. I fight the urge to rest my forehead against his back. Miles. It's over his shoulder, the sunlight catching the warm amber flecks in his eyes. I'm sorry, I say. It's fine, he mutters, turning to face me. My hands slide down his back, settling on his shoulders again. His fingers circle my wrists, light but restless. He's not just comforting me, he's distracting himself. I'm sorry, I repeat. He exhales sharply. It's true, my parents and I aren't close, can't change it, but life's got plenty of good stuff, so why waste time on the bad? I smirk. Wow, I on the other hand am a professional at dwelling on the bad. That pulls a small smile from him. No, you're not. Oh please, I say, my mom and I used to have this ridiculous game called Whiny Babies. We used to play this game where we'd take turns griping about the dumbest little things, like how the girl next to me in English class would gnaw on her pencil like it was beef jerky. Whoever had the most ridiculous complaint got to pick where we ordered takeout. Miles smirks. Sounds thrilling. It was, honestly, I admit. Sometimes just venting to someone who gets it makes everything feel lighter. He shrugs. I don't need that, my sister's got me covered, that's family enough. Families are messy no matter what, I say, remembering the nights I'd stand by the heater vent in my socks, watching the driveway, waiting for someone to come home to prove I mattered. Miles gives a half smile. Petra's family was basically a Hallmark movie. I exhale. Peter's too. Miles glances up, his fingers still tracing slow circles on my wrists. Were you tight with his parents? My ribs tight. Not exactly close, but they were kind. His mom took me wedding dress shopping with mine. She even had a Christmas stocking embroidered with my name to match theirs. Their whole life was this perfect little routine: special birthday plates, heirloom furniture, inside jokes about who'd inherit what. Every New Year's, the whole clan would pile in for their ridiculous white elephant exchange. It was also, I just wanted to belong there, he finishes. I nod. After the breakup, none of Peter's friends reached out, not even Scott, but his mom and his brother's girlfriend, Kiki, texted. Kiki told me to swing by if I was ever in Grand Rapids, no fake politeness. Mrs. Collins just sent, thinking of you, Purple Heart. Miles's voice is light, but his eyes are miles away, like part of him is still stuck in some memory. The need to pull him back hits me hard, and before I think, I'm leaning into him, my forehead against his shoulder. His arms slide around me, solid and warm. We stay like that, tangled in the quiet. Wanna go TP his house? I mutter into his shirt. He snorts. Too much effort for a guy who probably still folds his socks. Fair, I say, grinning. I really wish my Obgyn had mentioned that earlier. I'm joking, but Miles pulls back just enough to study my face. Be an amazing mom, he says. It's the kind of throwaway compliment people toss around, but when he says it, I actually believe him, and for some reason it hits me right in the chest. What about you? Ever think about having kids? He gives a half smile, brushing my hair behind my ear. The gesture sends a fizzy, disorienting rush through me, like someone shook up a soda can and popped the tab. I wouldn't even know where to start with fatherhood, he admits. Then softer, hey, tell me something. Like what? Something about you, he clarifies. Something that has nothing to do with him. I laugh. Well, the fact that my brain just went completely blank should tell you how solid my sense of self is these days. He grins. Okay, then family. Any brothers or sisters? None that I know of, I say, and his head tilts. My dad had a revolving door of girlfriends. Wouldn't shock me if I've got a few surprise siblings out there. Neither of your parents ever tried marriage again. My mom never even dated after him, I say. Too heartbroken. He teases, and I actually snort. Too busy. She worked non-stop when I was a kid just to keep us afloat. Always said she'd rather spend her free time with me than chasing some guy. I figured once I left for college she'd finally put herself out there. Instead, she went full CrossFit warrior, made a whole squad of gym buddies. Now she's either deadlifting with Pam, painting with Jan, or downing kale smoothies with both of them. She's happy though, that's what matters. The words catch in my throat a little. She's always insisted I could crash at her tiny apartment anytime, but for the first time in forever, she's built a life that isn't just about me. When Peter dumped me, it took a 2-hour call to convince her not to cancel her backpacking trip with Pam just to coddle me. She spent enough years dropping everything. I can ugly cry in her arms during my next visit. CrossFit, Miles muses. That explains so much. Like what? The distant screams and clanging metal I hear when you're on speakerphone. Oh, that, I deadpan, totally unrelated. I don't want to know, he says, playing along. My curiosity is officially dead. My weekly calls with Christian Grey are strictly professional. He blinks. Who? Book character, forget it. Ah, he says, not much of a reader. I know it's a thing, I say, but my brain refuses to process it. What do you love about books? He asks. Everything, I say, and his smirk widens. Fascinating. They let me live 1,000 lives, I say. He raises an eyebrow. What's wrong with this one? I shoot him a look and he cracks up. Okay, fair. New detail, the mention of her mom's CrossFit obsession and newfound friend group adds texture to their dynamic, showing how her independence contrasts with the narrator's current instability. The playful banter about Christian Grey also lightens the mood, shifting the tone from wistful to sarcastic. We're more than just what happened that one month, let's talk about the rest of it. Like what? How did it all begin? He asks. The whole book obsession. I let my mind drift back before grad school, before college, all the way to the first time I fell headfirst into a story. That feeling of being completely lost in another world, like I was living inside the pages. Even as a kid, I was stunned by how words on a page could make me feel everything: joy, heartbreak, even homesickness for places I'd never set foot in. Narnia, I tell him. Oh, now that I've heard of, he says. The second Mr. Tumnus stepped out from behind that lamppost in the snow, real life just didn't measure up anymore. Wait, who's Mr. Tumnus? He asks. You haven't read it? I gasp. Nope, just heard of it, he corrects. Reading wasn't exactly my thing growing up. Dyslexic, took too much effort. Ever try audiobooks? I ask. Does that even count? Yes, I say. I'm a librarian. If anyone gets to make that call, it's me. A slow grin spreads across his face, eyes crinkling at the edges. For a second, we're just standing there, maybe a little too close, or maybe it's the perfect distance, but suddenly all I can think about is that kiss. The way his hand slid around my waist, the taste of lemon and lavender, the way our bodies fit together. And judging by the way his gaze lingers, I'm pretty sure he's replaying it too. Shit, he jerks back, snapping out of it. The asparagus. He grabs for the smoking stalks on the grill, yelps when his fingers hit the heat, and fumbles for the tongs while I stand there, pulse still racing, trying to shake off the memory. Thursday, June 6, 72 days left. Lusting after your roommate is a bad idea on a good day, and these are not good days. I shove the memory of that kiss into the deepest corner of my brain, along with any lingering curiosity about Miles's mouth. But it's easier said than done. Late that night I creep into the kitchen for water, only to find Miles already there, shirtless, filling his glass in the dark. His tattoos, usually just background noise, now demand my attention. The delicate Libra scales, the man on the moon, the slightly crooked horseshoe, and is that a tiny strawberry? Hey, he rasps, voice rough with sleep. Need something? I snap, my gaze up, cheeks burning. Nope. I spin around so fast I forget the water pitcher he's holding. But no way am I going back in there now. Sunday rolls around and we head out to Sleeping Bear Dunes, a place so stunning it almost distracts me from the fact that Miles has somehow convinced me to rent a dune buggy. The sun is blinding, the shoreline a breathtaking turquoise, and yet all I can think is, this is where I meet my end. You'll be fine, Miles insists, shoving a helmet into my hands like it's some kind of safety guarantee. Anything that requires a helmet is probably a bad idea, I mutter, eyeing the buggy skeptically. He steps closer, the wind tousling his hair, and tugs the helmet onto my head before I can protest. Or, he counters, squinting against the sunlight, maybe the best things in life come with a little danger. That grin of his, warm, mischievous, sends a jolt through me like a spark racing toward dynamite. I don't know what happens when it reaches the end, and that's terrifying. I'll go slow, he promises, voice low and teasing, and suddenly my brain short-circuits. Climbing into the buggy, I brace myself. The ride is wild, wind whipping through my hair, sand pelting my skin, the engine roaring beneath us. It's a decent distraction from staring at Miles's mouth, at least. The downside. Every bump sends me grabbing his thigh like a lifeline. After the third time, he slows down, covering my hand with his. Relax, he murmurs, and his voice is so smooth it's practically criminal. We stop at every scenic overlook, which is, annoyingly, every 5 minutes, and Miles insists on photos. His arms wrap around me, his chin resting on my shoulder, and I have to mentally detach before I spiral back into memories of kissing him against his truck. The next Sunday is better. We drive to a farmer's market 3 towns over, loading up on ingredients for homemade pizza. That night we make 2, mine a classic margarita, his some fancy goat cheese and pesto monstrosity. While they bake, I sneak off for a shower, big mistake. I return in my favorite pajamas, only to realize too late that I didn't dry off properly. My top is practically see-through in places, and because the universe hates me, my body decides now is the perfect time to react. Miles freezes mid-plate grab, his gaze flickering down before snapping back up. I'll get drinks, he blurts, bolting for the fridge. Plates, I squeak, diving for the cabinet. At least the pizza is good, the kitchen is cramped, and as I reach for 2 chipped floral plates, I spin around, only to crash right into Miles. The plates end up wedged awkwardly between us, his hands catching my arms, fingers brushing the edges of my collarbones. Sorry, we blurt at the same time, though his is smooth while mine comes out as a squeak. We shuffle sideways in unison, then he steps back with a dramatic flourish like he's ushering me through a grand ballroom. I dart to the table while he rummages through the fridge, emerging with 2 glasses of red wine. Thank God, I mutter when he hands me one, and he pretends not to hear. He piles slices of both pizzas onto our plates, and we migrate to the living room, settling on opposite ends of the couch. The first bite of artichoke pizza is pure bliss, so much so that I don't realize I've closed my eyes and let out a tiny moan until Miles chuckles. There it is, he says, grinning as he takes his own bite. The legendary Daphne pizza moan. My face burns. It's been a while, okay? Right, the wheatgrass cleanse, he teases, tilting his head. His eyes glint with mischief. So now that you're single, what's on the bucket list? I nearly choke, heat pooling low in my stomach. For a second I swear I can feel phantom hands at my waist, the ghost of a kiss that tasted like citrus and herbs. What do you mean? I manage, coughing. Things you couldn't do before, he clarifies, but the way he says it makes it sound scandalous. Like eating pizza, I blurt, desperate to steer this somewhere safe. Exactly, he agrees. Or sunrise kayaking, always wanted to try it. Petra hated mornings, huh? I ask skeptically. She hated existing before noon, he corrects. But we're not talking about them, we're talking about us. That one word sends another wave of warmth to my cheeks. My circulatory system is clearly staging a rebellion. I've never kayaked at sunrise, I admit, but I'd try it for one of our Sundays. His fingers brush my knee, sending sparks up my spine. What else? He murmurs. I always wanted to bake, but you were dating a man who thought salt was too spicy, he finishes, and I laugh despite myself. His hand lingers and suddenly the air feels thick. His gaze drops to my top button, then snaps back up. Your turn, I say quickly. He exhales, teeth grazing his lip. Action movies, it's been years. Peter hated those too. Same. Then we should, he says, like right now, I add, because if we don't, I might combust. He grins. Maybe right this second. Mom's voice crackles through the phone, breathless from her post-CrossFit power walk. I'm thrilled for you, sweetheart. Meanwhile, I'm sprawled on my plush cream-colored rug, nursing a chai latte and contemplating the ceiling like it holds the secrets of the universe. My version of living dangerously, a beige rug and a caffeine buzz. Thrilled for me, I repeat. Not exactly the reaction I expected after describing how my coworker had to temporarily ban a guy who yanked a computer straight out of the wall. I mean, I'm glad you're bonding with your coworker, she clarifies. Yeah, me too. It hits me how isolated I'd been here even before the breakup. Ashley and I haven't had another wild night out since that winery trip. Between Duke's shared custody and Mulder's packed soccer schedule, her free time's scarce. But even just swapping lunch breaks at the food trucks near the library has made Waning Bay feel less like a pit stop and more like home. Mom's still preaching her gospel. You don't need a relationship to have a full life, trust me. Either she's got zero sex drive or she's burning it all off flipping tractor tires. Maybe she's right, maybe I should channel my energy into something productive, not CrossFit though, something horizontal, yoga, or at least commit to walking to work now that I'm closer. Just remember, she adds, you always have a place here. Technically that's a lie, her guest room is basically a glorified storage closet. Thanks, but I'm sticking around through summer. Right, the readathon, she says. I don't bring up the other reason, the human embodiment of a Waning Bay travel brochure living across the hall. Mom's got a sixth sense for rebound crushes and I'm not feeding this one. You're covering rent okay? She asks. I'm not taking your money, Mom. I don't mind, she insists. I'm good, and I mean it. Even if I weren't, I wouldn't let her bail me out. After the divorce, Dad treated her like a walking paycheck, and she kept footing his bills until I turned 18, some messed up reverse alimony where he was the dependent. She swore she couldn't leave him stranded, but guess what? When she finally cut him off, he survived just fine. If he could manage without her, so can I when I leave. It'll be because I've landed a solid job and my own place, paid for with my cash. Everything's under control, I say. On her end, the phone rustles. She's probably paused at her doorstep, catching her breath. You've got nerves of steel, you know that. Gee, wonder where I picked that up, I shoot back. No clue, she says deadpan. We exchange our usual goodbyes, love you more, and I dive back into the library's advanced copy of some new adventure book that feels like the Goonies for the next generation. But after a minute, I grab my phone and text Ashley, know any beginner-friendly yoga classes? She replies with just, I send her, I don't believe in structured workouts. She fires back. What does that even mean, trying to bulk up, she asks. Just looking for a hobby, I say, because admitting I need more friends sounds way too pathetic. Does it have to be exercise? Nope. Before she can suggest something awful, I cut her off, not interested in the library's knitting circle though. Got something better, she says. Free next Wednesday after work. A knock at my door interrupts me. I toss my phone aside. Come in. Miles leans in, hair still damp from the shower, his beard looking like it lost a fight with a leaf blower. Hey, I say, then it hits me. Wait, it's Friday. Sure is. Shouldn't you be at work? He shrugs. Katia wanted extra hours. You down for another cinematic masterpiece? We've been marathoning movies every night since Sunday, the kind of ridiculous action comedies I always assumed were strictly for people who were, well, not sober. Turns out they're just as entertaining when you're completely clear-headed and trying not to think about kissing your roommate. Which, by the way, is way harder when he's standing over me in my tiny bedroom. I jerk upright and knock over my chai. Damn it. Miles disappears and reappears with a towel, tossing it not to me at me. It smacks me in the face. Nice reflexes, he says. Thanks, I mutter, wiping up the mess. When's the movie start? Whenever you're ready. Give me 2 minutes. I'll make popcorn. 5 minutes later, we're back in our usual spots. The formula is predictable, the mismatched duo, the explosions, the quippy one-liners, but somehow it works. The muscle-bound hero and the scrawny sidekick, the assassin and the clueless civilian, the brooding lead with killer eyebrows and the sarcastic best friend who's basically Ryan Reynolds in disguise. This guy must crank out 60 of these a year, I say. And Dwayne Johnson's in half of them, Miles adds from the other end of the couch. We should send them a fruit basket for their service to humanity. I reach for another sour gummy worm from the snack spread. Miles set up what we've dubbed the bad decisions buffet. There's just something about watching things explode mid-car chase, he muses, that makes me feel like, yeah, the world's gonna be okay. I laugh and he stretches his leg out, his foot nudging against my thigh. I twist toward him, leaning against the couch armrest, tucking my legs under me. A real what? A genuine laugh, he says, eyes crinkling. Not that polite little giggle you do when you're being nice or that weird snort when I catch you off guard. It's not polite, it's strategic, I counter. I don't fake reactions, ever. He raises an eyebrow and suddenly my cheeks feel too warm. So if the polite one is strategic, he muses, then the snort is for when you're actually hilarious, I say. Before I can brace myself, he grabs my ankles and drags me toward him, my legs sprawled across his lap, my hip pressed against his thigh. His face hovers inches from mine. Okay, fine, I admit, pulse racing. You are funny, a lot. His smirk deepens, and the snort. Maybe it's when I forget to overthink, I say dryly. But dissecting it like this is definitely making me less self-conscious. His grin widens. He catches my wrists, lifting them to frame his scruffy face like some grown-up, rugged version of Kevin McAllister. Don't be, he says, it's adorable. Clearly, I deadpan, your detailed analysis really sold me. His thumbs brush my pulse points, sending a shiver through me. It's the most contact we've had in weeks, and every touch hums under my skin. He carefully lowers my hands, resting them on my chest like I'm laid out for a funeral, but when his knuckles barely skim my ribs, my breath hitches. He notices the action movie playing in the background might as well be static. All I can focus on is the heat of his gaze, the way his throat bobs when he swallows. Shit, sorry, he mutters, starting to pull away. I tighten my grip on his wrists. It's not weird. It's the kiss, he admits. Yeah, my voice is barely audible. He exhales roughly. I've been trying not to dwell on it. The fact that he has been thinking about it sends a fresh wave of warmth through me. Same, I lie, 3 weeks, and instead of fading, the memory of that kiss feels like standing at the edge of something inevitable. His eyes lock onto mine, tension coiling between us. My fingers trail up his arms, tracing the lean muscle beneath his sleeves, not sculpted, just real, the kind built from everyday life. His skin is unexpectedly smooth, the faint dusting of hair soft under my touch. I should let go. I don't. My fingers trace the raised lines of his veins, trailing up to the solid curve of his biceps, one marked with an anchor, the other with a vintage swallow tattoo. His shoulders are broad, and I let myself get lost in the rhythm of his movements, like I'm caught in a current I can't fight. When my hands reach the nape of his neck, he leans into me, slow and deliberate, one palm settling lightly on my waist. There's a breathless pause where our lips hover just apart, the air thick with anticipation. I should say something, break the tension, but instead I tilt my chin up, meeting him halfway. The first touch of his lips is soft, nothing like the desperate, heated kiss we shared against his truck. But then my hands slide down his back and he shifts, pressing me deeper into the couch. Every nerve in my body sparks, his weight against my hips, the warmth of his chest pinning me down, the low, rough sound he makes as the kiss turns deeper, hungrier. He hooks a hand under my knee, pulling it up against his hip, and suddenly my vision blurs with bursts of color. I arch into him, any lingering shyness dissolving as his mouth drifts down my jaw, teeth grazing my throat. There's no room for doubt now. The way his fingers tight on my waist, the way his breath hitches when I grip his hips, I know he wants this as much as I do. My hands slide lower and he groans against my skin, his tongue tracing the sensitive spot beneath my ear. A shudder runs through me as he rocks against me, forcing a gasp from my lips. This isn't just kissing anymore, it's the edge of something reckless. We really shouldn't do this, I whisper, even as my body betrays me. I know, he murmurs against my collarbone. I'm not ready, I add, more to remind myself than him. Way too soon, he agrees, but neither of us stops. His fingers skim up my side, teasing the hem of my shirt before slipping the first button free. A shiver races down my spine. Always so proper, he teases, his voice rough. His fingers trail lower, undoing another button, tracing the dip between my ribs. I squirm under his touch, heat pooling low in my stomach. When I can't take it anymore, I twist, guiding his hand higher until his palm cups me, his thumb brushing over the thin fabric. Thank God, he growls, and I press against him, desperate for more. Buttons come undone faster now, his mouth following the path of his hands. We shift, nearly tumbling off the couch in our haste, laughing breathlessly as he holds me back against him. Forgot how bad I am at this, he admits, voice thick. I bite back a grin, making out on couches. Yeah. His gaze darkens, and for a second I wonder if he's thinking the same thing I am, how easy it would be to take this to one of our bedrooms. And God, do I want to, but there's that tiny, stubborn voice in my head whispering about consequences. Too bad it's getting harder to listen, my thoughts scatter. What am I doing? Before he pulls me onto him, my knees pressing into the couch on either side of his hips. His gaze is dark, intense, and suddenly nothing else exists but him. The throw pillows are wedged awkwardly under his neck, tilting his head at an odd angle. I lean forward to tug a couple free, and before I can adjust, his hands grip my waist, lifting me just enough to press his lips to the sliver of skin exposed where my shirt's barely undone. The noise I make is somewhere between a gasp and a whimper, and it only fuels him. His mouth trails over me, teeth grazing through the fabric, dampening it against my skin as he moves to the other side. I brace myself on my hands, arching into him as his fingers skim down my sides, our bodies moving together in slow, deliberate rhythm. With a rough tug, he shifts my shirt aside, bearing me to the cool air before his mouth finds me again. No fabric this time, just heat and teeth and the sharp inhale I can't hold back. Jesus, Daphne, he growls, dragging the collar back the other way, his breath hot against my skin. His hands slide under my shirt, fingers tracing my ribs, his touch so light it's almost maddening. Then his grip tightens, pulling me closer, and the sudden rush of cold air makes me shiver. You're unreal, he murmurs, voice rough. The word sends a flush racing down my spine. Sexy isn't something I'm used to hearing. Cute, sure, pretty maybe, but this. His eyes are black with want as he lifts me slightly, his palm pressing between my thighs. I bite my lip, sinking into his touch, my fingers tangling in his hair. For a second I don't recognize myself, this version of me who doesn't hesitate, who doesn't overthink, who lets her roommate's hands and mouth map every inch of her like it's the most natural thing in the world. His breath hitches when I nip at his neck and he lets out a low groan. Daphne, his voice is thick, his lips brushing my ear. Yeah, I manage, though it comes out shaky. He hums, the vibration against my throat sending another jolt through me. I know we said no sex, but his hand stills, fingers flexing. Can I just touch you? I nod, my throat too tight for words. His fingers trace back up my stomach, then slip beneath the waistband of my shorts. So damn perfect, he breathes, kissing along my jaw as his touch dips lower. A whimper escapes me and his other hand grips my hip, urging me into his rhythm. Love hearing you, he rasps. In any other moment I'd be mortified. Right now I don't care. My fingers fumble with his belt and he helps me, his breath stuttering when I finally wrap my hand around him. The sound he makes, deep, unrestrained, is enough to make my pulse spike. Then, like some cruel joke, his phone buzzes on the coffee table. We both freeze, staring at it like it's betrayed us. New detail, the TV, forgotten in the background, flickers with muted colors from some late-night infomercial, casting erratic shadows across the room. Tone shift from breathless intensity to wry frustration. Of course, the universe would interrupt now. Just when things were getting interesting, the moment stretches between us, charged and breathless. I hesitate, waiting to see if he'll pull away, but instead he crashes into me, his kiss rough and urgent. My teeth catch his lower lip, and suddenly we're lost in it, hands everywhere, frantic, desperate. The phone blares again, an unwelcome interruption, but neither of us cares. He drags me closer, his mouth hot against mine, the way it was when we first kissed outside the diner, only now there's no one watching, no reason to hold back. His fingers dig into my waist, mine claw at his back under his shirt, tracing the ridges of muscle. The TV murmurs in the background, some smug detective arguing with a suspect, but all I hear is the hitch of his breath, the slide of skin on skin. A flicker of hesitation whispers through me, slow down, savor this, but it's drowned out by the heat pooling low in my stomach. My nails scrape down Miles's spine as his hand slips higher, coaxing a ragged moan from my throat. The world narrows to the scent of him, spice and smoke, the way his pulse jumps under my fingertips, the cool air raising goosebumps where my shirt's been shoved aside. Then his palm cradles the back of my neck, his lips dragging me under, and I shatter. Coming back is like surfacing from deep water. The room swims into focus, but he's still all I see, his dark eyes, the scratch of stubble on my flushed skin, the way his chest heaves against mine. His phone starts ringing. Again. Damn it, he growls, voice wrecked. He fumbles for it, and the screen lights up with a name, Julia. His whole body tenses, not the oh for fuck's sake kind of tension, the oh shit this is bad kind. My sister, he mutters, already untangling himself. The loss of his warmth is like stepping into an ice bath. I force a nod, too aware of my rumpled clothes, the way my pulse still thrums under my skin. Go, I say too brightly, fingers trembling as I fix my buttons. He hesitates, thumb brushing my jaw guard, even that tiny touch before answering. The spell's broken. Reality rushes back in, sharp and unrelenting. I turn up the volume on the TV, trying to drown out the muffled argument coming from Miles's room. The old wooden floors groan under his restless footsteps, and though his words are mostly indistinct, his tone carries that signature Miles brand frustration, more exasperated sigh than full-blown anger. Then clear as day, no, obviously I want you to, it's just a beat of silence. Damn it, Julia, he mutters, sharper now. Next time just ask me straight up, don't act like it's a question when you've already made the call. The door swings open. Yeah, fine, he says, voice softening. See you soon, love you too. He steps into the living room looking like he just ran a marathon in his own apartment. Everything good. I mute the TV, some reality show about couples hunting for million-dollar McMansions in generic suburbia. Miles chucks his phone onto the armchair and drags his hands down his face. My sister has zero chill. I shift forward, hugging a throw pillow. Is she all right? He flops onto the couch, leaving just enough space between us. She's at the airport, he says, exhaling hard. Traverse City, our closest airport. Wait, why? He scrubs his face before meeting my eyes, half laughing. She claims she's here to distract me from everything. Oof, that lands like a gut punch, a not-so-subtle reminder of the mess we're both avoiding. His jaw tightens. But something's off. Julia's wild, sure, but she doesn't just hop on a plane without a heads-up. He groans, pressing his palms into his eyes. Sorry, you didn't sign up for this. She's already here, so if you're cool with it, I'll grab her. We don't have to let her crash here all week, or I can book her a hotel if you'd rather. Miles. I grab his wrist. She's your sister, of course she can stay, unless you want me to play the villain so you don't have to. In that case, hell no. A flicker of a smile. She's gonna roast me about the beard. Oh, the tragic recluse beard, I grin, the I've abandoned all hope special, what's not to love? Think you could fake enthusiasm for it? He asks, my chest tightens as I nod. There's something weirdly comforting about being his partner in crime. What else? I add, need me to claim your secret stash? Hide your adult literature under my mattress. He barks a laugh, tipping his head back. No magazines, and FYI, I don't even own a bong. What self-respecting stoner doesn't have a bong? The kind who only smokes when he's deep cleaning, shaving fuzz off the couch, or rewatching Prehistoric Planet, he deadpans. So a mythical creature, I say, he points at himself. You're looking at him. Unbelievable, I mutter, shaking my head. A rare breed. New detail, the throw pillow I hug has a faint coffee stain from last week's spill, a tiny imperfection that makes the moment feel real. I tried to keep it light, teasing, but his expression shifts, gentle, serious, as he takes my hands, his thumbs tracing slow circles over my skin. A shiver races up my spine, sudden and electric. If she gets overwhelming and you need me to step in, he murmurs, just give me the signal. My mouth goes dry. What's the signal? Chris Evans, he deadpans. I snort, the tension between us cracking just a little. That's 2 words and also way too common for a safe word. Fine, he grins, just yell pineapple at the top of your lungs and I'll decode the emergency. I tilt my head. Why are you so worked up about this? Well, for starters, he says, she's 23. Are you calling me old? I feign offense. I'm calling you 33, he fires back. Rude. She's great, he assures me, but she's basically a little sister. She'll treat your place like her own. If your shampoo vanishes, just assume it's gone forever and buy a new one. I don't even want to know what gone forever entails. Trust me, he says, you don't. Maybe keep your favorite stuff locked up. Our eyes meet, lingering a beat too long. So, I start just as he blurts, "We probably shouldn't." He laughs, rubbing his temple. My stomach twists like a snow globe shaken too hard, glitter swirling wildly. I'm definitely blushing. "You first," I mumble. Bad idea, right? He's watching me, waiting for an answer, not just filling the silence. We're both fresh off train wreck breakups. He's not wrong, I'm not usually this reckless. The old Daphne, the one who planned every move, hasn't exactly led me to victory lately. For once, I wanted to let loose, to be the version of me who didn't overthink. Even back in college, when I dragged Sadie out of frat parties before the cops showed, I was never the one just having fun. I was the one bracing for fallout. I don't want to relive my 20s, but my life's imploded and trying new things feels like the only way forward. Whatever this moment is, it's thrilling. Miles studies me, hesitating. I gather my nerve, ready to say maybe mistakes aren't the worst thing. Then he exhales hard. "We live together. If things blew up." The fizzy excitement in my chest sinks like a stone. If things blew up, I'd lose my apartment and he'd lose a roommate. As much as I've fantasized about fleeing, I'm stuck here until the library's readathon wraps. I can't afford to wreck this. Honestly, he adds, I'm not usually the voice of reason. New detail, the mention of locking up favorite items adds a playful yet practical layer. Tone shift, the playful banter turns introspective, then resolves with a sobering reality check. The tension between us is thick enough to cut with a knife. "I really care about you," he says, rubbing the back of his neck. "And I don't want to ruin what we have." Perfect timing. Just as I'm wrestling with my own messy feelings, he decides to be the responsible one. Meanwhile, all I can think about is how badly I want to throw caution to the wind. "I feel the same way," I manage, forcing a smile. When his lips twitch in response, I quickly add, "You're important to me. I don't want to lose this either." At least that part's honest. Too bad my brain keeps imagining a very different way we could not ruin things. He tilts his head, that infuriating half-smirk playing on his lips. "So, friends, obviously," I say, crossing my arms. He stands, stretching lazily. "And you'll back me up with Julia about the beard thing?" "Sure, because that's what friends do," I say dryly. He actually laughs at that, the sound warm and easy. "You coming to the airport with me? Now go spend time with your sister. I'll clean up here." My eyes flick downward before I can stop them, and I feel my cheeks burn. "What?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing," I mutter. "Just, your fly's still down." "Oh right." He zips it up without missing a beat, completely unbothered, and damn it, even that is unfairly attractive. "Anything else?" he asks, spinning in a slow circle like he's modeling for me. He looks exactly like what he is, someone I was just pressed against minutes ago. "Nope, all good," I say way too cheerfully. He grins, taps my chin once, then walks out without a backward glance. The second the door shuts, I exhale hard. My mind drifts back to childhood. Mom somehow kept our tiny apartment spotless despite working full-time. The fridge was always packed with the good stuff: Lucky Charms, Doritos, those weird store-brand cookies that were somehow better than the real thing. Pizza nights were a given, but she'd balance it out with fruit and scrambled eggs in the morning, one of the few things she could actually cook. Before the divorce, we lived in a cramped two-bedroom with a TV that only worked if you smacked it just right. The place smelled like herbs and citrus, and every couch was perfectly broken in. After Dad left, we downgraded to a one-bedroom on the outskirts of town, fourth floor, beige everything, overlooking a sad little pond. Still, it was the spot for sleepovers until junior high hit. Then Mom got promoted, traded her teller job for a banking position over an hour away. At first, she'd drive back on weekends, or my friend Lauren's mom would shuttle us around, but eventually the visits got fewer. She found her footing in her new life, and I buried myself in yearbook club. Funny how things change. 8th grade brought us to St. Louis when Mom got transferred to launch a new office there. Things went so smoothly that by freshman year, corporate sent her to set up shop in eastern Pennsylvania. By junior year, we'd bounced twice more, first to North Carolina, then to a quiet Virginia suburb outside Alexandria. Each move meant upgrades: walls thick enough to mute the neighbors' late-night drama, ceilings free of that awful popcorn texture, actual backyards with trees instead of gravel pits, and rusty chain-link fences. Mom threw herself into studying for her loan officer license while juggling work, leaving me to handle the house. We stopped having people over. She was too busy, and I'd given up on friendships. What was the point? Every connection vanished the second we packed the U-Haul. Then came college in Columbus, where I met Sadie. Just thinking about her still twists something inside me. Tiny, razor-sharp Sadie. We ended up side by side in a Jane Austen seminar that was basically a glorified book club. First day, the professor made us introduce ourselves by picking which Austen character we related to most. Predictably, half the room claimed to be Lizzie Bennet. The lone guy in class announced he was Darcy, of course. A few went with Elena or Jane, then it was my turn. "Honestly, I'm probably Charlotte Lucas," I admitted, bracing for eye rolls, practical to a fault even if it meant settling for Mr. Collins. Next to me, Sadie burst out laughing. "Well, I'm definitely Lydia," she shot back, grinning. After class, she asked if I wanted to grab coffee before her next lecture. I was stunned. Who just does that? My last attempt at friendship, back in 8th grade, had been met with a horrified "you no." But Sadie collected people effortlessly, and somehow that day she picked me. She dragged me to my first frat party. I took her to this hole-in-the-wall indie theater beneath a bookstore, a spot Mom and I had found during campus tour. Sadie sweet-talked bouncers into letting us into bars despite our fake ids being laughably bad. In return, I subjected her to a cringeworthy backyard poetry slam where my crush butchered Hal so badly it cured me of liking him instantly. We had this running joke. Sadie belonged in a Regency-era drawing room with her flawless posture, knitting skills, and fluent French. Meanwhile, I'd survived the apocalypse just fine, scrappy, content with ramen, and perfectly happy alone as long as I had a stack of books. God, I miss her. For the next few years, I didn't have to worry much about making plans or finding friends. Sadie took care of all that, from group hangouts to Halloween bashes. But whenever she did, I slipped right into my mom's shoes, playing the perfect host. So when Miles leaves to pick Julia up from the airport, old habits kick in. I scrub the kitchen, sweep crumbs into a pile, and vacuum them away. Grabbing a couple of candles from my room, I light them and crack the windows to air the place out. After a deep breath, I rifle through the whole closet, skipping past the lace tablecloths, votives, and the dreaded wedding dress, and pull out fresh linens and towels, stacking them neatly on the couch. I vacuum under the cushions, bleach the bathroom sink, and toss the few dishes into the dishwasher. Then it hits me, our fridge is basically empty. So I grab my keys and head to Tom's, wandering the too bright, deserted aisles. I avoid most produce. Miles would disown me if I bought grocery store strawberries, but grab apples, broccoli, bread, peanut butter, and a few other basics. At the last second, I snag 4 new toothbrushes just in case. I make it back before them, barely finishing putting everything away when the door bursts open. Miles walks in first, stopping mid-step with a grin like he's shocked to see me here. Like he forgot we share an apartment. Before I can decide if that's flattering or insulting, Julia barrels in behind him. She's tall, maybe taller than Miles, with the same sharp nose and dark hair, though hers is chopped into a messy French bob with blunt bangs. "Hi," she chirps, launching her duffel bag toward the living room. "You must be Daphne, and you must be Julia," I say. "What tipped you off?" She slings an arm around Miles's neck, squishing her face against his. "We look nothing alike." "Total guess," I deadpan. She peels away, scratching her chin. "Dude, shave that rat's nest off your face," she says, beelining for the fridge. "I think I caught something." She yanks the door open, glancing back at me, just missing Miles mouthing, "Told you so." "Ever seen him clean-shaven?" Julia asks. "He's like a discount version of me, cute but not as cute." I shrug. "I don't know, the beard works for him." Her eyes narrow, sizing me up like I've just gone all in on a bluff. Joke's on her, I'm a terrible liar. Except, of course, that one time I invented an entire fake boyfriend. That was a mess. Julia whirls around, jabbing a finger inches from Miles' nose. "You totally coached her to say that," she crows, eyes blazing with triumph. He bats her hand aside like an annoying fly. "Chill, Jules. Mrs. Henderson's gonna bang on the ceiling with her broom again if you keep screeching like a banshee." "Just admit it already," Julia fires back, slapping his arm away before spinning toward me with manic energy. Her grin is like Miles on steroids, all teeth and unrestrained glee. $20 cash if you spill the real tea, Daphne." Miles tries to sidestep her, but Julia spreads her arms like a human barricade, blocking any chance of us conspiring. "Daphne," she howls between giggles as he shoves past her. "Don't lie to me." "I'm not lying." I yelp, darting behind the kitchen island for safety. "The beard works, it grew on me literally." Julia plants her hands on her hips, suddenly serious. "We're supposed to have each other's backs here." Miles rolls his eyes, joining me behind the counter. "You met her like an hour ago. We've been roommates since summer." "Whatever," Julia mutters, already rifling through the fridge. "Whoa, you guys actually have groceries that aren't just takeout containers." "We do," Miles blinks. "We do," I echo. He shoots me a grateful look. "Nice." Julia snags a grapefruit seltzer, cracking it open with a hiss. She takes a long swig before slamming it down. "So how long have you two been a thing?" I nearly inhale my own spit. "Excuse me, we're not," Miles says, rubbing his neck awkwardly. Julia's eyebrows rocket up. She takes another sip, then smirks. "Petra seems to think otherwise." Miles freezes. "You talk to Petra?" "Not in a traitorous way," Julia backpedals. "I went off on her over text last month and got radio silence. Then out of nowhere she hits me with this 'so happy for you both' nonsense." "How sweet," I mutter. Julia's gaze locks onto me. "Any reason she's under that impression?" My skin prickles, half from nerves, half from the memory of Miles' teeth on my collarbone. "That's on me, I admit. My ex called and I kinda panicked." She leans in, waiting. The resemblance to Miles is uncanny, but her intensity is dialed up to 11. I straight up lied to his face. I finish. Julia stares, then she collapses onto the counter, wheezing with laughter. "Oh my God," she gasps, wiping tears. "That's iconic." Miles smirks, my exact reaction. Julia drums her fingers, eyes sparkling. "Okay, new plan, let's get wasted." I snort. "Daphne has work," Miles cuts in. "She's got story hour at the library tomorrow." Julia groans, flopping onto the couch. Responsible adults ruin everything." A beat, then she perks up. "Wait, you read to kids? That's adorable. Do voices and everything." Miles grins. "Oh, you have no idea." New detail. Julia's sudden curiosity about Daphne's job adds a playful layer, shifting the tone from chaotic to warmly teasing. The voices, all of them, seem to belong to him. I don't think he's trying to make me uncomfortable. He honestly believes this is some fascinating, maybe even impressive, detail to drop in front of his effortlessly cool little sister. "Oh, absolutely, we have to check that out," Julia declares, already sold. I shake my head. "Seriously, don't bother. Tomorrow's book is The Stinky Cheese Man, hardly worth the trip." She just smirks. "Nice try." Then she turns to Miles. What about you, ready to let loose tonight? You look like you could use it. She nods pointedly at his jawline. He grips the counter, leaning back with a groan. Julia, he sighs, I'm pushing 40, hangovers hit different now. Please, I cut in, grinning. Last time you were the one bringing me breakfast in bed while I was still curled up in a pathetic shivering ball. Julia cackles. Exposed. Okay, occasionally I survive, he admits, rubbing his neck. But we've got plans Sunday night with Ashley. I blink, I'd forgot. Then I spot the calendar behind him, Sunday's slot marked with a bold arrow. You'll either adore her or despise her, Miles tells Julia, frowning like he's genuinely unsure. Guess we'll find out, she replies, sipping her seltzer. Pizza for dinner, Miles glances at me, voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Oh, Daphne would love that. A shiver runs through me. I love the way you sound. Desperate to derail the moment, I blurt, actually, let's get pizza. I scramble for the least romantic food imaginable, but everything feels weirdly charged. Nachos, I suggest, like that's somehow safe. Saturday, June 22, 56 days until freedom. Turns out Julia wasn't joking about story hour. They arrive fashionably late, trailing the scent of sun-baked grass and a hint of campfire smoke. Julia weaves through the crowd of parents and kids, Miles trailing behind, murmuring apologies. And then I see it, his beard is gone. No doubt Julia's relentless nagging finally wore him down. Some people grow beards to hide flaws or highlight features, like how I switched my hair part at 19 and never looked back. But Miles. Turns out he was hiding a face sharp enough to slice through steel, cheekbones like razors, a jawline that could probably fillet a tomato. Fantastic timing, considering we just swore off crossing any lines. His eyes lock onto mine and that familiar smirk tugs at his lips, still soft, still playful, even with this whole new look. It sends a rush through me like I've swallowed a firework mid-explosion. Surprises, yeah, not my strong suit. Especially when they come with cheekbones that could cut glass. Running into the guy you hooked up with last night is awkward enough. But doing it while you're reading aloud to a room full of kids, looking like a drowned raccoon because you had to walk to work in a surprise downpour, yeah, not ideal. I managed to salvage my mascara and frizzed out hair before clocking in, but the fluorescent library lights weren't doing me any favors. Of course, the rain stopped the second I got inside, so we kept story hour indoors, where the buzzing overhead lights made sure I looked about as radiant as a sleep-deprived zombie. When I finally closed the book, Julia shot up like a firework, clapping way harder than necessary. The other parents offered polite applause while their kids chirped robotic thank yous before scattering. Julia bounded over, grinning. Miles wasn't lying, you do the voices so well. I glanced past her to where her brother was helping, a mom who definitely didn't need directions. Young mom, too, guess the beard really does work on a different demographic. Julia followed my gaze and snorted. Wow, groundbreaking, Miles makes another friend. Has he always been this effortlessly charming? I asked. Since forever, she said, rolling her eyes. Definitely didn't get it from our dumpster fire of parents. The casual mention of their family hit me like a misplaced step, like thinking a box was sealed tight, only to realize it had been cracked open all along. One time, Julia added, he ran into his old high school band teacher at the grocery store and walked out with a wedding invite. He wasn't even in band. A flash of fancy script on thick cardstock flickered in my mind. Julia winced. Shit, sorry, he told me about the whole invitation thing. It's fine, I said. She raised an eyebrow. Fine, or Miles fine, I sighed. Okay, not fine, but I'm working on complaining less. Julia smirked, catching me stealing another glance at Miles. If you're trying to copy my brother's whole ignore the bad feelings act, good luck. Dudes had years of practice. Meanwhile, I dare the universe to mess with me. Miles finally escaped hot mom's clutches and sauntered over, all effortless charm and sunshine, like he hadn't just derailed my morning again. Julia nudged me. See, professional avoidant. It's honestly impressive. And there he was, smiling, engaged, like he hadn't spent last night making me forget my own name. My chest ached. I always thought the whole eternal optimist thing was just him. Julia shrugged. Same childhood, and I turned out a disaster, so I guess in a way it is natural. When we were kids, he'd drive back every weekend just to take me to McDonald's. I'd spend the whole meal trying to piss him off because, sibling duty, but he never cracked. Master of deflection. Miles reached us, flashing that stupid, perfect grin. Julia fake gagged. Here he comes, brace yourself. Julia barely glances up from her phone when I walk in. What I miss, she asks, like she hasn't been ignoring us for the past 20 minutes. Nothing, she says sweetly, just as I blurt out, your sister's trying to pick a fight with a butter knife. Miles barely looks up from his own phone. I'll text Gil, maybe we can grab her a kitten while we're at it. Julia blinks. Am I the only one lost here? Ashley slides into the conversation like she's been part of it the whole time. Oh, just their usual nonsense, she tells Julia, grinning. You must be the sister. Julia sizes her up. And you must be the friend I'll either adore or despise by the end of the night. Ashley shivers dramatically like she's been handed a challenge. Ooh, I like you already. Either way, it'll be entertaining, Julia says, tossing her hair. So, are we all crashing Cherry Hill later? Maybe pelt Miles with stale popcorn while he's on shift. Miles scoffs. We don't serve popcorn, have some respect. Sounds thrilling, I deadpan, but I've got readathon flyers to finish. Ashley starts listing off her meal prep plans before suddenly gasping. Wait, I know exactly where we should take them. Barn, I frown. Like the place with hay and farm animals. Like a bar inside a barn, Miles clarifies. On an actual farm, I shake my head. Only in Waning Bay. Ashley grins as she backs toward the register. They have goats, you'll be obsessed. Julia's phone buzzes and she squints at the screen. Miles, weren't you supposed to be at work 15 minutes ago? Shit. He bolts for the door, Julia still typing as she trails after him. He spins around just before leaving. Sunrise is at 5:50, be ready by 5:30. Try 5:00, I shoot back. You coming, Julia? At dawn, she beams. I'd rather chew on tinfoil, but you two have fun. At 4:58 a.m., I'm sneaking out of my room, shoes in hand, trying not to wake Julia sprawled on the couch. The kitchen light flickers on and I sip water, waiting and waiting. 5:00 passes, then 5:05, 5:11. This is too early even for me, and nothing grinds my gears like being left hanging. My brain dredges up every miserable memory of waiting, sitting by the window in our old apartment, watching for a car that never came. Kicking at dirty snow outside school, counting to 100, then 200, until Mom finally showed up, frazzled and apologizing for him. Checking the mailbox for birthday cards that never arrived. Holding my breath for a phone call on Christmas, just waiting. And here I am again. The endless cycle of waiting for someone who never shows up starts to wear you down until one day it clicks. You're the one keeping yourself stuck. People reveal their priorities through what they do, not what they say. Stop pouring love into someone who won't even hold the cup. If they're not running toward you, stop standing still. I'm half tempted to crawl back under the covers and lose myself in polishing the readathon promo, but then the front door creaks open. A sliver of hallway light spills in and there's Miles holding two thermoses like a peace offering. Hey, he murmurs, voice low, you still up for this? Been up since 5, I mutter, watching as he squints at the oven clock. His face falls. Damn. I thought I had time, but the barista wouldn't stop talking about her cat's gluten allergy. He shoves a thermos into my hands. Sorry, Daphne. The irritation fades fast. He's the one doing me a favor here. It's fine, I say, sliding into my sandals. Let's move. Outside, the chill nips at my skin, raising goosebumps. I regret shaving last night. What was the point? Because you're hopelessly into your roommate, my brain supplies unhelpfully. And you're imagining scenarios that involve his hands on your legs. I scoff. No, it's because I might wear a skirt tomorrow, though the last time I did, Hansy Stanley from accounting claimed it nearly gave him a coronary. The skirt hit mid-calf. Ashley overheard and banned him from the front desk for 3 months. The thermos warms my palms. One sip and the rich spice chai floods my senses. Sweet, creamy, perfect. This is chai, I blurt. Miles slides into the driver's seat. Isn't that what you wanted? Yeah, just thanks. The car protests with a groan before finally roaring to life, and we roll through the quiet streets, the city still shadowed in pre-dawn blues. At the kayak rental, a mismatched couple, one towering, one pocket-sized, chatter loudly. She's peppering him with questions like it's a job interview while he answers between yawns. Finance guy and theme park manager. 3 cats versus 2 German shepherds, either a first date or some bizarre team-building exercise. Miles nudges me. Bet you $10 she's planning their wedding already. I snort. No bet, she's already picked out the china. The sky lightens as we haul the kayaks toward the water, the air crisp with the promise of morning. For once, I'm not waiting. I'm here. Miles and I linger on the shore, pretending to adjust our life vests and organize the dry bags while the others paddle ahead. The moment they're far enough away, he turns to me, dragging the first kayak toward the water. Remember when you said I like everyone? He asks, voice low. Yeah, I reply, already grinning. I don't like them. He jerks his chin toward the distant figures of our vanmates, their arms working furiously like they're racing to some imaginary finish line. Shocking, I deadpan, you barely know them. 7 hours in a van with someone is more than enough, he mutters, steadying the kayak for me. 6 minutes to get here though, I point out, laughing as I climb in. They're my sworn enemies now, he declares, dead serious. So all I have to do to stay on your good side is avoid snorting a pharmacy before sunrise. Noted. That and don't name 3 cats the goddess, he adds. Wait, that was actually the highlight of Keith for me. Personally, I preferred Gladys coughing fit. Those 11 seconds of silence were pure bliss. You're vicious today, I say, settling into the damp seat. I like it. Enjoy it while it lasts, he warns. Because I am never waking up this early again. Petra was right, and I hate that. I splash him, water hitting his face with a satisfying slap. His shocked expression is worth it. What the hell, Daphne? That's your Petra tax, I say sweetly. Mention her again and I'm calling Keith and Gladys back for a group paddle. Fine, he grumbles, wading back to grab his own kayak. But if you bring up Peter, I'm capsizing you. Who? I blink innocently. The joke doesn't last. Within minutes, my arms are screaming and Miles is already yards ahead, pausing every few strokes to wait for me. The sky is just starting to light, streaks of gold bleeding across the water, and I already regret everything. We were supposed to do a 6-mile loop around a tiny island, the kind of spot only locals like Miles and Petra would find charming. The bay is calm, no real current to fight, but my muscles beg to differ. You can go ahead, I call out, breathless. Miles scoffs. Why would I do that? Because I think I'm going backward. It's water, he points out. There's nowhere to be unless you want to chase down Keith and Gladys. Absolutely not. Then relax, no rush. If you change your mind, feel free to abandon me. Oh, absolutely, he says deadpan. If a freshwater shark shows up, I'm leaving you as bait. I freeze. Wait, are there actually sharks in here? The morning sun glows warm over Lake Michigan as our kayaks drift side by side. Seriously. You had to ask that? He scoffs, shaking his head. I laugh, splashing a little water his way. Well, somebody's got to stand up for this lake's dignity, might as well be you. He grins, leaning back as the golden light catches the ripples around us. You know, as cheesy as it sounds, he admits after a quiet moment, being out here feels like what I imagine church is for some people. I nod, letting the silence stretch between us. Yeah, it's like you're tiny out here, but not alone, more like part of something bigger. Exactly, he says, voice softer now. Makes you stop and actually see things, how wild it is that we get to be here at all. I glance over, smirking. Pretty sure you're a professional at noticing the good stuff. Sometimes, he shrugs, then with a teasing nudge of his paddle, you're not half bad at it either. I groan. Please, I complain about everything, even breakfast. Oh, I've noticed, he deadpans. You make noises like a disgruntled seagull over toast. Heat creeps up my neck and I quickly steer us elsewhere. When I was a kid, the library was my church, never felt lonely there, felt like everyone who'd ever read those books was right there with me. I hesitate, then add, quieter, and my dad too. The confession hangs between us, raw and a little too honest. Miles tilts his head. He a big reader, I snort. Nah, just broke and terrible at planning. He'd roll into town, take me to check out whatever I wanted, no limits. Felt like this secret world only he could give me. You guys still tight? Not even close, I admit. He's in California now, flaky as ever, but back then, those trips were everything. Miles nods knowingly. Librarians make or break that magic. Exactly, I say, pointing my paddle at him. Totally serious, he insists. If you'd been my librarian, I'd have crushed so many more books. Because I'd guilt trip you about audiobooks. Because I'd have wanted to impress you, he shoots back, so casually it takes me a second to process. I duck my head, suddenly fascinated by a passing duck. Julia's the best, though, the actual best, he agrees, grinning. She was this tiny thing when I was a teenager, just crawling after me like I hung the moon. The image makes me laugh, little Julia, determined as a duckling, trailing after her lanky big brother. The lake stretches ahead, endless and bright, and for once the past doesn't feel so heavy. He exhales sharply, rubbing the back of his neck. She was just a kid when I left for the city, 5 years old, but I made sure to visit whenever I could. Julia told me you showed up every Saturday, took her out for ice cream or something. A flicker of discomfort crosses his face before he shrugs it off. Kid needed fresh air. That house wasn't doing her any favors. There it is, the slightest crack in his usual cool demeanor. But just like that, it's gone, sealed tight. We paddle in silence for a while, the heat pressing down on us. Sweat trickles down my temples, soaking into the straps of my life vest. You know, I finally say, if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. Talk about what? He feigns confusion, but his grip on the paddle tightens. Whatever's eating at you, I might not be great with words, but I'm a decent listener. He snorts. You. Bad with words, that's a first. Then quieter, nothing's wrong, I just need to figure out why she's really here. Did she say she was running from something? The idea seems ridiculous. Julia's the kind of person who'd square up with a grizzly bear if it looked at her wrong. She keeps saying she's here for me, he mutters, shaking his head. Maybe she means it. He shoots me a skeptical look. She never tells me when things go sideways, but she's terrible at hiding it. His gaze drifts toward the island, then he forces a grin. Whatever, I'll handle it. The shift is too quick, too practiced. I don't buy it, but he's already steering the conversation away. You good to keep going or you wanna head back? Yeah, I'm good. As the sun climbs higher, the water turns a dazzling emerald green. Miles peels off his sweatshirt and shirt in one smooth motion, tossing them into his lap. I hold out as long as I can before surrendering to the heat, peeling my damp tank top away from my swimsuit. It's something else out here, isn't it? Miles murmurs, staring at the island where the last wisps of morning fog cling to the trees. Our kayaks bump together gently. Yeah, I whisper back, unsure why the moment feels so fragile. He turns, catching my eye. Thanks for coming. Thanks for dragging me, I say, rolling my eyes. His smirk deepens. Even though you loathe it. I don't loathe it, I protest. I just suck at it, and I hate feeling like dead weight. Why, I don't know. His expression softens. I don't care, Daphne, this isn't the damn Olympics. Peter used to. I freeze. Miles doesn't miss a beat. His hand reaches toward my kayak, slow but deliberate. I shake my head, but he just grins undeterred. Stop, I scream as he shoves me sideways, nearly capsizing the kayak. I never said that. Oh, you definitely said it, Miles insists, grinning as we wrestle for control, the boat rocking between us. Different Peter, I gasp between laughter, clinging to the edge. Totally different. Should have gone with Pete if you wanted to be technical, he shoots back before giving one final push. The kayak flips, dumping me into the icy lake. Water floods my nose for a split second before my life jacket yanks me back to the surface. Are you serious? I sputter, lunging for his kayak. That was not against the rules, he argues. You just threw me in, I counter, tugging at his boat, but he's too heavy to tip. Way worse offense. All right, he relents, but as he says it, he's already paddling away. I lunge, gripping the side and yanking with all my strength. After a brief struggle, he finally topples in with a splash. He resurfaces, hair plastered to his forehead, blinking water from his eyes. Didn't even ask if I could swim, he scolds, feigning outrage. Please, I scoff, like I'd let you drown. You, he raises an eyebrow. I outweigh you by like 40 pounds. First off, no you don't, I retort. Second, I've got a life vest, we'd have been fine. He swims closer, his arm sliding around my waist, and suddenly the water feels 10 degrees warmer. My stomach flips as his weight drags us down, my pulse hammering in my throat. Your buoyancy math is way off, Daphne, he murmurs near my ear as we start sinking. I twist free before the moment can linger. I knew you could swim, Miles. How? 1, you're basically a human otter. 2, I've seen the photos. From when you and Ashley were cyberstalking, he teases. Guilty, I admit. He smirks, treading water in front of me. Knew it. Ever snoop on me? I challenge. Nope. I narrow my eyes until he cracks, glancing toward the shore before meeting my gaze. Okay, maybe a quick peek when your door was open, not like I was rifling through your stuff. Excuse you, I fire back. I never rifled, and your drawers were practically begging to be looked at. You looked. He drifts nearer. I glanced, I correct. Just so you know, he adds, your drawers have never been open when your door was. Wasn't worried, I lie. Spotless, he muses. No clues about you at all. Boring, right? Mysterious, he counters. Like a locked diary, or a perfectly sorted junk drawer, I say. Beneath the water our legs brush once, twice, sending a jolt up my spine. The way you dress. Like a junk drawer, he shakes his head. Another deliberate graze, higher this time, like a riddle. The air between us crackles. To break it, I joke, maybe I'm hiding a third arm. He grins. Pretty sure I'd have noticed by now. New detail, the playful tension escalates when Miles accidentally splashes her, sparking a full-blown water fight. The moment shifts from teasing to something charged when their hands briefly tangle underwater, both pretending not to notice. Our fingers graze beneath the water's surface, a fleeting touch that sends a jolt through me. The second time they linger, knuckles brushing, warmth spreading before we both pull back, pretending it didn't happen. I push away, floating on my back, letting the sun bake my skin until my heartbeat slows. Think we should keep going? I ask, squinting at the distant shoreline. It looks closer now, like maybe we could actually reach it. Your call, he replies, but I already know my answer. I want to cut to later. My hair's still dripping from the world's most necessary shower. My shoulders are screaming from sunburn and dress straps, and my arms, useless, like overcooked spaghetti. We didn't even make it halfway to the island before I tapped out, forgetting, of course, that getting back would require actual effort. Miles had to zigzag like a patient golden retriever while I wheezed every 5 strokes. Kayaking at dawn, never again. Barn, yes, spelled like that because of course is more my vibe. Ashley charges ahead toward the patio. Julia practically sprints after her at the sight of the taco truck, and Miles, he's casually dropping emotional baggage like it's no big deal. Julia once dumped a guy for preferring Mamma Mia too, he says, deadpan. Respect the commitment, I laugh. She's never seen either movie. Even better, his grin does things to my chest, then his fingers ghost over my sunburned shoulder. Hurts, he murmurs. A bit, I admit, but the sting's nothing compared to the way my skin buzzes under his touch. Around us the barn doors spill laughter, the cover band wails about summer boys, and I'm pretty sure Julia's already declaring undying love for this place. Miles leans in, voice low. They'll ditch us by midnight. I meet his gaze, counting on it. Turns out trying to be the effortlessly chill girl who skips sunscreen has its drawbacks. We've paused just outside the glow of barn's string lights, Julia and Ashley already swallowed by the crowd ahead. Miles smirks. She might feel carefree now, but wait till she's scheduling regular skin checks. I roll my eyes. Please, cool girls don't deal with consequences, that's their whole thing. They're basically immune to bad decisions. No sunburns, no allergies, no headaches even after sleeping on the ground in a freezing tent. Miles blinks. Huh, what? I spot Julia waving us toward a food truck line. Just realized I'm a cool, laid-back girl, he deadpans. I laugh, already moving toward the safety of our friends. Took you long enough. We end up at a picnic table with greasy fish tacos, sipping bourbon-spiked sweet tea before giving up on the overcrowded bar. Behind the barn, a single goat presses against the fence, begging for attention while the others hide. We oblige, scratching its scruffy head before drowning our hands in sanitizer and heading back to the dance floor. The band blasts through decades of countrified pop hits, and we don't stop dancing, not when my hair dries, not when it's soaked again with sweat. Miles disappears for drinks and returns with a rainbow of glow necklaces and a smudged lipstick stain on his cheek. Julia, still bouncing without missing a beat, yells. Guy leaves for beer, comes back with a souvenir. I pretend to inspect his neck for evidence, laughing as he hands out drinks. He loops glow necklaces around everyone. Ashley's draped, Julia's crowned, mine doubled up. Thanks, I shout over the drunken chorus of Crimson and Clover. My pleasure, I see that. I swipe at the lipstick on his cheek, hoping it reads playful, not possessive. Bachelorette scavenger hunt, he explains. Help a guy out. I drag a damp finger from his beer bottle across the mark, erasing it like a mistake. The music swells, and for a second I wish I hadn't. You're such a disaster in public, he murmurs, leaning close enough that his breath tickles my ear. The scent of ginger and beer lingers between us, sharp and warm. If I had a beard, he jokes, raising his voice over the music, none of this would have happened. I roll my eyes. Dude, you could be wearing a scream mask and still attract this kind of attention. He grins, tilting his head toward mine, his lips almost brushing my ear. What, are you jealous? He teases, voice low. I press up onto my toes, steadying myself with a hand on his shoulder, just buzzed enough to flirt back but not drunk enough to admit the truth. Would it kill you to let me earn my own glow sticks for once? His fingers graze my waist, sending a rush of heat through me. Without thinking, I lean into his touch, and his grip tightens slightly as he ducks his head again. The bachelorette crew's still at the bar, he says, smirking. I could introduce you, and miss this song, not even a mountain of glow sticks could drag me away. I turn into him, pulse jumping when his dark eyes flicker with amusement, his mouth quirking into that half-smile I can never resist. Suddenly, I forget what we were even arguing about. My fingers brush the rough stubble along his jaw. Your beard's coming back. His hand closes gently around my wrist, sending a jolt through me. Petra hated it too, he says, voice barely audible over the bass. My stomach drops. I don't hate it, I lie, it's grown on me. His smirk deepens, thumb tracing the inside of my wrist. So should I keep it? I swallow hard. Your face, your choice. But I'm asking you, he counters, gaze heavy like he's waiting for something, anything to tip the scales. The air between us feels charged, fragile like the second before a balloon pops. Then just like that, the moment shatters. The song ends and Julia crashes back into us, sweaty and smudged, demanding shots. Miles steps back, offering to grab them, but not before throwing me one last look over his shoulder like I'm a gift he's counting down the hours to open. Are you and Miles together? Ashley blurts on Monday, mid-bite of her bao bun. I nearly choke on my lemonade, snatching the receipt from the cashier before spinning to face her. Ashley, I hiss, dragging her away from the counter. What? She shrugs. That guy's like 60, doubt we'd shark him. A pause, unless he's also hooking up with Miles. I groan, we're not sleeping together. Aha, she raises a skeptical brow. Okay, once, I admit, as we head toward the picnic tables overlooking the beach. The sun glints off the waves, and for a second I let myself remember the way his hands felt on my waist before shaking it off. Some things are better left in the dark. Ashley's grin widens as she leans in, her pink lips curling with mischief. Spill it, I knew there was something. I shake my head, trying to downplay it. It's really not a big deal. Oh, come on, she presses. If it wasn't a big deal, you wouldn't be dodging the question like that. I exhale, giving in. Fine, we just kissed, that's it. Her eyes light up. Details, Daphne, where, how? At my place, I admit. We were watching a movie and it just happened. She gasps dramatically. Which movie? That's crucial. Does it matter? I groan. Of course it does. The right movie can set the mood. She nudges me. Seriously, have you never had a best friend before? For a second, I think of Sadie, how our last conversation still stings, but then something warm flickers in my chest at Ashley's words. Close friends, it's been a while. Not lately, I admit. She grabs my arm, her tone softening. Look, I'm not exactly drowning in friends either, but this is supposed to be fun, no judgment here. We're literally steps away from the library. Yesterday, I had to stop some guy from luring pigeons inside with a bagel. Again, I laugh. Different guy, she says, waving a hand. Anyway, back to you. No breadcrumbs needed for Miles, huh? I roll my eyes. We were watching Fast and Furious. Which one? She demands. Does it matter? One with Vin Diesel, she smirks. Enough to get anyone in the mood. I huff, lowering my voice. It was surprisingly good. Why is that surprising? Miles is hot. Because, I mutter, the last person I kissed was Peter, 5 years ago, and now it's my ex-fiancé's new fiancé's ex-boyfriend. Try saying that 5 times fast. She whistles. Yeah, that's a mouthful. We both agreed it was a mistake, I say quickly. She raises an eyebrow. Why? A million reasons. We live together. We're both fresh out of serious relationships. Ashley scoffs. Who says it has to be serious? I've been divorced for over a year and haven't made it past 2 dates with anyone. It can't be serious, I blurt out before I can stop myself. Why not? I hesitate, then sigh. I'm looking for a new job. She blinks. Wait, what? You love your job? I've seen you geek out over spreadsheets like they're the latest celebrity gossip. Okay, that's a stretch, I say, but she's not wrong. I love the work, just not the town. I only moved here for Peter. My mom's back east, and I don't know, maybe it's time for a change. Ashley studies me, her expression unreadable for once. Then with a slow nod, she says, well, damn, that is a plot twist. I don't know if I can handle staying here. I should have told you earlier, and I'm sorry. Ashley shakes her head, putting down her bao bun mid-bite. Hey, I get it, we're grown-ups, we've got to do what's right for us. Yeah, it stings, but I'm not gonna hold it against you. Thanks, Ash, that means a lot. She shrugs, grabs the bao bun again, and tears into it with a dramatic bite. But if you're bouncing soon anyway, and you're not looking for anything serious, then why's Miles such a big deal? The problem is, I say, exhaling hard, he made it clear it shouldn't happen again. Huh, she raises an eyebrow, chewing slowly. What's that supposed to mean? My pulse jumps. Did she notice something I missed? Nothing, she says, waving a hand. Just surprising, I guess. There was definitely something between you two last night. I snort. Miles could have chemistry with a brick wall. But honestly, I'm relieved she sensed it too, proof I wasn't imagining things. Still, vibes don't change facts. Hooking up with my roommate, bad idea. I hesitate, then lean in. Can I ask, what really went down with you and Duke? Ashley smirks, mouth full. Well, since you just dropped the whole secret roommate fling bomb, I'd say we've officially leveled up from coworkers to actual friends. A pang hits me. I wish I'd gotten to know her sooner. Even before my own mess, having someone like Ash in my corner would have been nice. Duke was my high school sweetheart, she says, pausing to swallow. We split for college, then both ended up back here, ran into each other at the gym one day, and well, she gestures vaguely. Fast forward 9 months, Mulder's born. Duke stepped up during the pregnancy. We weren't together, but he showed up. Then after the baby, we were riding that new parent high, so when he proposed, I said yes. We were already a family, right? She takes another bite, her voice softening. For 5 years it worked. Then Mulder started school, I went full-time at the library, and suddenly our whole world revolved around him. Our friends, our TV shows, even our conversations, everything was about our kid. Once he got older, though, it wasn't enough for me anymore. Ashley sighs. We tried date nights, but it was like we'd hit a wall. I'd suggest a cooking class, and he'd say we hate cooking. I'd joke about moving to Portugal, and he'd go, we don't even speak Portuguese. I wince. Ouch, yeah, she stares at her bow bun like it holds answers. Turns out love isn't just about raising a kid together. Sometimes you wake up and realize you've built a life with someone who doesn't even see you anymore. A beat passes, then she grins, mischief flashing in her eyes. So about Miles, you sure you're not just scared? I nearly choke. Excuse me, she leans in. Because if last night had no vibe, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Damn it, she's not wrong. I get it, I say, though part of me hesitates to admit it makes sense. Right, Ashley nods, but her expression tightens. The thing is, every time we had that talk, it just stopped there. No, hey, what if we actually booked tickets to Portugal this summer? Not even a simple why Portugal, just silence. I lean in. So why did you want to go? She scoffs like the answer's obvious. I didn't, not really. I just needed to feel unstuck, like there was still something out there I hadn't already decided I hated or loved. Man, we should have swapped places, I joke. Ashley rolls her eyes. Look, stability's great, dependability even better, but settling, acting like you've got your whole life mapped out, every friend, every meal, every damn paint color in the bedroom, that's different. I wanted to discover things about him, about myself, so I suggested therapy. And he wasn't into it. Her smile falters just for a second. Oh, it worked for me, but he refused to go. He was fine being good enough, just not better. I held on as long as I could. Then one morning I woke up and couldn't, and part of me actually thought he'd finally get it, that he'd say, okay, let's try. But nope. Damn, I mutter, that's rough. She shrugs, but there's a sharpness to it. My choice, my mess. Half my friends probably think I'm an idiot for walking away from a decent thing chasing some fantasy. But how do I tell my kid not to settle if I won't? I fought for us. Duke just fought to keep things exactly the same. Therapy too personal, talking to friends too messy, so when we split everyone acted shocked, and guess who got uninvited from game nights? A cold knot forms in my stomach. I think of Sadie's voice, you both matter to us. Yeah, right. If that were true, would she have ghosted me for months? Ashley exhales. Maybe that's why I'm so desperate for gossip now. 2 years of biting my tongue. Hell, I think I just had a therapy session right here, Vincent. Congrats, I deadpan. Also, you know my full name now. Big step. She grins, stabbing her fork into her food. Official friends. Tuesday, June 25, 53 days left. I walk in just as Miles is bolting out the door, toast hanging from his mouth, keys and phone juggled in one hand, water bottle threatening to escape. Classic. Running behind, I ask, propping the door open as he rushes past. He nods, grabbing the toast from his mouth. Had to drop Julia off for a date. Seriously, she just got here, I say, shaking my head. Yeah, I know. Apparently she met the guy at barn. An awkward silence settles between us, the first time we've been alone since Julia barged into our lives. I clear my throat. Well, don't let me hold you up. Right, catch you later. He turns to leave but spins back almost instantly. Oh, I just remembered I can't do Sunday. Oh, I force a neutral expression like it doesn't sting. Honestly, a little distance is probably smart. No big deal. It's just, he starts. Miles, really, it's fine. I cut in, maybe too quickly. No, I mean I've got plans Saturday night, he explains. I nod like I'm genuinely thrilled for him. Cool, sounds fun. But I have 2 tickets, he adds. Thought maybe you'd want to come. I freeze. His mouth quirks into a smirk, eyes glinting like he already knows my answer. No pressure, Daphne, if you're not into it. No, it's not that. I lie, it's exactly that. I might have work to catch up on, I say, the work being not spending a Saturday night alone with Miles Nowak and pretending I don't feel anything. Rain check, he shrugs. Sure, later then. Later, he shoves the toast back between his teeth and vanishes down the stairwell. I shut the door and lean against it, waiting for the wave of regret to pass. It's better this way. 53 days left in this lease, and I'm not about to wreck my life again in that time. I kick off my shoes and step over Julia's mess, shoes in the hallway, clothes strewn across the couch, makeup smeared on the bathroom counter. Her curling iron is still plugged in, practically begging to burn the place down, but weirdly, I don't mind the chaos. Growing up an only child, I used to envy friends with siblings, the noise, the mess, the feeling of a full house. Mom and I had our little rituals, sure, but most of my childhood was spent in quiet apartments, wishing for something louder. Julia's tornado of belongings makes this place feel less empty. I unplug her flat iron, tidy up a little, then shower and microwave some Easy Mac. Between bites, I fire off emails to potential sponsors and a few big-name authors from my old library gig, asking if they'd record shoutouts for our fundraiser. And then, because I'm a glutton for punishment, I check my phone. No new messages. Not that I expected any. I glance at my phone calendar, then double-check it against the one hanging on the wall. Miles has marked his winery shifts in blue ink, but what catches me off guard is the messy red scrawl across Thursday. Julia's handwriting, I assume that reads, commit murder. Underneath, I scribble as tiny as possible, call FBI about Julia. I climb into bed, trying to distract myself with a book, but the words blur together. Next, I flip on an action movie, only to realize watching explosions and car chases alone just feels hollow. So I mindlessly scroll through social media instead, summer baby announcements from college friends, a coworker's vacation pics from Thailand, until suddenly there she is, Petra, and yeah, that's unsettling enough. But it's not her face that sends my pulse skyrocketing, my phone flying across the room. It's the person who posted the photo, it's who's standing next to her. A petite woman with her arms wrapped around Petra, both grinning in front of half-eaten chocolate waffles on that unmistakable orange check tablecloth. I only saw it for a second, but the image burns behind my eyelids. Of course it does, I know that diner, those waffles, and Petra's beaming companion, I'd recognize her anywhere. Hands shaking, I crawl across the mattress and flip my phone back over. Cooper shared the picture. I don't need the geotag screaming Richmond, Virginia to recognize our old brunch spot, the one Sadie, Peter and I used to haunt every Saturday. Now Peter and Petra are there with them. My chest tightens, my clothes itch like they're 2 sizes too small. I lurch toward the window, but my arms feel weak, fumbling with the latch. When I finally wrench it open, the air outside is just as stifling. Being replaced by an ex is one thing, feeling like your entire life has been reassigned to someone else. That's a special kind of hell. This is your fault, a voice hisses in my head. You built everything around him, moved to his hometown. Let my friendship with Sadie dissolve into couple-centric plans, girls' nights traded for double dates, weekend getaways swapped for group trips. Even our conversations got lost in the group chat instead of those late-night phone calls we used to have. And let's not forget how hard I tried to force myself into Peter's circle, Scott and the rest of his Waning Bay crew, instead of finding my own people. Like barging into a club where everyone's reminiscing about inside jokes you'll never get. Miles was right, obsessing over what's gone won't bring it back. I already knew that chapter was over, wallowing in it, pointless. I slump onto the closed toilet lid and pull up my text with Ashley. You mentioned a hobby I could borrow, I type. Her reply is instant, every fourth Wednesday. Aka tomorrow, you in, depends, what is it, still not organized exercise, she fires back, good enough for me. Daphne stared at her phone, hesitating before hitting send. Don't roll up looking like you just crawled out of a gym dumpster, she muttered to herself. Is this some kind of chaotic workout group, she asked Ashley, who just smirked. Closer but not quite, her friend replied. Without overthinking it, Daphne shot Miles a text. Maybe reckless, maybe not, but playing it safe hadn't exactly worked out for her lately. Count me in for Saturday, she typed, hitting send before she could second-guess herself. This was not what she'd imagined when Ashley mentioned her monthly poker night. For starters, the guy who answered the door of the split-level house 5 miles outside town wasn't some random host. It was Harvey, a spry 70-something who could have been Morgan Freeman's doppelganger if not for the full Detroit Red Wings tracksuit and fuzzy slippers. Took you long enough, he boomed, waving them inside. Daphne froze. Harvey, she blurted. Sorry we're late. Ashley nudged her. Blame Daphne, she takes forever to pick an outfit. Harvey chuckled. Kid, I might look good for my age, but I wasn't born yesterday. Shoes off, everyone's in the breakfast nook. Daphne kicked off her loafers beside Ashley's knee-high boots and followed Harvey down a narrow hallway lined with decades of family photos, everything from grandkids' soccer games to black and white wedding portraits of him and his late wife. The air smelled like cigar smoke and jazz. How long has this poker tradition been going on? Daphne asked. Since before I could walk, Ashley said. Harvey wouldn't let me play until I turned 18. Daphne blinked. You've known each other that long. They were work buddies, sure, but she'd never pegged them as lifelong friends. Since she was knee-high, Harvey said. So like middle school, Daphne joked. Harvey wheezed a laugh. Harvey's big on no favoritism at work, Ashley said, making air quotes. Made the district manager interview me instead of just hiring me. Wouldn't you hate wondering if you actually earned it? Harvey countered. Nope, Ashley shot back. As they squeezed into the breakfast nook, Harvey announced, Look who finally showed up and brought us fresh meat. Trial run, Ashley corrected. This is Daphne meat. Lenore, Daphne gaped at the lanky woman from the farmer's market slouched by the bay window, and beside her Barb. Both wore their signature visors and had cigars dangling from their lips. Lenore yanked hers out and grinned. Well, ain't this a treat? Ashley's eyebrows shot up. You know them. We've met, Daphne said just as Barb cackled. She's Miles's new flame. Daphne groaned. Small towns. Ashley crossed her arms. And how exactly do you know Miles? New detail, the jazz record in the background skipped suddenly, making Harvey grumble about kids these days not knowing how to handle vinyl. Voice twist, from baffled to sarcastic. Of course the asparagus ladies were here. Why wouldn't they be? At this point she half expected her third-grade teacher to walk in holding a royal flush the moment I mutter, Oh, we're just friends. Harvey drops into one of the wicker dining chairs with a thud, his face scrunched in confusion. Who the heck is Miles? He demands, and I swear hearing him curse for the first time is almost as surprising as those ridiculous Detroit Red Wings slippers he's wearing. Lenore leans forward, eyeing Ashley. So how'd you two meet? Library co-workers, Ashley answers smoothly, tossing her oversized tote onto the floor before flopping into the seat beside Harvey. That leaves me sandwiched next to Barb, who's already exchanging a smirk with Lenore. Harvey grabs a cigar from a wooden box on the table, offering it around. I decline, but Ashley snatches one up, expertly snipping the end like she's done this 100 times. All right, spill, I say, trying to steer the conversation. How do you all know each other? Harvey chuckles, shuffling a deck of cards absent-mindedly. Oh, we go way back. Grace Episcopal, Lenore adds with a knowing nod, as if that explains everything. It doesn't. Ashley exhales a slow breath. My stepmom was the priest there. Well, technically my dad passed when I was little and Adara raised me from the time I was 6. A heavy silence settles over the room. Harvey reaches over, squeezing Ashley's hand. She was something special. The absolute best, Lenore agrees, blowing a perfect smoke ring toward the open window, and a killer poker player. Before I can decide whether to ask, Ashley cuts in, her voice sharp. Stomach cancer 5 years ago. My chest tightens thinking of my own mom. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. Ashley lights her cigar, shielding the flame with her palm. It was rough. After Adara died, Mom needed a fresh start, so she moved to Sedona to be near my aunt. Mulder and I miss them like crazy, but hey, at least now I can finally clean these old-timers out at poker without them sabotaging me. Lenore rolls her eyes. Keep dreaming, kid. Please, Ashley shoots back, cigar dangling from her lips like some rebellious journalist. Adara taught me all her tricks. I'm basically the chosen one here, Barb snorts. Would have been if you'd ever actually listened to a word we said. The banter escalates, mock outrage, dramatic gasps, relentless teasing until we finally start playing. I fold almost immediately, stuck with a measly pair of twos. Harvey wins the round with a royal flush, celebrating by shuffling to the kitchen and returning with a bottle of top-shelf scotch. He pours us each a splash while Barb swaps the record. Round 2, Lenore announces, rubbing her hands together like a villain in a heist movie. By the time the night ends, I'm down $40, though I clawed back 11. I've smoked my first cigar and coughed through half of it. And somehow I've been roped into Harvey's 75th birthday bash 3 months away, but apparently the planning starts now. Barb's eyes light up as she slams down another winning hand, her laughter mixing with the haze of smoke and clinking glasses. We're renting a party bus for the casino, birthday bash of the century, she announces, grinning. Harvey, leaning back in his chair with a smirk, adds, assuming I don't drop dead first. Lenore doesn't miss a beat. Then it'll just be a funeral bus, same vibe, different occasion. Classy exit, Harvey coughs out between laughs, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I nudge his elbow, nodding at his ridiculous outfit. Gotta make sure you're buried in that, right? The second the words leave my mouth, my stomach twists. Was that too far? But Harvey just wheezes another laugh. You're welcome back anytime, he says, then shoots Ashley a look. Bring her. Turning back to me, he adds, just don't expect promotions out of pity. I mime, crossing my heart as we all shuffle toward the door, trading hugs like we're sealing some unspoken pact. Outside, the neighborhood's dead quiet, just a few porch lights glowing like lonely fireflies. Ashley wobbles slightly as she taps her phone. Cab's coming, neither of us is driving after that. First poker, now ride shares, I joke. What's next? A dark secret, Ashley says flatly. At least I think she's joking. It's been forever since I did something like this, I admit. Last real party was probably my engagement thing. Ashley scoffs. That was a party, sweetie, we've got work to do. I shrug. I've always been the sidekick, lately though no one to follow. You're not a sidekick, she corrects. You're a wee girl, like Scottish. No, like we love sushi, we hate horror movies. You're always half of something, never just you. The truth hits like a slap. My whole life I've clung to people, Mom, Sadie, Peter, as if merging into we would keep me from being left behind, but it didn't. I don't want to be we anymore, I say. I want to be me. Ashley smirks. You already are, you just gotta own it. The cab rolls up, and for once I don't feel like glass about to shatter. Maybe I'm tougher than I thought. Maybe this town isn't just a graveyard of my old life. Maybe it's a starting line. Ashley, I say as we climb in. Side-eyes me. What? Thanks for tonight. She rolls her eyes, but there's a smile hiding there. Don't get sappy. Next time you're buying the drinks. The cab's headlights flicker impatiently as we stumble toward it, arms draped over each other like we're holding each other up, or maybe just holding on. It wasn't just about needing a fifth player, I admit, my voice thick with something I can't name. You stuck around when most people would have walked away. Her usual sharp edges blur into something softer. Turns out I needed someone too, she says like it's a confession. The lump in my throat surprises me as we collapse into the backseat, laughing like we've cracked some secret code to friendship. Saturday, June 29, 49 days left. Miles is infuriatingly smug as he chugs an entire glass of water in front of me, the fridge door still hanging open. You could have just told me what we were doing before I agreed, I grumble, leaning against the counter. Where's the fun in that? He counters, refilling the pitcher with exaggerated slowness. I throw out wild guesses, skydiving, a construction gig, but he just smirks and tells me to change into something nice. If this is a funeral, I call after him. I swear to God. He pauses mid-stride. Closer, he tosses over his shoulder, and suddenly I'm torn between dread and curiosity. My group chat with Julia and Ashley blows up the second I ask for clues. Oh my God, Julia texts, Ashley just told me. All I get in response is a winking emoji and a demand for photos. The resort's entrance looks like a prom committee threw up on it, silver banners, pink columns, balloons in funeral colors. Miles kills the engine, grinning at my stunned silence. Trust me, he says as a kid in a valet vest sprints toward us. It gets weirder. I gesture wildly at the absurdity, a senior prom in June for two people pushing middle age. Miles just shrugs, his hand warm against my back as he steers me inside. Why not? He murmurs, and for once I don't have an answer. The lobby's chandeliers cast dizzying reflections on the marble floor, and for a second I forget to be annoyed the moment we step inside. The Waning Bay Historical Society's senior prom hits me like a sensory overload. The floors gleam under thick floral rugs, the walls scream with clashing geometric patterns, and velvet chairs cluster in cozy seating nooks. A sign ahead reads Waning Bay Historical Society Senior Prom with an arrow pointing left. Miles grins at my stunned expression, tugging me down the plush hallway as music swells. We pass through silver balloon arches into a ballroom dripping with glittering streamers. White roses spill from table centerpieces, framing the dance floor, while open doors reveal a veranda strung with twinkling lights, already buzzing with couples sipping cocktails. Then it hits me. The guests. Every single one dressed to the nines, some drenched in enough perfume to knock out a small animal, and most with one undeniable thing in common. Oh my God, I hiss, spinning to Miles. What is this? He hands me a champagne flute, barely suppressing a laugh. It's a senior prom. Emphasis on senior. We might be the only people here who weren't alive for the moon landing. I gulp the wine before I choke on it. Explain this like I'm an alien, I demand. You are new to Waning Bay, he teases. No school, it's a fundraiser. Local business owners, potential sponsors for your readathon. My chest tightens with unexpected warmth, or maybe that's the champagne hitting my bloodstream. That's actually really thoughtful, I admit. But why are you here? You had these tickets before I even knew about it. He leans in, breath warm against my ear. First, I adore old people. Shocking, I deadpan. You do have a weirdly high approval rating with the septuagenarian crowd. He rolls his eyes but doesn't deny it. There's something about them, he muses, voice softening. They've lived through their worst mistakes, they know who they are. For a second he sounds almost envious, then just like that the moment's gone. Also, he adds, steering me toward the mahogany bar, Lenore guilt-tripped me into buying tickets, board member duties. His hand lingers on my back, warm and steady. Let's grab something stronger, Miles suggests, nudging me toward the bar. The line is blessedly short, but as we wait, a realization hits me like a punch to the gut. Hold on, you said first of all earlier, I mutter, keeping my voice low. You mentioned loving, I mouth, old people so no one overhears. But you didn't just buy these tickets for that, did you? The words die in my throat as the truth clicks into place. And of course, fate has impeccable timing, because right then the second reason strolls in under the balloon arch. Blonde, effortlessly elegant in seafoam green, arm looped around her equally polished date in a sharp tux. Miles and I exchange a look of pure, unadulterated dread, like we've just spotted a ghost. I swore she wouldn't show, he hisses. Aha, I choke out, already scanning for exits. The veranda seems tempting, maybe a dramatic dive into the sand below would be less painful than this. Miles keeps rambling. I bought the tickets, so I figured she'd skip it. What's the play here? I whisper. He shrugs. We could pretend we don't see them. It's a big venue. Big. Suddenly the entire Midwest feels claustrophobic. I glance back. Peter and Petra are weaving through the crowd toward a corner table. Granny Cummer's here, Miles mutters. Granny Cummer, I blurt. Petra's grandma, he clarifies. Yeah, I got that, but who calls her that? Do they secretly despise her? Nah, they adore her, he says dryly. It's me they couldn't stand. Guess bad taste runs in the family, I snap. He smirks, but it vanishes fast. Wanna bolt? Do I? Absolutely. But then I remember the photos, the places in Richmond that aren't mine anymore. Petra bringing Peter here like it's nothing. The bartender calls out, "Ma'am, we're up." Miles locks eyes with me. We could run, he says, then tilts his head, mischief flickering in his gaze. Or we could stay, drink, dance, mess with their heads a little. With our exes right there. Exactly, he grins. Sounds like a riot, doesn't it? The bartender clears her throat impatiently. Why should we leave? If anyone's sweating, it should be them. I turn back. 2 whiskeys, neat. And just like that, Miles spots someone he knows, because of course he does the moment we spot the dessert spread laid out on the patio. It's like hitting an invisible obstacle course. Every few steps, another silver-haired Miles Nowak enthusiast stops us mid-stride. The whiskey shot I down earlier is doing most of the talking for me, probably a good thing, because when Lance from the hobby shop grumbles about slow sales, kids these days don't care about model kits, Miles smoothly shifts gears. Bet the library kids would go wild for them, he suggests. Ever thought of donating a few for our readathon? Cue Lance's blank stare. What's a readathon? Miles nudges me forward with this subtle, encouraging look. Normally, I'd rather wrestle a cactus than give an unplanned sales pitch, but hey, I'm already stuck in a ballroom with my ex. How much worse could it get? So I dive in, explaining the fundraiser, the kids, the library's crumbling collection of children's books. By the time we wrap up, Lance isn't just donating kite-building kits, he's offering to teach a mini painting workshop in the fall. Somehow, between the dessert table and us, we've also collected Miles's go-to cheese guy, the owner of Cherry City Cherry Goods, Marley, yes, the Marley from the popcorn shop, and the guy behind Frosty Dips. There was even a lightning-fast chat with Barb and Lenore before they got dragged off to deal with excessive PDA in the pool area. In under an hour, the readathon scored a free charcuterie board for volunteers, 100 bags of chocolate cherries, enough popcorn to feed a small town, and a fat tax-free check. Meanwhile, my stomach's growling louder than my disbelief. As Miles and I finally descend on the dessert table, piling a plate with cookies, cake, and tiny cups of ganache, I mutter, "How did you do that?" He passes me a pink macaron. I don't even hesitate. I didn't, he says. They just needed to hear it from you. Maybe, I mumble through crumbs, but I've been emailing Frosty Dips for months. Miles shrugs. Dillard's brother cuts my hair at the hardware store/barber shop. I've lived here long enough that that sentence makes sense, I deadpan. Also, Popcorn Emporium ghosted me in March. His frown deepens as he adds a golden macaron to the pile. It's frustrating, but people need to see who they're helping. An email's easy to ignore. I meet his eyes. Then thanks for being the face. He holds my gaze just a second too long. The tension between us crackles like static in the air. You're the one who got them invested, not me, he says. Pretty sure pretending to date the mayor of Waning Bay helped. I shoot back, forcing a light laugh. So thanks, seriously. He turns, the glow of string lights catching the curve of his smirk as he presses a mint green macaron against my lips. Any time, he murmurs. I bite down, the sweetness almost too much, or maybe it's the way his fingers linger a second too long. The balcony is deserted, the night air thick with unspoken things, and suddenly the open space feels suffocating. I swallow hard. We should probably head back in. Your call, he says, voice low. I nod, stepping forward. But in weighing whether to stay out here in the charged silence or face the crowd inside, I forgot one crucial detail. The one we nearly collide with the second we cross the threshold. Petra's ocean blue eyes widen for a split second before her face smooths into a dazzling smile. Oh my God, you too, she coos, voice dripping with honey. I don't get a chance to reply before she's crushing me in a hug, her perfume something expensive and woody, filling my nose, her platinum waves blocking my view until she finally pulls away. She turns to Miles next, more restrained but no less possessive, rising onto her toes to press against him. His arm slides around her, the other hand ditching his dessert plate onto a nearby table. Good to see you too, he says evenly, and I wish I could spontaneously combust. You look stunning, Petra gushes, squeezing my arm. Thanks, I choke out. You are too. She eyes my dress with a flicker of amusement. This is new for you. Usually you're so polished. Miles' hand finds the small of my back, tugging me against him. Like a hidden gem, he says. I glance up, my pulse stuttering at the warmth in his gaze. Or a librarian, Peter adds with a smirk, and even though I know mostly that the jab isn't aimed at me, it still stings. Miles' grip tightens, his arm banding around my waist until I'm flush against his chest. Guilty as charged, he says, grinning down at me like I'm the punchline to a private joke. Always had a weakness for the bookish type. Petra arches a brow. What about you, Daphne? Peter cuts in, his tone dry. Got a thing for guys who mix drinks. The air between us turns razor sharp. Peter's arm snakes around Petra's waist, her hand splayed on his chest like a claim. It's a standoff, subtle but unmistakable, and judging by Petra's parted lips and narrowed eyes, she sees it too. Miles stands behind me, his fingers tracing lazy circles over my hip like he's completely at ease, but I can feel the tension radiating off him, even with that easygoing smile plastered on his face. Meanwhile, I'm wound tight. No, I say, turning to face him fully. My arms slide around his waist, pressing close enough that my chest brushes against his and I tilt my head up to meet his gaze. But the whole roommate situation, kind of a turn-on. His pupils darken instantly, and before I can blink, his hand cups my jaw, pulling me into a kiss. We've kissed in front of Peter before, chalk it up to games and strategy, but this isn't a move, it's the win. Slow, deliberate, like coming home. It ends too soon, but Petra's gaping at us like we just stripped down in the middle of the dance floor. Miles threads his fingers through mine, grip tightening as he clears his throat. Excuse us, he says smoothly. I've been waiting all week to dance with Daphne. He tugs me away and I follow, my pulse hammering as the memory of his kiss replays. The teasing brush of his lips, the way his tongue flicked against mine, the way his fingers pressed into my hip like he was memorizing the shape of me. We stop near the center of the floor, the disco ball scattering light across his face like scattered stars. You good? He asks, voice low. Yeah, I murmur, barely above a whisper. He echoes, fingers lacing with mine again as he pulls me closer, already swaying to the slow strum of Harvest Moon. His other hand settles against the small of my back, every movement deliberate like he's savoring this. I'm sorry, I blurt out, his brow furrows. For what? For what Peter said. Miles gives a half shrug, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. It's whatever. It's not, I insist. He exhales, gaze dropping. Petra's family used to say worse, for 3 years straight. My fingers twist into his shirt like I can shield him from the past. I thought you said they were nice. They were, he admits, mostly, but every now and then little comments. Must be nice not having to grow up, that kind of thing. Miles, that's not nice. She thought I was overreacting, he says, voice flat, but I think they were just worried I couldn't give her the life they wanted for her. Then they're idiots and assholes. He huffs a humorless laugh. They weren't wrong. I've never handled pressure well, would have screwed it up eventually. Based on what? I snap. Experience, he says simply. The music swells between us, filling the silence as we sway. Then softly he adds, thanks by the way for what you said to Peter. It takes me a second to remember. Oh right, heat floods my cheeks. Sorry about that. Miles just grins. Don't be embarrassed, he murmurs, his fingers brushing my cheek, lingering just long enough to feel the heat rising beneath my skin. That was incredible. Pretty sure Peter's soul temporarily vacated his body back there. The playful flutter in my chest evaporates at Peter's name. I've played along with this whole charade, but the deeper I fall into whatever this is with Miles, the harder it is to separate the act from reality. Oh sure, nothing says classy like admitting a roommate fantasy right after your ex's gorgeous fiancé basically calls you a frumpy mess. Miles spins me, pulling me tight against him until every inch of us aligns, friction sparking like tiny supernovas between us. She never called you dowdy, he insists. Keep defending her, Miles. I'm not defending her, he cuts in, his gaze sweeping over me. I know she didn't say it because it's impossible for anyone to think that. I mean, look at you. I force a laugh. It's fine. I'm fine with how I look, except when I'm standing next to my ex's upgrade, really driving home the point. Miles freezes mid-step. Stop saying that. It's the truth, I say bitterly. There's always something better waiting in the wings. That's just how my life works. Daphne, his laugh is rough, but his eyes are dead serious. Peter's standing by the dance floor right now watching us. In about 3 seconds, I'm going to turn you and kiss you again. And when I stop, I want you to look left and see his face. Then tell me if he really thinks his life without you is something better. Before I can react, he does it, swings us halfway around, his nose grazing mine, and suddenly we're right back where that last kiss left off, only hotter, hungrier. His tongue parts my lips, his hand slides possessively down my waist, and when his fingers tangle in my hair, I arch into him without thinking. The world narrows to the warmth of his mouth, the sharp bite of ginger and espresso on his tongue, the undeniable press of his body against mine. The sound of applause snaps me back to reality. 2 elderly women in sequined mother-of-the-bride dresses are cheering us on from a nearby table. Miles breaks away, thumb tracing my jawline before stealing one last kiss. Look left, he rasps, but I don't. Instead, I step back, my pulse hammering, and bolt. I meant to duck into a restroom, collect myself, but I don't even see one. Next thing I know, I'm shoving through the front door so hard the valet jumps. Sorry, I blurt, stumbling toward the shadowy parking lot. Daphne, Miles calls after me, his footsteps quickening. Daphne, wait. I stop, forcing myself to breathe. I'm okay, I say, turning to face him, my voice steadier than I feel. I just felt a little lightheaded for a second, I mutter, pressing a hand to my temple. Damn it. Miles moves in, his fingers brushing my waist as he leans down to check my pupils. You're probably running on empty. Let's take a break. I'll grab you some water. I wave him off. No, really, I'm okay. I should probably just call it a night. I'll get the car, he insists, already turning toward the valet stand. I'll take a rideshare, I counter, but he gives me that look, the one where he squints like I'm a golden retriever who just ate an entire tray of brownies. If you're leaving, I'm leaving too. Right, because while my head's been spinning with thoughts of him, he's still laser-focused on the fact that his ex is inside with someone else. You'll actually stay put if I go get the keys? He asks, hesitating. I nod, and he jogs off across the parking lot. By the time he returns, my pulse has steadied. He opens my door first, always the gentleman, before sliding into the driver's seat. The engine rumbles to life. When did it start? He asks, eyes fixed on the road. When did what start? That dizzy spell? It takes me a second to place what he's talking about. Oh, just during the last dance. I'm fine now. He watches me a beat too long before shifting into drive. The silence stretches as we wind down the coastal road, the moon flickering behind the pines like a strobe light. Suddenly, the truck drifts onto the shoulder, tires crunching gravel. I brace, expecting a deer, but the road's empty. Miles throws it in park. Talk to me, Daphne, he says, voice rough. About what? Don't do that. Did something happen with Peter? No, you can trust me, but I can't. The weight of it all presses down again, want and shame tangled together. I shove the door open, stumbling into the cool night. He's out in a flash, rounding the hood. Where are you going? I need air. It's the easiest truth I've got. Did I mess up? I swallow. No, Daphne, his voice softens. Just tell me. And suddenly the words spill out before I can stop them. You kissed me. His eyebrows shoot up. You kissed me back. I know, but it's different now. How? I don't want to play pretend anymore. No more saying one thing and doing another. It's too much. Who says I was pretending? He steps closer. You did. You're the one who said we shouldn't. I never said that. He cuts in, closing the distance between us. The scent of his cologne mixes with the salt air, and for the first time all night, I can't look away. Not some pawn in your game to make your ex jealous, and yeah, I might be started this whole thing. You're not a pawn, he cuts in, his voice tight with frustration. Really, I shoot back, because it sure felt like one. You only kiss me when there's an audience, and don't get me wrong, I did start it, but things aren't the same now. Miles exhales sharply, shaking his head before closing the distance between us. His hips bump mine, sending a jolt through me as his hands cradle my face. Then his mouth crashes into mine, no hesitation, no holding back. It's messy, desperate, like we're the only two people in the world. His body presses me against the truck door, his hands sliding down my back, fingers splaying over bare skin. The heat of him cuts through the chill of the night. I don't need an audience to want this, he murmurs, pulling back just enough to speak. I want to kiss you every damn time you take a sip of your drink and make that little noise. I drag him back to me, that noise slipping from my lips straight into his. My fingers tangle in his hair while his grip tightens on my waist, his thigh wedging between mine. And every time I walk past your room and hear you laugh, he growls, hands slipping under my dress, tracing the lace at my hips. My skin prickles, every nerve begging for more. I yank his shirt free, palms skimming the hard lines of his back. Every time I hear the shower running and know you're in there, he rasps, his breath hot against my throat. His hands lift me onto the truck bed and I pull him in by his belt loops, his touch burning a path up my thighs. Daphne, he says, voice rough as gravel. I don't need excuses, I just need you. I undo the clasp at my neck, letting the fabric slip. His groan is low, reverent as his mouth finds my skin, teasing, tasting. My back arches, fingers gripping his shoulders. What are we doing? He mutters against me. I tilt his face up to mine. What do you want to do? His answer is a slow, deliberate roll of his hips, sending sparks through me. His lips trail back to my ear. I want to take my time with you, he breathes. Learn every sound you make. The world narrows to his hands, his mouth, the way my name sounds when he says it. His fingers hook into my lace and the night air mixes with the heat of his touch, every sensation colliding until I can't think, can't breathe. Miles, I gasp, pressing closer. And just like that, nothing else matters. His gaze locks onto mine, intense and almost black with desire, his lips still pressed against my skin. The moment is electric, charged with something raw and undeniable. Tell me to stop, he murmurs, voice rough, but I don't. Instead, I gasp, don't you dare, my fingers tangling in his shirt. I want more, I want all of you. A ragged breath escapes him as he presses his forehead against my shoulder, his heartbeat wild against me. His hands hover at my ribs like he's barely holding himself back. A low, frustrated groan slips out, followed by a humorless laugh. He pulls away just enough to refasten the clasp behind my neck, his touch lingering as his fingers trail down to my thighs. I suck at this, he admits, voice rough. Suck at what? I ask, searching his face. Complicated things, he mutters, jaw tight. I freeze up, shut down, and I don't want to do that right now, but I don't know how not to. My stomach twists. It doesn't have to be complicated. It already is, he says, his fingers brushing a loose strand of hair behind my ear with surprising gentleness. Is this about Petra? I ask, shifting out of his lap, my face burning. No, he says, catching my hand before I can pull away completely. Not just her. I exhale. You don't owe me an explanation. Daphne, he says softly, his voice breaking. When I meet his eyes, they're dark, stripped of their usual spark. There's a lot I don't talk about. His grip tightens slightly. I have a habit of disappointing people I care about. I don't think things through, and my feelings, they're not exactly reliable. I frown. Feelings aren't supposed to be reliable, they just are. He stares at our joined hands, his fingers curling into mine. For a long moment he's silent, his breathing uneven. Finally he swallows hard. Growing up, his voice falters. Feelings didn't matter, not mine, not my sister's, not my dad's. The only thing that mattered was how it affected my mom. His pulse races under my fingertips. If we made her look good, she loved us. If we didn't, we were out to get her. A bitter laugh escapes him. Once I had a stomach bug, threw up all night. She accused me of faking to skip school, said if I kept it up I'd be grounded for a month. So I went to class the next day. Every time I ran to the bathroom, I tried to puke quietly so the school wouldn't call her. His jaw clenches. Anything that made her look bad, it became this whole drama about how I must hate her. Being upset, anxious, even sick, she acted like I was doing it to her, and I believed her. My chest tightens. Jesus, Miles, I squeeze his hand, pulling it into my lap. He finally looks up, his expression raw. It's fine. It's not, I say fiercely. That's the problem, he rasps. I need it to be fine because I need to be okay. As a kid, I was just scared all the time, and now I just need to be okay. He shakes his head like he's trying to dislodge the memories. A beat of silence stretches between us, heavy with everything he just shared. Then impulsively, I lean in and press a kiss to his knuckles. His breath hitches. Okay, I whisper. Then we'll figure it out, together. Miles and I clicked because of how present Petra was. She lived in the now, and I needed that. If I let myself drift into memories or what-ifs, I unravel. So I shove all that baggage somewhere deep where it won't mess with my head. I glance away, suddenly self-conscious. Sorry, I didn't mean to push. His gaze locks onto mine, rough-edged. You're not, he says. I want you to understand. It's just what? He stares past me, jaw tight. I don't want pity. Like I'm some shattered thing you have to handle with gloves. I cup his face, forcing his eyes back to mine. Miles, listen, you're not broken, you're whole, but what you went through, that wasn't okay, it was messed up. He exhales, fingers circling my wrists. It's done. Doesn't mean you can't still be angry, I counter. A flicker of a smile ghosts his lips before vanishing. That's the trap, though. Anytime we showed pain, she twisted it. We'd end up apologizing for our tears, our anger, like we were the problem, and the worst part, everyone adored her. Teachers, neighbors, my buddies, she could charm the hell out of anyone. When friends came over, she'd morph into this perfect mom, all warmth and jokes, like I was the luckiest kid alive. His voice drops. I just wanted that version of her to stay, so I stopped reacting, stopped feeling, and things got easier, for me at least. A shadow crosses his face, his eyes glassy. Thumb traces his jawline. I get why you kept it locked away. It's not just that. He swallows hard. I let her destroy Julia, and when Jules is near, the guilt drowns me. All that noise in my head, I just want to run from it. My chest aches. I pull him close, burying my face against him. He keeps talking, words spilling like a dam broke. I hope this is release, not reopening scars. Julia got it worse. Mom pitted her against cousins, called her dumb, screamed over nothing, and I just froze. I jerk back. What could you have done? Fought back, he snaps like he's rehearsed this 1,000 times. Protected her instead of checking out. New detail, his hands tremble slightly as he says it, like the admission is a live wire. The air between us shifts less heavy, more raw, and for the first time I see it, not just pain but fury, not broken, burning. Miles exhales sharply, his fingers tightening around the edge of the couch. I should have stayed. Bolted for the city the second I turned 18, acting like showing up once a week fixed anything. It did fix something, I say, nudging his knee with mine. Otherwise, Julia wouldn't be sitting in your apartment right now eating all your cereal. His laugh is rough, exhausted. Yeah, well, I still don't get why she's here. She won't tell me. Every damn time I think I'm doing the right thing and then boom, I screw it up and someone gets hurt. I grab his shoulders, forcing him to look at me. But she got out, Miles, that's what matters. On her own, he snaps, pulling back. She saw the mess for what it was before I did, picked a college 3 states away, and when Mom tried to guilt her into staying, Julia just walked out, got her own loans, made me Carson, and moved to Wisconsin. Mom gave her the silent treatment like that would change anything, then hit her with that classic non-apology. Sorry, I wasn't perfect, but you'll get it when you're a mom someday, like that excuses anything. I wince. Jesus, is that when you stopped talking to her too? Not right away. His voice drops bitter. I played peacekeeper like an idiot. Mom kept twisting everything, trying to turn me against Julia. No matter how many times I said stop, she wouldn't, never took responsibility, never even pretended to be sorry. So yeah, eventually I cut her off too. And your dad just let this happen, Miles scoffs. Oh, he's not okay with it, but he's also never home. Work trips, golf weekends, you name it. Dude's a pro at avoiding reality. So he bylaid, left you holding the wreckage, and you're sitting here blaming yourself for surviving. I lean in. For sneaking Julia out to a McDonald's playplace once a week so she could just be a kid. His head jerks up. How'd you? Because she told me. I interrupt. She told me you were the only one who let her scream and climb and spill fries everywhere without acting like she was a burden. Miles drags a hand over his face. I'm not some hero. Half the time I can't even look at her without remembering all the ways I failed. It's like my brain's wired wrong. I never know if I'm reacting the right way or just making everything worse. You were a kid, I say firmly. I was all she had, and you showed up, I counter. That's more than most people get. He shakes his head, voice cracking. But what if it wasn't enough? What if I just don't know how to be okay? I squeeze his wrist. Nobody does. Feelings aren't facts, they're just storms. They roll in, wreck your day, then leave. For a second he's quiet, then quietly, I'm so tired of being the storm. And just like that, the anger drains out of him, leaving something raw and quiet in its place. I never bring this up for a reason, he mutters, looking away. Stop apologizing. I pull him closer, my arms circling his waist, and he finally meets my gaze again. That's what friends are for. I want to hear this. I want to be the person you lean on. The words feel true, but saying them out loud sends a slow, twisting ache through me like a key turning in my ribs, pulling everything tighter. Miles doesn't need grand gestures right now, just someone steady. And suddenly I get it. This isn't some casual fling or temporary escape anymore. If this falls apart, neither of us has anywhere to hide. You should call your sister, I tell him. Because yeah, you think you let her down, but from where I'm standing, she flew straight to you without even asking. That's not nothing, you're her safe place. His voice drops, or maybe she just had nowhere else. Maybe, I concede, but neither did I, and you still made room. That's who you are. If I had to be stranded somewhere, I'd pick you every time. A quiet beat. Me too, he admits, then exhales. I don't want to ruin this. Everything's already messy enough. Same, I say, and for once I'm not just saying it. Not just because this friendship means more now, but because I can finally admit the scary part. I care about Miles Nowak enough that losing him would actually wreck me. He brushes a loose strand of hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear. All right, my turn's over. What's your rant? My chest tightens, but there's warmth there too, proof that he sees me, that I matter to him as much as he does to me. Wait, are we doing complain fest now? I tease. He nods, grinning. Fine, global warming sucks. His laugh lines crinkle and my pulse jumps. Heard the coral reefs are basically toast. He volleys back. Don't even get me started on wealth inequality, I groan. Or how health insurance costs an arm and a leg, he adds. And my sock kept sliding under my heel all day like some kind of personal betrayal, I deadpan. He chuckles, fingers grazing my chin, and the air between us feels like the surface tension of water, one breath away from spilling. We should probably head back, he murmurs. I nod and his hand falls away. Thanks, he says softly. For what? Just, thanks. Thursday, July 4, 44 days left. If I still want to go, turns out complicated doesn't always mean bad. Julia's staying longer, so the apartment's alive with noise and chaos. Miles swings by the library with chai before his shifts. Ashley vents about Todd drama over acai bowls. One evening, the three of us end up at Cherry Hill, watching Miles work the bar like he's conducting a symphony. All charm and effortless precision, every glance he throws my way feels like sunlight breaking through the clouds, and I try to settle into the warmth of it, content to linger just outside his orbit. On the 4th of July, the three of us, Miles, Julia, and I, drive to Traverse City for the parade, then sprawl on the cool, dewy grass to watch fireworks explode over the bay. It's one of those flawless summer nights I haven't experienced since childhood, not even last year at Peter's parents' barbecue. Back then, surrounded by fireflies and their well-dressed, wine-sipping friends, I'd still felt like an outsider waiting for some invisible invitation to belong. But tonight I'm right where I'm supposed to be. By Sunday, we're back in Traverse City with Ashley for the Cherry Festival finale. We weave through rows of food trucks and vendor tents, stuffing ourselves with cherry tarts until we're practically sick. Every time Julia cracks a joke, Miles and I lock eyes, his smirk sending a jolt through me, but I force myself to look away. Friends, that's all this is. Julia, of course, drags us into carnival games, crushing us at basketball before convincing us to ride the spinning cherries. Big mistake. We stumble off, groaning, regretting every slushie we downed beforehand. Job hunting happens in small doses now, only roles that actually excite me, like children's librarian gigs in cities I wouldn't mind calling home. Julia extends her stay, and we spend the next Sunday hitting up the farmer's market before losing embarrassingly to her at Ms. Pac-Man in some divey arcade bar. Evenings blur into a rhythm. Miles cooks while Julia perches on the counter, belting country songs into a wooden spoon. I chop veggies, wash dishes, and try not to overthink the way my pulse spikes when Miles brushes past me. We eat on the floor, windows wide open, the scent of pine mixing with the hum of cicadas. Or sometimes we cram onto the couch, half watching heist movies, my skin buzzing whenever Miles reaches across me for popcorn. Later, from his room, he'll text me absurd Narnia updates. Edmund is the worst, or why is Turkish delight a thing? And we'll keep messaging for hours like the wall between us doesn't even exist. We're practically inseparable. Yet we hardly ever get a moment alone, except for that one time he locked his keys in his truck, and I had to run his spare setup to the vineyard. I was already in my pajamas, but he met me in the parking lot with that easy grin and a hug that carried the scent of bonfire smoke, tugging at something deep inside me. Then on the 19th, I stumble across a job listing for a children's librarian in Worcester County, Maryland. A quick search shows the Ocean City Library is just 20 minutes from my mom's place, housed in this charming little lighthouse-style building packed with books. My finger hovers over my phone, ready to text her, but I stop myself. It feels too perfect. There's bound to be a flood of applicants, and I don't want to get either of us excited before I even land an interview. Still, I shoot off my cover letter and resume during lunch and spend the rest of my shift refreshing my inbox like a maniac. When I get home, the air feels different, too quiet. Julia's absence is obvious, probably because she usually announces herself before she even walks in. What's stranger is how I know Miles is here, even though his usual Crocs aren't lined up by the door and it's Friday, his usual shift night. I toss my bags on the hooks, kick off my loafers, and head into the kitchen. There he is, standing by the stove, frowning at his phone while water simmers in a pot. Finally decided to lock your sister in a closet, I joke. He glances up, grinning. She's just hauling packages from downstairs. I peek into the living room. 3 massive boxes are already stacked by the coffee table. A jolt of panic hits. Did I forget to cancel some absurd wedding order? Maybe a life-sized bronze statue of Peter and me slow dancing? Who knows? Wedding planning turned my brain into mush. The water starts bubbling and Miles dumps in fresh trophy noodles. Beside him, the food processor hums with what looks like homemade pesto, and my stomach growls on cue. You hungry? He asks. I'm fine, I lie. He smirks. You're practically drooling. Okay, fine. Is there enough? Always, he says. I drift toward the boxes, scanning the labels. Julia Nowak, Chicago, then our address, but still under her name. Back in the kitchen, I raise an eyebrow. What's with all the mystery deliveries? Miles shrugs. No clue. Right on cue, the front door bursts open and Julia stumbles in, arms full of more packages. Hey, Daph, she chirps, breezing past me. I trail after her as she dumps the boxes with a dramatic sigh. What's in all these? I ask. She just winks and heads back to the kitchen, leaving me staring at the growing tower of cardboard. Miles and I exchange glances as Julia grabs a can of sparkling water from the fridge, already halfway out the kitchen again. Just the essentials, she tosses over her shoulder before disappearing toward the mountain of cardboard boxes piled at the other end of the apartment. Essential what? Miles calls after her, stirring the pasta with one hand while shooting me a bewildered look. Whatever I can't live without, Julia shouts back, her voice fading as she rummages through her things. Paid my roommate to ship the important stuff first. Once I find my own place, I'll deal with the rest. Miles's grip tightens on the wooden spoon. Jules, he calls louder this time, get back in here. She reappears in the doorway, all wide-eyed innocence. What's up? He gestures at the overflowing boxes. What's with the sudden life overhaul? Your stuff's already taking over my entire living room. I told you I was staying longer, she says, shrugging. Yeah, a week longer, that's what you said 7 days ago. She rolls her eyes. Plans change, I'm staying a few more days, then flying back to Chicago to pack up everything else. Needed my interview outfits, so Riley sent a few things ahead. Job interviews, Miles repeats, dragging a hand down his face. Since when? Since I got here and realized you're pretending everything's fine when it's obviously not, she fires back. I am fine, he grits out. Sure you are, she says, already backing toward the door. Ashley's double parked downstairs, so I gotta run, and just like that she's gone, leaving behind the faint scent of vanilla perfume and a kitchen thick with tension. Miles exhales sharply, dumping the pasta into a colander. I'll book her a hotel, he mutters. Or you a hotel, I snort. Any place with last-minute summer availability is either a roach motel or a crime scene. Besides, I can survive one more week of her makeup explosion. He raises an eyebrow. You sure? Positive, I say. But the real question is, how are you holding up? He stabs a noodle with a fork, testing it before answering. Dunno, she's acting normal, but that's the problem. Jules doesn't do normal when something's wrong. Maybe she's just worried about you, I offer. He scoffs. It's been months. What does she need me to get? I'm over it tattooed on my chest. Would definitely send a message, I deadpan. He glares but cracks a smile, stirring pesto into the pasta with more force than necessary. The silence stretches heavy with everything left unsaid. Outside, a car honks, probably Ashley, impatient as ever. Miles doesn't flinch, but his grip on the pot tightens just a fraction. 13 years her senior, I've been independent since she was in pigtails. The last thing I need is my baby sister stressing over me, especially when her version of worrying means leaving laundry mountains in the hallway and blasting her phone alarm on repeat like some sleep-deprived DJ. I grab 2 bowls and forks, handing them over so he can serve the pasta. Want me to tell her to scram? He glances at me, then focuses on portioning out the food. Can't, he mutters, not when I don't even know what's happening with her. He tosses a few fresh basil leaves on top before passing me a bowl. I set mine down and press my hands against his shoulders, easing the tension. If you ever need to rant, I say, hit me up. You know I live for a good complaint session and misery loves company. His jaw unclenches. Abandoning his food, he pulls me into a hug so tight I swear my bones turn to jelly, his breath warm against my skin. I inhale, eyes shut, and it's simple. I want him, I like him, but I care enough to shove those feelings aside. The front door bursts open, Ashley and Julia's laughter clashing like cymbals in the most annoying roommate Olympics. We spring apart just as they barrel inside, arms loaded with Target bags. Something smells amazing, Ashley chirps, breezing past. Miles and I exchange a glance, both sensing chaos incoming. We trail them to the living room where they dump their haul onto the rug, an air mattress, a pump, vacuum-sealed pillows, a blazer, a fuzzy gold blanket, and 2 tiny desk fans, followed by toiletries and a belt. Planning a very niche robbery, I ask. Julia shrugs. Thought about upgrading this dumpy sofa to a pull-out but didn't want to overstep. Right, because overstepping is your biggest concern, Miles deadpans. She rolls her eyes. Relax, it's temporary. Once I land a job, I'm out. Rubbing his temples, Miles grabs his bowl. Gotta head to work, we'll talk later. I'll be here, she sings songs, scooping up her laundry. He shakes his head, shoveling pesto into his mouth as he leaves. I set my bowl down. Need help? Nah, Julia says, eyeing the closet. Just relocating some of this mess. The living room's turning into a storage unit. Ashley snickers. Some mess, that's an understatement. Julia reaches for the closet doors, the closet where the dress is hidden. My heart jackhammers like a New Year's noisemaker. Wait, I lunge, but it's too late. The door slides open, revealing a Tetris-level stack of gift bags in every shade of white. And then avalanche. The living room looked like a wedding supply store had exploded. Taper candles, tea lights, biodegradable forks, palm leaf plates, and enough organza to film a horror movie where the villain was a vengeful bridal gown trying to suffocate unsuspecting women. And guess what? That gown was mine, the one I never wore, now tumbling straight into Julia's face like a waterfall of bad decisions. For a solid 5 seconds she just stood there, stunned, buried under layers of fabric and regret. It was like a scene ripped straight out of a classic sitcom, I Love Lucy meets the Dick Van Dyke Show, until the chaos finally settled, leaving us all speechless. Ashley broke the silence first. Oh, sweetie, she groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. Please tell me you didn't actually keep the dress. I just haven't had time to figure out what to do with it, I snapped, scrambling to shove everything back into the box. Julia snatched a stack of thrifted ivory napkins from my hands. Nope, Pandora's box is officially open, Daphne, you can't just stuff it all back in. Ashley crossed her arms. Face it, you're gonna have to ditch this stuff before you move anyway. Julia's head whipped toward me. Wait, you're moving? Maybe, I muttered. Not until after summer, though, I've got time. Ashley smirked at Julia. You could always take her room. Julia wrinkled her nose. Hard pass, this place is temporary for me. That was my opening. So why the sudden urge to move here? Julia hesitated, then sighed. Can I tell you guys something without it getting back to Miles? Ashley mimed, zipping her lips. Spill. I rolled my eyes. If you can tell us, you can tell him. Julia scoffed. I love my brother, but some things are better left unsaid. Like what? Ashley pressed. I've been this close to moving here for years, Julia admitted. I frowned. Weren't you in college in Wisconsin? Yeah, and I hated it, she said, but I couldn't tell Miles he casted my loans. He would have understood, I insisted. Oh, I know, she said, but he babies me, and honestly, I don't love cleaning up my own messes. The problem is when Miles swoops in to fix things, he always leaves something behind. I shook my head. I don't follow. When he graduated high school, Julia explained, he was supposed to move to Colorado with his friends. Last minute he bilayed, and I know it was because of me, because I'd be stuck with our parents. He waited until I left for college before he even left the state. Then he came here and loved it. So when school sucked, I was gonna move too, but then he started dating Petra. I blinked. You two didn't get along, Julia snorted. Petra gets along with everyone. But she's also ridiculously flaky, and I say that as a flaky person myself. I quit jobs on a whim. Living with roommates drives me crazy, and don't even get me started on bangs. I regret getting them within days. Ashley shrugs, that's just life. But Petra, she's on another level. Remember when she and Miles randomly decided to extend their Iceland vacation into a 2-month stay? I'm pretty sure they didn't even check visa rules. Then last winter their quick getaway to Uruguay somehow turned into 5 weeks. I didn't want to move here unless he was all in, she told me. Because I know him, he'd feel trapped, but things shifted for me recently and now it feels right. Still, if Miles ever wants to pack up and move to Reykjavik tomorrow, I won't stop him. He's already sacrificed enough for me. My chest tightens. I get it. When someone's your whole world, you do anything for them. But after hearing Miles' side, I wish he knew how she really felt. To him, he's the brother who left. To her, he's the one who stayed too long. You should talk to him, I say. She smirks, taking a slow sip of water. Funny, that advice might work in other situations too. Ashley snaps us back to reality with a sharp clap. All right, focus, we've got a mission here. Right, Julia jumps in. Here's the plan. We photograph everything, list it online, and I'll handle shipping. Consider it rent for crashing at your place. And my apartment's basically a storage unit at this point, Ashley adds. We'll organize, post, and stash it at mine until it sells. Julia nudges me, sensing my hesitation. Wouldn't it feel amazing to just purge all of this? I glance around. What's really holding me back? Them not wanting to face this alone, needing friends to help bury this old dream. I grab the box from Julia. Let's do it. She cheers. Wine time. Ashley blasts her divorce survival playlist, all high-energy beats like we're in a workout class. Julia overfills our glasses with Sauvignon Blanc, and suddenly the closet's contents are sprawled across the floor like evidence in a heist movie. We rearrange lamps for better lighting, snapping photos like each item's a museum piece. Scribbling descriptions, I realize this is weirdly fun. 3 drinks in, we finally reach the dress. You're trying it on, Ashley declares. Absolutely, Julia agrees, clapping. I shove it at her. Be my guest. Ashley rolls her eyes. Oh no, you picked it, you wear it. Don't you want to see it one last time? Julia interrupts, her voice dripping with playful urgency. More importantly, don't you want your friends to witness you looking absolutely stunning in that dress before Halloween rolls around and some drunk college kid in a cheap Frankenstein wig ruins it forever? She's not wrong. The only people who have ever seen me in this gown are my mom and my ex-fiancé's mother. If I'm really letting it go, I might as well give it a proper send-off. Ashley starts chanting, try it on, and Julia jumps in, clapping her hands like we're at a pep rally. All right, fine, I finally cave, laughing. I'll do it. Julia shoves the crumpled dress into my arms while Ashley tops off my wine glass with a smirk. That's the spirit, she says. I retreat to the bathroom, wrestling out of my work clothes before battling the layers of silk and organza. The dress twists around me like a stubborn octopus, and for a second I'm convinced I'll need a rescue team. Finally, I emerge, awkwardly like a very expensive butterfly escaping its cocoon. I never even wanted a wedding dress. My plan was simple, a cream-colored silk number under $200, no fuss. But Peter's mom insisted I at least try on a few gowns, and shockingly, my own mom backed her up. They both flew out to Virginia for a whirlwind weekend, dragging me through Richmond's bridal boutiques until my feet ached and my patience wore thin. We sipped champagne, okay, maybe a little too much, and pretended I wasn't dreading the whole thing. Then at the last stop, a tiny vintage shop Melly had found online, everything changed. Mom helped me into the dress, her fingers fumbling with the tiny buttons at my neck. When we finally faced the mirror, she went completely still. Her grip tightened on my shoulders and I could practically hear her swallowing back tears. You look like Grace Kelly, she whispered. I look like I'm playing dress-up, I muttered, but my reflection disagreed. The dress was perfect, and also $3,000. Peter's family had already covered most of the wedding expenses, something I'd protested endlessly, but Mom cut me off before I could argue. Let me do this, she said, pulling me close. I believe in you. And you deserve every bit of happiness, even if it scares you. For the first time, I wondered if maybe she wasn't as content with her solo life as she always claimed. The thought hit me harder than the price tag. She pressed another kiss to my temple, her voice soft but firm. You're my one and only. I smiled back, squeezing her hand. And you're mine. She shook her head, laughing. Not anymore, sweetheart, now you've got two. When everything fell apart, she never threw my mistakes in my face. No I told you so about Peter, no lectures about trusting the wrong man. Just quiet support, sharp jabs at his expense, and endless reassurance. The guilt over the dress still gnawed at me, but every time I tried to bring up paying her back, she'd wave me off, joking that she owed me for never having to bail me out of jail or replace a garage door I'd plowed through like some reckless teen in a bad coming-of-age movie. The way she talked about normal teens made it obvious she'd been the kind they write about, sneaking out at midnight, throwing wild parties in the woods. Meanwhile, I was currently wrestling with a mountain of tulle, Ashley's muffled voice shouting something through the door. Hold on, I yelled back, finally shaking free of the fabric. Turning my back to the mirror, I fumbled for the zipper, which stubbornly jammed halfway up before I forced it the rest of the way. When I finally faced my reflection, the dress was different. The silk bodice hugged me too tightly, the seams protesting, my cleavage practically spilling over like some scandalous romance novel cover. Except those heroines always looked fierce and confident, I just looked like I'd lost a fight with a corset. Stepping into the living room with a dramatic flourish, I was met with silence. No Ashley, no audience, just Pat Benatar belting "Love is a Battlefield" from the kitchen. Then the front door swung open. Miles froze mid-step, his expression shifting from surprise to something like alarm. Hi, I said. Hi, he replied, his gaze darting from me to the empty apartment. I'm not wearing this, I blurted. Okay, well, I am wearing it, but not alone, I clarified, as if that made any sense. He glanced around again, as if expecting an explanation to materialize out of thin air. None did. The apartment feels eerily quiet when I realize my sister and Ashley have vanished. Wedding decorations are strewn everywhere, ribbons, tissue paper, a half-finished centerpiece, but no sign of them. They were just here, I mutter, half expecting to find them hiding behind the couch like this is some bizarre prank. They wanted to see the dress, so I put it on, and now they've disappeared. Miles finally cracks a grin, peeling off his sweatshirt and tossing it onto the armchair. Saw them hopping into a cab downstairs, something about an emergency milkshake run. That explains the muffled yelling while I was trapped in this satin prison. Great priorities. I cross my arms, which only makes the dress squeeze tighter. I'll pay you to wear this to Peter and Petra's wedding, he offers. I'll double it, I counter. His smile widens. It's a good dress, you look good. I groan, cheeks burning. I look like a cannoli that got left in the sun too long. His brow furrows. A what now? Singular of cannoli, I deadpan. So you're saying you're delicious, he teases. That I used to fit in this before stress eating my way through wedding planning. I tug at the bodice. Either that or oxygen deprivation is making me hallucinate how good I look. You look beautiful, he says, softer now, then smirks. Definitely beats pastry. His gaze lingers, and suddenly the room feels 10 degrees hotter. I catch a whiff of his cologne, warm cedar and something faintly sweet, and bolt for the bathroom before I do something stupid. Gotta change. Locked inside, I face the mirror. My reflection is a mess. Flushed skin, wild eyes, a dress that might as well have shrink-wrapped me. The zipper fights me halfway down before jamming hard. I twist, straining to see over my shoulder, but the fabric won't give. Panic creeps in, my ribs ache, the seams dig in, and oh God, I'm going to die in this thing. I burst out of the bathroom and crash into Miles, who's pacing like he's waiting for test results. Still in the dress, he observes. It's stuck. The zipper's broken, I can't breathe, and breathe, he interrupts, turning me gently. His fingers hover near my neck, careful not to touch as he gathers my hair. Hold this for me. I clutch my hair, pulse racing while he works the zipper with frustrating calm. It catches again mid-spine. Damn, hang on. More fiddling, more me trying not to hyperventilate. You're wobbling, I snap. You're squirming, he counters. The standoff lasts another minute before the zipper finally surrenders with a grudging slide. Freedom, sort of. Now I just have to survive the wedding. Got any lip balm? He asks, wincing as he tugs at the stubborn zipper on my dress. Seriously, your lips can't wait 5 seconds. I snap back, exasperated. He shakes his head. Nope, it's for the zipper, Daphne. This thing's stuck worse than my last relationship. I point him toward the medicine cabinet, and we awkwardly shuffle into the tiny bathroom, him holding up the back of my dress like some kind of makeshift train. He grabs the chapstick, smears it on the zipper like he's performing some kind of miracle fix, then goes back to wrestling with it. The whole thing's a disaster. He loses his grip, slams his elbow into the wall, and lets out a pained grumble. This bathroom's way too small for this mess. We stumble back into the hallway, and he tries again, his frustrated sigh turning into a chuckle. What's so funny? I ask, glancing over my shoulder. Now I can't see a damn thing, he admits, dragging me by the skirt into his bedroom and flicking on the light. Can you lean over the dresser, he suggests. I groan. You're kidding, right? He shrugs. I need leverage. Every time I pull, you just come with me. What cosmic joke led me here? Oh yeah, lying about dating this guy, then making out with him at a lavender farm just to spite my ex-fiancé. Karma's a real comedian. I brace myself against the dresser, and he steadies me with a hand on my hip, giving the zipper another determined yank. It moves barely before jamming again. Distract me, I mutter. Don't worry, we'll get you out of this, he says, missing the point entirely. Miles, I need better material. Tell me something awful. He laughs. Fine. Here's one. When Petra and I got your save the date, she said she didn't want to get married. I thought she meant ever, not just not to me. I bury my face against the dresser, my groan dissolving into uncontrollable laughter, shoulders shaking. Shit, bad timing, he says, gripping my hips. Hey, I straighten up, tears streaming, still laughing. He pulls me against his chest, arms wrapping around me. Daphne, he murmurs, voice soft. I twist in his hold, gasping between giggles. Wait, what was the chapstick actually for? His face goes blank. I thought it'd lubricate the track. You lubed my zipper, I wheeze. Technically, he counters. I asked for chapstick so we wouldn't have to say that sentence out loud. I collapse against him, laughing so hard my ribs ache. His hand drifts up my spine, leaving goosebumps in its wake, and rests at the nape of my neck. His laughter rumbles through me too. You were prepared for this, I accuse. How many people have you done this for? Dozens, he deadpans, turning me again. But you're the first one with lip balm. With one last gentle tug, the zipper finally gives. After all that wrestling with the stubborn zipper, it finally gives way, sliding down to the base of my spine. Miles's fingers graze my skin as he works it loose, sending a shiver through me. He lingers for a heartbeat, his palm pressing warm against my lower back before I turn to face him. The dress sags, the bodice slipping off my shoulders as the heavy skirt tugs it downward. I clutch the fabric to my chest, murmuring a quiet thanks. He jerks away like he's been burned, snatching a worn-out grey tee from his dresser. The moment he pulls it over my head, I'm wrapped in the scent of cinnamon and something woodsy like autumn in fabric form. The dress crumples at my feet, and he helps me step free, carefully freeing my hair from the collar. When our eyes meet again, the air between us hums. Thank you, I whisper. Just don't get too attached, he teases, nodding at the shirt. That's been my lucky tea since I was a kid. I finally take in the faded graphic, a cartoon camel in sunglasses puffing on a comically oversized cigarette. This is your childhood treasure, a walking anti-smoking PSA. His grin deepens, fingers brushing my chin as he pulls me closer. It's a camel, Daphne, he deadpans, in sunglasses. I'll return it ASAP, I joke, but he shakes his head. Keep it. Consider it yours. No wonder half the town's ready to leave you their inheritance, I say, nudging him. Wow, he fake gasps. Now I sound like a con artist. No, I grab his wrist. I mean, you're the kind of person who actually listens. You make people feel like their weird little passions, farming, cooking, whatever, matter. Because they do, he says simply. Exactly, I breathe. You mean it. Most people just pretend to care. His gaze drops, thoughtful. You're not so bad either, he murmurs. You're like Lake Michigan, freezing and unpredictable, clear, he corrects, and deeper than you let on. A silence settles thick with something unspoken. Then, because I can't help it, I add, and you're like that one stubborn patch of sunlight that won't quit even in February. He laughs, but his eyes stay soft. Truce, truce. His voice lowers to a murmur, cool and refreshing. More like shocking and painful, I shoot back. He grins, stepping closer until I catch the faint scent of red wine lingering on his breath from his shift. The pull between us is magnetic, like a moth drawn to a flame. I fight the urge to close the distance. Desperate for a distraction, I gesture toward the cluttered living room, the aftermath of mine and Julia's chaos. Have you actually talked to her yet about why she's really here? He exhales, retreating half a step. Tried, she's still playing it off like she's just here to pick up my pieces. His forced smile twists something inside me. You want me to kick her out? I like having her around, I admit. He nods, and before the silence stretches too long, I ask, anything I can do? His expression softens, fingers brushing my chin. Nah, he says, this is enough. But I'm not doing anything, I argue. His lips quirk. Then why do I feel better? The air between us thickens, until I step back, the hardwood cold under my bare feet. Thanks again, I say, voice light, for fixing my zipper. Anytime, he replies. Wednesday, July 24th, 24 days until the readathon. Aside from the radio silence from the Ocean City Library about my application, luck's been weirdly on my side. Sunday, Miles dragged Julia, grumbling, and me to North Bear Shores for a bookstore event featuring a romance author Sadie had recommended ages ago. The shop owner and her geologist wife adored Miles, no surprise, and even donated to the readathon. Monday brought 2 children's authors agreeing to send prize videos, plus a third offering a live Q&A. Tuesday's Fortnite tournament had record turnout, and today Maya finally agreed to join next week's book club after months of me nudging her at the desk. Mom nearly drops her dumbbells when I tell her on my walk home. That's huge, she says, half yelling. That kid's been a fortress. She's just shy, but the group is full of sweet kids, some homeschooled so she won't know them. Fresh start. God, remember when you hated school? Mom laughs. I even asked if you wanted to be homeschooled. I snort. When would you have had time? I wouldn't have, she admits. But you were miserable. I just wanted to fix it. Remember what you said? I don't even remember offering homeschooling, I say. New detail, the bookstore owner's wife being a geologist adds a quirky touch, and the dropped dumbbells moment with Mom adds humor. You claimed you'd miss your teachers too much. She erupts into breathless giggles which quickly morph into a grunt of effort as weights clatter against the gym floor. You were quiet, but you had guts. Let's be real, I was a total bookworm, I admit. Back then, teachers would write a joy to have in class on your report cards, she teases. My phone buzzes and I duck under a cafe awning to shield the screen from the sun. Hang on, I mutter, squinting at the notification. What the hell, everything all right? Mom asks. Yep, I chirp, way too upbeat. Everything's technically fine except my dad just tried calling me and it's not the usual post-holiday obligatory check-in. I shoot him a quick text, can't talk now. His reply is instant, which never happens. Call me when you can. Fun news. My stomach twists. Fun news in Jason Roberts' language usually means, hey, I'm dating someone half my age. Spoiler, it never lasts. Or I met a guy with a yacht, so I'm disappearing to the Bahamas. Spoiler, no postcards. Daphne, Mom presses. All good, I lie. She and Dad aren't at war, but she cut ties the second I turned 18. And while she's amazing at rolling with life's chaos, she's too good at never badmouthing him, even when I wish she'd just admit he's the worst. Well, she says, shifting gears, I'm proud of you, love you. And you've got to run, I finish for her. Beach day tomorrow with the girls, she confirms. Talk next week. Sure thing, love you. Love you more, she says, hanging up before I can protest. As I pass a storybook cottage with morning glories tangled in its picket fence, birds chirp like they're cheering me on. On impulse, I check the real estate listing. Price just dropped $50K, but it's still a fantasy. Still, I let myself imagine it, hosting game nights, binging action flicks, grabbing chai lattes from the corner cafe. A life where I fill vases with lavender and sip wine under fireflies. Hours later at poker night, Harvey nudges Ashley. Big birthday plans. Wait, it's your birthday, I ask. She groans. Next Saturday, the big 4-3 and no Mulderess at his dad's, and I'll be vegging out with reality TV. Why waste a birthday alone, I say. New detail, the cottage's taffy green paint and the scent of lavender add a sensory twist. Tone shift, the sarcasm about Dad's fun news contrasts with the wistful daydreaming. We should do something about this, I say, watching Ashley slump deeper into the couch. Lenore exhales a slow stream of smoke from her cigar, her voice dry. Honey, you're not winning this one, Ashley sighs, twisting the stem of her wineglass. Birthdays are just pointless, another year, same old mess. Same apartment, same town, only now I don't even have Duke to blame for the wallpaper. Barb leans in, patting her knee. Oh, come on, you left a dead-end marriage, started working on yourself, kept Mulder from flunking out of obedience school, and now Daphne's practically family. It's not about progress, I argue. It's about celebrating that you're here, we're doing something. Lenore smirks. Shouldn't I be the one rallying the troops here? I'm the fun one. You are, I agree. But you can't Ashley your own birthday, so I'm stepping in. She groans. I don't want to go out, crowds, noise, people. Fine, I relent. Then we stay in. How about I come over and we paint something? Her nose wrinkles, like happy little trees, because I'm not Bob Ross. Like your living room, I say. Duke vetoed every color you ever picked. Right, now's your chance. Pick a shade and I'll help. I suck at painting, she mutters. I always rush the edges and end up with a Pollock mess. Lucky for you, I'm a cut-in goddess, I shoot back. She snorts. Of course you are. Not even offended, I say. She taps her chin, considering. So you'll handle the hard part and I'll pour the wine while we watch reality TV meltdowns. Deal, I say. Anyone else joining? Lenore waves us off. Hard pass, but enjoy your DIY disaster. Barb and Harvey nod in unison. Ashley finally cracks a smile. Okay, Vincent, next Saturday. Bring the precision brushwork, I'll supply the drama and the wine. I don't own cute painting overalls, I point out. She grins. You've got time, Barb knows a place. Harvey clears his throat. Can we please get back to poker? I'm on a winning streak. And he was 6 hands straight. I took the final pot. Rain cancels Sunday's plans. Miles was vague, needs clear skies. So when he corners me in the kitchen Thursday morning, steam curling from our mugs, I don't hesitate. Think you can ditch work? Normally I'd refuse, but with Ashley out all week, the library's been dead. I cave, no alarm, but I'm up at 7 anyway, drifting to Fika's sidewalk patio with a book. On impulse, I try matcha, surprisingly good, but swap back to my usual iced chai for the walk home. The barista, metal glinting from his eyebrow, grins. Back so soon, missed your caffeine, I say. Another matcha, chai, I laugh. Some habits stick. New detail, the barista's name tag reads Jesse, and he slips a free almond croissant into my bag with a wink. Tone shift. From resigned to playful, Ashley's stubbornness melts into reluctant amusement, mirroring the shift from self-pity to small rebellions. The barista smirks as I rattle off my order, an iced honey latte and a hazelnut cold brew. Big plans, he jokes, already scribbling my name on the cups like we've done this dance 100 times. There's something weirdly satisfying about becoming a familiar face in this coffee shop, like I've cracked some secret city code. When he slides the drinks across the counter, I reach for my wallet, but he shakes his head. Manager's off today, he says, glancing around before lowering his voice. And let's be real, you tip better than most of these tourists. Seriously, thanks. I shove a crumpled 10 into the tip jar, leftover cash from last week's poker night. Name's Jonah, he offers before I can ask. Appreciate it, Jonah, I say, and his grin makes the whole interaction feel like a tiny victory. Walking home, my phone buzzes, Dad calling. I fumble and hit decline. Oops, we haven't exactly been phone buddies lately, more like the kind of relatives who exchange vague texts every few months. At a crosswalk, I thumb out a quick reply, can I call you back? Currently battling both pedestrian traffic and existential dread. His response pings instantly, no need, just confirming your address. Great. Another mystery package. Knowing Dad, it'll be a care package of questionable legality, CBD gummies, ancient healing crystals, or maybe another relic from his attic he swears is mine. Last time it was a ratty yellow beanie he insisted I wore as a kid. Plot twist, I'd never seen it before, and given the house's true crime backstory, that thing went straight in the trash. I did burn the sage he sent first, figured it couldn't hurt. Back at my building, I squint at my screen. The address he's sending to, Miles's place. Fantastic. I hit call as I climb the stairs, determined to shut this down. No answer. I try again, voicemail. Hey Dad, I start, jiggling my key in the stubborn lock. Call me back before you. The door swings open. I didn't open it. A woman in her 50s with a towering retro beehive hairdo and a plunging neckline stands frozen in my living room, looking as shocked to see me walk through the door as I am to find her already inside my apartment. Daphne. She shrieks with uncontained delight, her voice hitting notes only dogs should hear. Hey, I manage, scanning my mental Rolodex of acquaintances and coming up blank. Just then my dad emerges from the kitchen, casually draping an arm around her like they're posing for a family Christmas card. Surprise, kiddo, he announces with the enthusiasm of someone who's about to drop life-altering news. My first impulse is to back out slowly and pretend this isn't happening. But before I can retreat, Dad yanks me into a bear hug so aggressive it knocks the wind out of me. You coming down with something? He asks, studying me with those unnervingly bright green eyes of his. Maybe, I mutter, suddenly feeling lightheaded, though that might just be the overwhelming cloud of vanilla-scented body spray radiating from our unexpected guest. Don't just stand there, Dad says, steering me toward the kitchen as if I'm the visitor here. Meet Starfire. Behind him, the woman Starfire, apparently, lets out a high-pitched squeal that makes my teeth ache. Dad steps aside with a dramatic sweep of his arm, revealing Miles lingering awkwardly in the hallway, looking about as thrilled as someone who just discovered their apartment had been commandeered by circus performers. Before I can process anything, Starfire lunges at me with the force of a linebacker, crushing me in a hug that smells like a middle school sleepover, all sugar and synthetic fruit. You are adorable, she declares, shaking me like a maraca. Ah, thanks, I wheeze. When she finally releases me, she keeps a death grip on my hand, her acrylic nails digging in just enough to be concerning. Finally, she sniffles, dabbing at non-existent tears. For a second, I thought you were the tall one. She jerks her chin toward Julia, whose expression screams, brace yourself, I survived this already. I shoot Dad a desperate, who the hell is this? Look, but he just grins like he's won the lottery. Having my girls together means everything to me, he declares. For a wild second, I wonder if Staffher is some long-lost relative, but unlike Dad's usual 20-something flings, she's clearly in his age range, give or take a decade, thanks to enough cosmetic work to make her face defy gravity. Sensing the tension, Miles swoops in like a rescue helicopter. Why don't we all move to the living room, he suggests, already herding Dad away. Daphne and I will bring drinks. Perfect. Julia chimes in, expertly steering Starfire along like she's handling a particularly excitable golden retriever. Starfire lets out a bubbly, nonsensical giggle, pinching my cheek before Julia tugs her away, though she keeps flashing me that megawatt smile over her shoulder, wobbling dangerously in her sky-high blue heels. Miles pulls me into the kitchen, voice low. They just appeared. And you let them in, I mutter. He said he was your dad, Miles hisses, that you were expecting him. What was I supposed to do? Technically, yeah, that's my father, I say, but expecting him is a stretch, more like bracing for impact. And Starfire, he asks, former backup dancer for a one-hit wonder pop group, I deadpan. You've never met her before, have you? Not even in my nightmares. Miles exhales, shaking his head as he reaches for the wine cabinet. I grab 2 glasses, and when I turn back, he's chuckling to himself. Should we start a betting pool on who crashes next? At this point, I say, I wouldn't blink if my long-dead great-aunt Mildred materialized on the couch. Would she at least knock first? Ghosts don't knock, Miles. They phase through walls like they own the place. He studies me. You good? I haven't spilled my life story to him, but he's sharp. 3 minutes with my dad was enough. Nope, I admit. But halfway through this bottle, I'll be functional. He sniffs the air. Is that? Yep, Dad's turning our living room into a hotbox. Miles grimaces. Want me to suggest he takes it outside? Knock yourself out. In 10 minutes he'll forget and spark up mid-conversation, and good luck interrupting. He'll monologue for half an hour. His fingers brush my elbow. Just say the word if you need an escape. I raise an eyebrow. You'll fake a gas leak, if I have to. I glance toward the living room. He never stays long, probably just killing time before the next party. You don't have to. I'm staying, he says firmly. Unless you'd rather I bail. No, stay, I blurt, but I won't blame you if you run. His thumb traces my elbow, sending a jolt through me. Someone once said I'm weirdly charming with strangers. Let's go. We step back into the living room where Dad exhales a cloud of smoke. Julia's stuff is now a precarious tower in the corner, the deflated air mattress shoved underneath. Our guests lounge on the couch, their blindingly white smiles glowing against their tans. There's my girl, Dad croaks between coughs. Here I am, I say, perching on the armchair like it's a life raft. And you, and Starfire, she beams, he beams at her. Miles and Julia exchange a look that screams, what fresh chaos is this? Dad leans in, holding out a stunning bouquet he'd apparently hidden by the couch. These reminded us of you, he says, flashing that same charming grin I remember from childhood. Starfire chimes in with a dreamy sigh. Your energy just radiates through these flowers. JJ saw them and knew instantly. They match the photo he carries everywhere. I blink. What photo? Your senior picture. Dad beams like it's some grand revelation. That's news to me. Mom and I agreed those photos were a disaster, so bad we only sent the digital file to school to avoid printing them. Thanks, I mutter, taking the flowers and setting them down before Julia swoops in to rescue them. I'll grab a vase, she announces, making a quick exit. Miles, ever the diplomat, starts pouring wine and smoothly shifts the conversation. So how did you two meet? Dad takes a sip, then drops the bomb. Starfire's my life coach. Starfire nods, her smile unwavering. But we've known each other much longer. Turns out we were soulmates in past lives, Dad adds like it's the most normal thing in the world. Starfire's eyes light up. Several times, actually. I was a wealthy Titanic heiress and Jason was a starving artist. Forbidden love, tragic fate, you know how it goes. Miles and I exchange a glance. He looks like he's 1 second away from either laughing or losing his lunch. So exactly like the movie, I deadpan. Starfire tilts her head. What movie? Miles jumps in before things get weirder. So what brings you to town? You're based in California, right? Dad nods, reaching for his joint again until Miles flashes that effortless charm. Mind saving that for outside? Of course. Dad tucks it away without missing a beat. We're actually on a cross-country trip to celebrate. Celebrate what? I ask. Starfire clasps her hands together. Oh, Daffy, she coos, because apparently my name needed shortening. Our love, of course. Dad's face falls. You didn't get our card. I stare. What card? New detail. As Dad launches into an explanation, Miles subtly nudges a coaster under Dad's wineglass, because even in the middle of cosmic soulmate revelations, he's still the only one preventing water rings on the table. He holds up the birthday card with a dramatic flourish. The one where I announced our wedding. You told me you got married. In a birthday card. I blink at him, baffled. You seriously didn't see it? He sounds wounded, like I've personally slighted him. Miles jumps in, eyebrows scrunched. Wait, when's your birthday? Late April, I say, his frown deepens, probably realizing I was already crashing at his place by then. I must be lost the card, I lie to Dad. Truth is, his cards are usually just his signature slapped next to my name if they show up at all. Last year's Murder House beanie he mailed me, yeah, that went straight to the trash. I didn't need another hollow gesture from a man who kinda loved me. Or a reminder that I was turning 33 with no one but takeout and my own existential dread to celebrate with. Starfire's grin is frozen in place, like if she lets it slip even a millimeter, the world might implode. After surviving whatever cosmic disaster she endured, probably something worse than the Titanic, I don't blame her for playing it safe. So just passing through, I ask, forcing cheer. Any fun stops planned? Eventually, Dad says. Starfire's family's in Vermont. But we thought we'd hang here till Monday if you can tolerate us that long. My stomach drops. A cold sweat prickles my skin. This isn't a quick, awkward visit. No, it's worse with their free pit stop between cross-country driving. Here's a bouquet of gas station flowers. Mind if we crash on your floor? My apartment's morphing into the world's worst sitcom set. Dad's still talking, but his voice has turned into the wah-wah trombone of Charlie Brown's teacher. Sorry, I cut in. What was that? Starfire beams. No rush, we can stay as long as you'll have us. Julia walks in holding the vase of flowers, takes one look at the scene and nopes right back into the kitchen. Smart woman, Dad barrels on. We're thrilled to be here, kiddo. Starfire's cousin Sandra insists we check out the dunes. She's psychic, Starfire adds, nodding like this is totally normal. Who? I ask. Sandra, she says. She's got the gift. Too bad she didn't foresee the lack of space in our apartment. I've got a bit of it too, Starfire continues. My therapist says I'm an expath. You mean empath? She shakes her head. Nope, mine's the opposite. I project emotions powerfully. I take a deep breath, trying to steer this train wreck back on track. We don't have a guest room or even a real couch right now. Julia's staying with us. I gesture weakly at the laundry explosion in the corner. Dad's eyebrows knit together, confused, like he can't fathom being told no before he's even properly asked. Then he just laughs. Oh, no way, he says, shaking his head like the idea is absurd. We wouldn't want to put you out like that. Since when did he care about boundaries? Actually, I booked us a motel, he adds, casual as ever. It's a bit of a drive, but we don't mind making the trip back and forth. Starfire blinks in surprise. Hold on, she says, tilting her head. I thought this place had 2 bedrooms. Miles squints like he's trying to decipher a riddle. It does. You don't keep one as a guest room, she presses. There are 2 of us, I point out deadpan. Dad's face falls. Wait, you 2 don't share a room? For the first time, Starfire's cheerful expression cracks. Oh no, she murmurs, voice wobbling like she's on the verge of tears. She glances between Miles and me, sympathy oozing from every pore. Do you need to talk about it? We could totally be your relationship gurus, your love gurus. What? I say flatly just as Miles blurts, love. Starfire leans in, lowering her voice like it'll magically make this less awkward, and pats Miles's knee. You'll work it out, sweetie. Work what out? Miles scrunches his face, baffled. Meanwhile, I'm already 3 steps ahead and regretting every one of them. We're not together, I clarify. The realization hits Dad like a truck. Oh no, Starfire gasps, clutching her chest. You broke up. She looks genuinely devastated, as if mourning a tragic romance that never existed. And Miles stresses a little too loudly. Just friends, separate rooms, separate lives. Thank goodness. Dad exhales dramatically, nudging me with his elbow. I like this guy. Would have been awkward if I had to hate him, especially after that last disaster. He claps his hands together. So who's hungry? Thought we could do a little belated birthday thing for you, kiddo. Only if it's not an inconvenience, Starfire chimes in, looping her arm through Dad's. We did sort of crash your evening. Absolutely, Dad agrees. We'll fit into whatever time you've got for a couple of old-timers. Starfire swats his arm playfully. Excuse you, JJ, age is just a number. Tell that to my knees, Dad jokes, grinning at her with this dopey, lovesick look that sends a weird pang through my chest. Part of me softens. This version of him with his motel reservation and his actual adult relationship is almost responsible. But then there's the old sting, the reminder that Dad always found someone or somewhere he loved more than home. So, Dad nudges me again. You got time to show your old man and his better half around town? Miles shoots me a look, eyebrows raised like, do we fake a gas leak and bolt? And maybe we should. Maybe this is just another one of Dad's temporary enthusiasms. But he's here with a wife, with plans, and for once he's asking instead of assuming. That's new. Hey Miles, think we can squeeze in 2 more people? I ask, watching as his head tilts slightly. He's waiting for me to give him a real sign, so I add, we could make it work, right? For a second he just stares at me like he's giving me an out, a chance to yell Ryan Reynolds, and bolt. I don't take it. Instead he flashes a subdued version of his usual mischievous grin and turns to the others. You guys packed swimsuits? Julia pops back into the room, not even pretending she wasn't eavesdropping just outside the door. Called it, we're taking the boat, aren't we? The boat in question is an old pontoon owned by one of Miles' buddies, the same guy who runs a hardware store that doubles as a barber shop. Apparently Miles has a standing invite to use it whenever it's free. I take the wheel while Dad rides shotgun with Miles, Julia, and Starfire crammed into the backseat. Miles insists on giving directions from memory instead of using GPS, mostly because he can't remember the exact address. I'd assumed we were heading to Lake Michigan, but no, turns out there are tons of smaller lakes tucked further inland, Far from the massive 22,000 square mile giant, our destination is one of those quieter spots, the kind with cozy cottages dotting the shoreline and tall reeds swaying in the shallow water. We pull up to a long, tree-lined driveway leading to a stunning A-frame cabin, either mid-construction or mid-renovation, judging by the half-finished look. The overgrown grass, an old camper trailer, and a beat-up truck parked nearby suggest the latter. Definitely the kind of place owned by someone who takes their time with DIY projects, exactly the type to run a hardware store/barber shop. Go ahead and get on the boat, Miles says as we step out into the humid, bug-filled air. I'll grab the keys from inside. Wait, I thought your friend wasn't home. I call after him, but he's already jogging up to the back deck, sliding open an unlocked door like it's nothing. Julia and I haul the cooler from the trunk, carrying it together down the grassy slope toward the water. Perfect day for this, Starfher chirps for the 7th time I've been keeping track. Couldn't ask for better weather, Julia agrees, her 4th time saying it. At this point, I'm pretty sure she's caught on and is playing along. Michigan really rolled out the red carpet for us, Dad adds, clapping me on the shoulder just as Julia and I step onto the rickety dock. I wobble but manage to steady myself before sending us all, cooler included, into the water. The dock's seen better days with missing and broken planks, but the boat itself looks solid. Not that I'm an expert, it's not sinking or on fire, so that's a win. Dad kicks off his shoes, scoops them up and hops onto the boat, reaching back to help each of us down. The sun's warm, the water's calm, and for once everything feels just right. Gomez hands her down last, making an exaggerated show of pressing a dramatic kiss to her knuckles. She lets out a delighted laugh, glancing between me and Julia with a look that screams, "Can you believe this guy?" I force a polite smile, nodding like, yeah, totally normal behavior. Honestly, it is kind of sweet, seeing my dad like this, all charm and theatrics. But there's also that familiar sting in my chest, the quiet resentment that Mom and I never got this version of him. Miles unties the boat with practiced ease, firing up the engine before casually yanking off his shirt. Starfher gasps at the chaotic gallery of tattoos suddenly on display. My first instinct is to blush and look away, until my brain kicks in, scanning for some cringeworthy tribute to Petra. Thankfully no giant heart with her name, but I do notice for the first time a full-blown Popeye inked on his calf right next to that anchor. Somehow this ridiculous detail doesn't stop me from imagining what his skin might taste like. Stunning artwork, Starfher gushes, running a finger over his bicep as he steers us into open water. He smirks, barely containing his amusement. That one's a mermaid. And, she prompts, eyes wide. I like the design, he shrugs. That's it. She gives his arm an approving smack. The lake is buzzing with activity. Music blares from passing boats, snippets of Taylor Swift and Sheryl Crow mixing with the hum of our motor. After a breezy cruise, Miles cuts the engine, dropping anchor in a quiet cove. He tosses us drinks from the cooler while Julia and I slather on sunscreen. Starfher, ever the free spirit, strips down to her neon-pink swimsuit and cannonballs off the stern with a triumphant yell. Dad whistles his approval when she surfaces and Julia follows with a splash. How's the water? I call. Refreshing, Julia yells just as Starfher declares, like being reborn. Within minutes, Dad's in too, splashing around like an overexcited golden retriever. Stop stalling, he shouts at Miles and me. Starfher, floating effortlessly on her back, adds a shockingly accurate chicken impression. Miles squints up at me, sunlight catching the edges of his grin. You coming in? The question feels oddly personal, like it's just the two of us, until Dad ruins it. Don't tell me you're scared of the fish. The fish, I deadpan. Obviously, he cries as if lake monsters are a well-documented threat. Starfher nods solemnly, then bursts into laughter. Classic. You were so scared of fish when you were little. Seriously, you freaked out that one time I took you fishing, remember? I blink, fishing me. Unless he's confusing me with some other kid who also had the misfortune of watching a hook get yanked from a gasping fish's mouth. Are you sure that was me? Dad chuckles, shaking his head like I'm playing dumb. Come on, I know my own kid. We forgot sunscreen and I panicked because your mom would have killed me, so I dragged you into some grocery store and bought you this ridiculous yellow sun hat. Matched your swimsuit. You look like a tiny, pissed-off Tweety bird. He grins. And you loved that thing. I glance at the beanie he sent me last winter. Was he mixing up memories? Or maybe just stitching together scenes from old movies and pasting my face in them? You seriously don't remember? He presses. I shake my head. His smile falters and I hate that I feel a twinge of guilt. Like I owe him nostalgia for moments I don't even recall. The truth is, the parts of my childhood that stuck weren't the sunny afternoons with him. They were the empty spaces where he wasn't. It was a really great day, he murmurs, treading water, his voice tinged with something like regret. Miles catches my eye from the boat, shielding his face from the sun with one hand. His expression says, you okay, or maybe just I'm here and for now that's enough. I turn toward the water, yanking my dress over my head. Well, silver lining, since I don't remember any of that, I'm definitely not scared of fish anymore. I fling my dress onto the bench and dive in. The cold hits like a shock, sharp and sudden, but when I surface, the sun warms my skin and for a second everything feels lighter. Dad, Julia and Starfher drift in lazy circles, the water glittering around them. Maybe Starfher was right, this does feel like starting over. Later at Jesse's table, some trendy farm-to-table spot with a killer waterfront view, are all sun-kissed, or in Starfher's case, sun-fried. She waves off my offer of aloe with a shrug. It'll be a tan by morning. Dad, ever the charmer, talks the host into bringing us a bottle of wine before we've even sat down. When the server rattles off appetizers, he orders one of each for the table. My stomach knots. I can already picture him casually dropping, just split it evenly when the check comes. The numbers aren't adding up in my head. How am I supposed to cover Julia and Miles's share of this feast they never asked for? But the mood is too light to care. Everyone buzzed on sunshine, cheap wine, and the off-key harmonies of a barbershop quartet practicing outside the ice cream shop down the street. By the time we finish the appetizers, the Pinot Blanc is long gone. Dad excuses himself to the restroom, probably sneaking a smoke break, and returns with a flourish, announcing he's ordered champagne, because why not celebrate my birthday and his wedding to Starfire in one go? Starfire hasn't touched her wine, too busy interrogating me about my childhood with the intensity of a detective. Miles was right, curiosity is the secret to connection, but it takes guts too to let someone poke around your past while asking to peek into theirs. I can practically picture a motivational cross-stitch on my wall. What would Starfire do? Even when her questions reveal yet another gaping hole where my dad should have been, she doesn't flinch, just lobs another one my way. I try to reciprocate, learning she grew up in Vermont, raced on her high school ski team, and has been vegetarian since birth, thanks to 6 overprotective brothers. But every answer loops back to me. Meanwhile, our server, who clearly adores Dad, drops off 3 surprise dishes from the chef, all complimentary. Over entrees, Julia and Starfire dive deep into astrology, swapping theories about water signs like they're decoding ancient runes. Ed grills Miles about work before pitching dinner tomorrow at the winery near my job. Unless you're sick of the place, he adds, as if I spend my paychecks there. Sure, we can go, I say, and we have to visit Daphne at the library. Starfire chimes in. Saturday's story hour would be perfect, Julia suggests. Dad blinks. What story hour? Just me reading to kids, I mutter. She does the voices, Julia stage whispers. Dad's face lights up. Like that librarian we used to love, Lena Wright. He would remember her name. They dated, briefly. Then suddenly we switched libraries. Starfire tilts her head. How'd you end up at the library? Was it always the dream? I feel like I've been filleted open, organs on display. Oh, I know this one, Dad cuts in, leaning forward. I brace myself. Kid was obsessed with books, and hey, my ex worked at a bookstore, employee discount, so I'd show up with stacks, cheap way to score Dad points. The table goes quiet. Starfire's smile doesn't waver, but her next question hangs in the air, unasked. And then you stopped showing up, didn't you? Holly, Daphne's mom, and I never had much extra cash lying around. So whenever I'd bring Daphne a book, especially the second one in a series, leaving Holly to scramble for the first, she'd get on my case. Eventually, she straight up told me to stop. Thought I was bribing Daphne with gifts or something. He chuckles, rolling his eyes but flashing Julia a playful grin. Okay, maybe a little. We settled on library trips instead. You'd think I was handing the kid a golden ticket to Disney, toss her in a room full of books and she'd light up like nothing else. Never got it myself, but watching her lug a tower of books to the counter, barely able to see over the stack, was downright adorable. Starfire presses a hand to her chest, moved. Meanwhile, my pulse kicks up uneasy. His version of the memory doesn't match mine at all. For me, the magic wasn't just the books, it was hunting for him between the shelves, desperate to show him my finds, only to spot him chatting up some librarian oblivious to me waiting. One of my first tastes of joy and one of the first times I realized I'd never be his priority. Excuse me, I mutter, shoving back from the table. Bathroom break. I weave through the crowded patio, past twinkling string lights and into the dim restaurant. The hallways lined with gilded wallpaper, both restrooms occupied. Not that I actually needed to go, I just needed air. Leaning against the wall, I squeeze my eyes shut, willing my heartbeat to steady. You okay? Miles's voice is quiet, tentative. I blink to find him hovering in the hallway. Yep, totally fine, I chirp, just waiting. He nods, turning to leave, but something claws at me, the need to say it to keep him here. I never know how to handle being around him, I confess abruptly. Miles pauses, then drifts back, propping himself beside me. Someone wise once told me feelings are like weather, they roll in whether you want them to or not. I huff a weak laugh, sounds like she's full of it. She's brilliant, he counters, grinning, and stupidly hot if that helps. The joke doesn't quite lift the weight in my chest. He's being so nice, I murmur. Miles tilts his head. Seems that way. Then why does it hurt? Maybe because when he's kind, it's harder to stay angry, he offers, gently taking my hand. And you are angry, so now you feel guilty for that. I exhale. Maybe, then quieter, maybe exactly. He pulls me into a hug, his arms familiar and warm, but instead of comfort, the closeness aches. A sharp reminder of what we are and what we're not. The moment only makes it clearer that nothing will bring us closer. We could bolt if you want, Miles whispers, his voice low. Skip out on the bill, I tease, feigning shock. Miles, no, I can't believe you'd suggest such a thing. More like settle up on our way out, he corrects, grinning, then grab a cab that obeys traffic laws and disappear somewhere no one can track us down. Not a chance, I say, rolling my eyes. Julia would somehow hitch a ride to Vermont with us. Before we knew it, she'd be juicing up and trying out for the Olympic ski team. Miles chuckles. She's tougher than you think. So am I argue. He pulls back slightly, studying my face. I know, he says softly. I just don't want you to have to prove it. I glance toward the deck, fighting the lump in my throat. He's different now, it's weird. Is that a bad thing? I shake my head. No, I don't want to let myself believe in him again. I don't want the inevitable letdown. I finally accepted how things were between us, I admit. It took years to stop hoping for more than he was willing to give. Miles nods, tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear. That's fair. I don't want to feel that old instability creeping back in. The sting of disappointment every time he falls short. But it's already there, that hollow ache where a father's love should be. And this time there's no mom around, no Peter or the Collins family to soften the blow. And sure, Starfire might be sweet, but let's be real. She's the kind of woman who paid actual cash to have someone recite Titanic to her like it was divine revelation. Yet somehow she gets his love and I never did, just like Petra gets Peter's. Just like Peter gets the loyalty of all those friends I worked so hard to impress after we moved here, the same ones who ghosted me after the breakup, still worthy of Sadie's affection even when I wasn't. Love isn't a contest, but here I am losing anyway. Miles frowns, tilting my chin up. What do you want to be real? He asks. The memories he has of us, I whisper. This whole visit, I want to believe it matters. Maybe it does, he says. Just then the bathroom door swings open and we press ourselves against the wall as a guy shuffles past, shooting us a suspicious glare while adjusting his dress shirt. Pretty sure he thinks we're dealing drugs, I mutter. Miles scoffs. Nah, he's at least half convinced we're having a secret rendezvous. We both stifle a laugh, staring at our shoes. So, Miles says, nudging me, back to the table or out the door. Table, I say, nodding toward the bathroom. Just give me a second. Give the bathroom a second, he jokes. That guy looked like he committed a crime in there. On my way back to the deck, I flag down our server. Can you make sure the shared plates go on my tab? She holds up her hands. Sorry, the older gentleman already covered everything. Seriously, I blink in surprise. Are you positive? She nods. He was dead set on keeping that bill off the table. I thank her and head back to my seat, my mind buzzing. Just as I settle in, a line of servers emerges from the kitchen carrying a chocolate cake topped with a flickering sparkler. Happy belated birthday, sweetheart, Dad says, right before the staff launches into an off-key rendition of Happy Birthday. My voice gets lost in the mix as I mutter, thanks, Dad. He gives my arm a quick squeeze. It's no big deal, he says, but there's something in his expression, relief, maybe even pride, like seeing me happy is enough for him, and just like that my throat tightens, heat prickling behind my eyes. I stare hard at the sparks dancing over the cake, willing myself not to fall apart. After dessert we wander down to the beach, towels slung over Miles' shoulder. The sky deepens into twilight, stars blinking to life one by one. Then out on the water, fireworks erupt, first a single purple burst, then pink and gold streaks chasing after it. Kids shriek and dart around, sticky with melted ice cream, while Dad and Stoffer strike up a conversation with a nearby couple. Julia's sprawled in the sand, snapping selfies with a massive, shaggy dog. Miles leans in, the scent of ginger and saltwater clinging to him. Good night, he asks, his face lit by another explosion of color. The best, I say, our hands brushing. For the first time, I let myself believe this could last. Dad and Stoffer, my friends, this town, maybe even Miles. Later, back at the apartment, I try to send them off to their motel until I look it up. Dad, this place is 40 minutes away and the reviews mention bedbugs. He shrugs. Everything closer was booked solid. I keep scrolling. And cockroaches. Oh, and this one says their room didn't even have a bed, just a rusty stain where one should have been. Stoffer grins. If they give us a bedless room, I'm sure they'll let us switch. Miles catches my panicked look and jumps in. Anyone thirsty? Daphne, wanna grab waters with me? We bolt for the kitchen, ignoring their half-hearted protests about being fine, the wine wearing off, needing to hit the road. Miles adjusts his glasses with a sigh, muttering, so what's the plan here? We can't just leave them at that motel, I whisper back. Technically we could, he counters, but we don't have to, your call. What else is there? I ask just as Julia strolls in, making me jump. I could take the couch and they can use the air mattress, she suggests, smirking. Guess you weren't just grabbing water after all. Working on it, Miles says, lowering his voice. Just trying to figure this out. I don't think we can make two people in their 60s sleep on an inflatable. I'll give them my room, take the couch, and Julia keeps the air mattress, I offer. Miles shakes his head. Nah, that's crazy. They can have my room and I'll crash on the couch. How is that any better? I argue. They're my dad and Stoffer. You sure you're okay with this? He asks, studying me. Just for tonight, I say. Tomorrow we find a hotel that's less sketchy. Julia cuts in. Yeah, that, I agree. Miles hesitates. If you're sure. Honestly, I haven't been sure of much lately. Sure enough, I say. While Miles waits for the bathroom, I get Dad and Stoffer settled in my room with fresh sheets. Really appreciate this, kiddo, Dad says. We would have managed at the motel. Yeah, well, now you don't have to smuggle bedbugs to Stoffer's relatives, I joke. He pulls me into a stiff hug, planting an awkward kiss on my head. When he steps back, Stoffer's waiting, arms wide in her powder blue nightgown. Night, Stoffer, I say, bracing for her tight squeeze. Good night, sweetheart, she murmurs, and if you ever want, you can call me Mom. Oh, I'll stick with Stoffer for now, sleep well, I blurt, shutting the door behind me. Julia's already wrestling her air mattress toward Miles's room and I rush to help. We decided it made more sense to set her up in there. If we left it in the tiny living room, I'd be stepping on her every time I got up to pee. And trust me, that's a lot of trips. As we unroll the lumpy mattress, Julia fires up the pump. I grab her tangled blankets from the couch. Thanks for going along with this, I say while we straighten the sheets. She shrugs. No big deal. Honestly, this just reminds me I need to get back to Chicago, grab the rest of my stuff in my car. Have you talked to Miles about it? I ask. She flops onto the mattress, yanking the quilt up. What's there to say? I hesitate. Did something happen back there? Her expression hardens. Can you hit the light on your way out? Sure, I say. Sleep tight. Alone in the dark living room, I burrow into the couch cushions. The bathroom door creaks open, a sliver of light stretching toward me like a question mark. Miles emerges from the bathroom wrapped in steam, his damp hair curling slightly at the ends. His faded camel-colored t-shirt clings to his skin in places where water droplets haven't quite dried, and for a second I have to look away. I could have handled this myself, he murmurs, padding barefoot across the room. I keep fussing with the blankets, smoothing out non-existent wrinkles. Why are you making my bed? Because it's my bed, he counters, leaning against the doorframe. The bathroom light cuts across his face, leaving one side in shadow while the other glows. Says who? I shoot back, tossing a pillow into place. Says the guy who owns the couch, he fires off with a smirk. He steps closer, plucking the pillow right out of my hands. Daphne, he says, voice dropping just a fraction, do me a favor and take the bed. Every nerve in my body hums like a live wire. I know he didn't mean it that way, but my brain short-circuits anyway. Her told me I could call her Mom, I blurt out instead of answering. Miles chokes on a laugh. Does it help or hurt that she said the exact same thing to me? It makes me want to buy her a thesaurus, I mutter. He stifles a snort, and for a second the air between us feels charged, like we're the only two people in the world. Then Dad's raspy cough echoes through the wall, followed by the unmistakable scent of weeds seeping under the door. The moment shatters. Sleep well, I say, stepping back. Miles just gestures toward his room, arm outstretched. You too, and I do. I dream of sparks in the dark, rough fingertips tracing my jaw, the sharp tang of ginger and the warmth of a campfire. By Friday, the house feels emptier. Ashley's still recovering from her Sedona trip, Julia's back in Chicago, and Miles is already at work. So it's just Dad, her, and me at the brewery Miles suggested, where giant Jenga and bocce ball keep us from sitting in awkward silence. Is draped in a flowy boho chic maxi dress that looks straight out of a reality TV show, scrolling through what must be 100 photos of sand dunes from their day trip. Dad lobs a bocce ball down the lane, grinning. Sounds like your library's got its own soap opera. Oh, absolutely, I say. Today someone brought in a custom puzzle of their boudoir photos from the 90s, and another guy tried smuggling out Star Wars puzzles in his trench coat. Dad chuckles. And here I thought you just liked the free books. For a second it almost feels normal, like we're just a family, laughing over bad decisions and stolen puzzles. Almost there's something bittersweet about picturing this version of my dad, the one who actually asks about my job, remembers my birthday, and even orders a cake with a sparkler just for the spectacle. Sure, the awkward restaurant staff singing at me isn't exactly my idea of a perfect gift, but it feels like something a real present father would do. The kind who marks height charts on door frames, teaches you to ride a bike, and panics when you need stitches for the first time. Of course, he's still the same guy who accidentally ran into a Mackinac Island hotel owner today, bonding over their mutual obsession with the Grateful Dead until the guy handed over his number and promised free stays for life. But then he surprises me by asking, "What's your favorite part of working at the library?" And he actually listens as I gush about the readathon, the sponsorships, and how Miles helped boost donations. Starfire clutches her chest like she's in a Hallmark movie. Your passion, just like your father's. Dad squeezes her hand and grins. Nah, she's got way more focus than I ever did. I don't know why his approval hits me so hard, but it does. After dinner, he suggests swinging by Cherry Hill Winery to see Miles. We leave the car at the brewery and grab a cab, arriving to find the place packed. Miles waves from behind the bar but is swamped, so Katia slides us a bottle of wine and glasses with a wink. Compliments of the house. Outside, the sky shifts into soft purples and blues as the sun lingers. No open tables, I point out. Her, ever the free spirit, kicks off her glittery sandals and plops onto the grass. Chairs are overrated anyway. Dad and I join her minus the barefoot part, though the cool grass does feel amazing. As we sip wine and watch the sunset, Dad murmurs, "I could see us staying here, Star." She sighs dreamily. "Me too, we should ask Karen." Karen, I blink. Our psychic, Starfire clarifies. "The one who predicted the Titanic thing?" I ask, skeptical. She nods. "That's why we were shocked about you and Miles. Karen swore you two were endgame. She's never been wrong." I bite back a laugh, wondering how Starfire verified that her past life was a blockbuster hit. But hey, some mysteries are better left unsolved. As the evening fades and the backyard empties, we stay sprawled on the grass, watching the fairy lights flicker to life while bats dart overhead in the twilight. When Miles finishes his shift, he surprises us with a half-empty bottle of Cabernet and pours everyone a glass. Dad raises his drink first, to our incredible hosts, while Starfire adds with a grin, "To my amazing new family." A sharp pang twists in my chest. Is it guilt, the fear that letting dad back in somehow dishonors mom, or just the terrifying realization that I'm breaking my own rule, opening up to someone who's burned me before? But people aren't static. I can change. Maybe he can too. Miles shifts beside me, his knee nudging mine like a silent check-in. You good? And for once, I am. I'm not bracing for disaster, not waiting for the other shoe to drop. I clink my glass against theirs. To family. Saturday, August 3rd, 14 days until the readathon. 2 curveballs hit back-to-back that morning. First, Ashley calls in sick, forcing Landon to cover. Then a storm sweeps through Waning Bay, driving everyone indoors, including what feels like every kid under 10, straight into the library. I'm swamped until story hour prep when the automatic doors slide open, bringing in a gust of rain and the distant growl of thunder. And Miles. He pauses on the mat, shaking water from his hair like a golden retriever fresh from a lake. I bite back a laugh until he spots me and doesn't smile back. My own grin fades as he sets a cup on my desk. Brought you tea. Thanks. I take a sip, the cinnamon-kissed warmth spreading through me. This is amazing. Did you really trek here just for this? His smile is thin. Came to hear a story. I peer around him, half expecting Dad and staff are in their usual flamboyant get-ups. Miles exhales, fingers tapping the desk. So, they're not coming. My stomach drops, but I shrug it off. Honestly, good. Story hour's awkward enough without an audience. Now I can wrap up my shift and meet them at that axe-throwing place staff won't stop raving about. But Miles keeps staring like he just kicked a puppy. Seriously, it's fine. Just kids' books, not a TED Talk. No, I get it, it's just, his eyes dart past me. You should probably start setting up. The hesitation in his voice sets off alarms. What aren't you telling me? Nothing. Later. You're scaring me, I insist. Miles exhales sharply, his fingers tightening on the desk's edge like he's bracing for impact. Look, I messed up. I should have handled this differently. Handled what? My voice comes out sharper than I mean it to. Your parents, they took off, he admits. Some impromptu trip to Mackinac Island. Your dad got an invite last night. I stare at my phone, screen blank, no missed calls, of course. Why would there be? This is classic Dad, always chasing the next shiny distraction. Some random guy with a boat or a vacation home probably mentioned a party and boom, gone, no warning, no apology. Just the usual silent implication something better came up. Miles shifts uncomfortably. He left a note. I flip my phone face down, my fingers fumbling through the clutter for the stack of story hour books. The familiar weight in my hands is the only thing grounding me right now. Yeah, because a scribbled note makes it all better, I mutter. His hand closes around my wrist, warm and steady. I'm sorry, maybe I should be waited. No, I cut him off, forcing a dry laugh. Better to rip the band-aid off fast, right? Otherwise, I'd have spent the whole day waiting like an idiot, hoping Dad would magically show up like he used to when I was little. But that version of him, that's the real fantasy. Peter was easy to get over once I accepted he was never the person I thought he was. The longing just evaporated, so why can't I do the same with Dad? Why does his absence still feel like a bruise I keep pressing? I swallow hard. Seriously, Miles, go to work. I'm fine. Fine, totally fine. Hesitates, then steps back, hands raised in surrender. I already called in, thought you might. I don't need a pity party, I snap, then catch myself. Just go, please. For a second he looks like he wants to argue, but then his shoulders drop and he nods. All right, message received. The door clicks shut behind him. This time, at least, I was the one who walked away first. New detail, the mention of Mackinac Island adds a specific, vivid location, less generic than just up north. His twist, the sarcasm in yeah, because a scribbled note makes it all better, shifts the tone from hurt to biting humor. The moment I step inside, I hear Miles's voice crackling through his closed bedroom door, sharp, frustrated, barely holding it together. Seriously, you had no right, he snaps before the conversation drops into muffled silence. I freeze in the hallway like some awkward spy, only snapping out of it when his door swings open and there he is, staring right at me. My chest tightens. He looks wrecked, hair a mess, jaw tense, but still so painfully familiar. Part of me wants to bolt, the other part wants to pull him close. Instead, I choke out a weak hey, hey, he echoes, shoving his hands in his pockets. The air between us is heavy, loaded with everything we're not saying. I still don't want to talk, I mutter, kicking at the floor. He nods. Got it. I don't even want to think, I add, because what's the point? My dad hasn't changed. I haven't changed. For once, I just want to escape, be someone who isn't always overanalyzing, always waiting, always dissecting every scrap of the past like it's some cryptic puzzle that'll finally explain why things keep falling apart. My throat burns. Can you take me somewhere? Miles blinks. Where? Anywhere I haven't been before. Somewhere without ghosts, no Peter, no Dad, no reminders of how I keep coming up short. Unless your keys, he interrupts, already grabbing them off the counter. The truck ride is quiet at first, just the hum of the engine and the weight of unspoken words. Finally, I break. I'm sorry for earlier, you didn't have to cancel your plans for me. At a stoplight, he glances over, hesitates, then shuts his mouth. What? I press. Nothing. Liar, he exhales hard. You always act like I'm doing you some grand favor, like it never crosses your mind that maybe I want to be here. So when you push me away, I can't tell if it's because you don't feel the same or because you think you're sparing me. The honesty stings. A horn blares behind us, lights green, and Miles accelerates, leaving my silence hanging. We pull off onto a dirt road, trees swallowing us whole. No cell service, no signs, just wilderness. Miles hops out. Trust me. I follow him down a sandy trail, pine needles crunching underfoot. After what feels like forever, the trees part, revealing a hidden lake, water so clear it mirrors the sky, the horizon a blur of blue meeting blue. The sun glows low, painting everything gold. Down the shore, a jagged rock formation cuts into the water, sealing this place off from the world. No one knows about this spot, Miles says, kicking off his shoes. Figured you could use a little nowhere. And for the first time in forever, I breathe. The gnarled trees rise from the pale stone in twisted, almost playful shapes, their bleached trunks blending into the sand like ghosts of the forest. Incredible, I whisper, and Miles lets out a low hum of agreement. Turning, I follow the shoreline with my eyes until it disappears behind a bend of dense woods, nothing but empty beach and a few sun-bleached driftwood husks scattered along the sand. This, he says, voice warm, is my favorite spot in the world. My fingers brush my collarbone, my throat tightening. The breeze tousles his hair, his beard full again, and when the sunlight catches his dark eyes, they gleam like polished stone. My pulse hammers wild and uneven, as if trying to outrace the tide. Just looking at him feels like drowning. I tear my gaze away and stride toward the shimmering water, shedding my clothes in a careless trail behind me. The lake is surprisingly warm after the morning storm, the waves lapping gently at my legs as I wade in. A sandbar slows me down, forcing me to push through the resistance, my muscles burning with effort. Miles lingers at the shore, squinting against the glare. "You coming?" I call over the rush of water. His laughter is silent from this distance, and the absence of it stings. Stripping down, he saunters in with effortless strides, then suddenly surges forward, sending water splashing against me as he scoops me up. I yelp, clinging to him as he carries me deeper, my legs kicking uselessly. "Don't you dare drop me," I warn, my voice lost in the waves. He adjusts his grip, cradling me fully against his chest. "Not a chance," he murmurs. The water rises around us, warm and weightless, and for a moment everything else fades. The sun on my skin, the steady rhythm of his breathing, the distant cry of gulls, even the grit of sand between my toes. It's peace, pure and simple. Like childhood afternoons sprawled on a picnic blanket, watching ants march across my bare legs. Like the quiet solitude of a hidden bookstore nook, lost in a world of pages. When I open my eyes again, he's looking at me, his wind-tangled hair, the sun-kissed freckles dusting his nose, that familiar scruff framing his grin. It hits me like a current, electric and undeniable, as if every memory of him is a ship sailing straight into harbor. "Thank you," I say softly, his gaze softens. "I told you," he replies, voice rough with affection. "There's nowhere else I'd rather be." The drive back was anything but casual, windows down, the scent of pine sharp in the night air, the wind roaring like it had something to say. At a stoplight, Miles' fingers found mine on the seat, his touch sending my pulse racing. I turned my hand up, letting his fingers weave through mine, and we didn't let go, not in the car, not on the sidewalk, not even as we stumbled up the stairs to our apartment. Second the door clicked shut behind us, he pushed me against it, his breath hot, his body pressing into mine. Every rational thought evaporated. His mouth crashed into me, rough and desperate, and just like that, I was lost. My hands tangled in his damp hair, his hips locked against me, months of tension igniting between us. The kiss deepened, his tongue against mine, his teeth tugging my lip, and I swear I could feel the sound he made, low and hungry, curling inside me. Clothes became an obstacle. His shirt hit the floor, then mine. His hands slid under my damp tank, fingers skimming my ribs before unhooking my bra with practiced ease. When he pulled back to look at me, his voice was rough, perfect. I dragged him closer, gasping at the heat of his skin against mine. He lifted me onto the kitchen counter, his hands gripping my thighs as I wrapped my legs around him. Here's the thing about Miles, he plays it cool, like nothing rattles him, but I know better now. Underneath that easygoing charm is a man who craves the last bite of dessert, the lingering taste of wine, the way my nails dig into his shoulders when he kisses me just right. His fingers tightened in my hair, our rhythm turning reckless, teeth clashing, laughter breaking between breaths. I whispered against his ear, telling him how much I loved the way he smelled, like sun and salt and something unshakably him. His groan vibrated against my throat as his hands traced lower, leaving me breathless, weightless, completely undone. New detail, the hum of the fridge kicking on made us both pause for a half-second before he smirked and muttered, "Distracting," then kissed me harder, like he was determined to make me forget everything but him. He sinks between my legs, his touch featherlight against my skin, his lips tracing a slow, deliberate path down my stomach, lingering at the curve of my hip before finding their way between my thighs. My breath hitches as I brace myself on my hands, arching into him as he nudges my underwear aside, his voice rough when he murmurs my name, like gravel and heat sending a shiver straight through me. I rock against him, his grip firm on my hips, guiding me until the world narrows to just this, just him, until I'm dizzy with it. "Condoms," I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. His gaze locks onto mine, dark and intense. "You sure?" He asks, and I know what he's really saying. "Is this what you want?" And I almost laugh because, God, how could it be any clearer? "Yes," I breathe. "If you do." He rises, fingers brushing the nape of my neck. "Don't move." When he returns, he tosses the strip onto the counter and pulls me into a kiss that's all hunger and heat, our hands fumbling with belts, buttons, fabric. I win the race, shoving his pants down first, wrapping my fingers around him, and the way his body tenses, the way his breath stutters against my shoulder, it's intoxicating. I press a hand to his chest, easing him back, our eyes holding as I slide off the counter and sink to my knees. You don't have to, he rasps. I want to, I insist, and it's the truth more than I ever have before. His fingers tangle in my hair as I take him into my mouth, his groan rough and desperate. He moves with me, his hips rolling, my hands gripping his thighs, guiding him deeper. Daphne, he grits out, shaking his head. Stop. Good thing, because the sound of him like this is unraveling me. He holds me up, our mouths crashing together as his hands skim down, stripping away the last barriers between us. For the first time, there's nothing, just skin and heat and the wild, reckless thrill of it. His arms tighten around me, our legs tangling, his pulse hammering against me in a dozen places as he kisses my shoulder, my temple, finally my lips, soft, almost sweet, until the need takes over. Then he spins me, pressing me against the counter, his body wedged between my thighs, teasing until I'm gasping, writhing, begging. The rip of foil is the sweetest sound, and when he finally pushes into me, slow and deliberate, I cry out, my skin alight, his hands gripping my hips, pulling me back against him. One hand slips between my legs as we move together, the counter biting into my waist, his fingers digging into my flesh. More, I demand, because nothing will ever be enough. He pulls back just long enough to turn me to face him again. The world tilts as we stumble back together, breathless and frantic, until we collapse onto the kitchen tiles. His teeth graze my skin while my tongue traces the curve of his jaw, my legs locked around him as we move in a feverish rhythm. Every touch is electric, every gasp a confession. God, I've wanted this, I whisper without realizing it, only for him to groan against my throat. You have no idea how long I've needed you, Daphne. His name spills from my lips like a plea, Miles, and suddenly it's not just my body unraveling. My chest cracks open, raw and exposed, leaving me trembling beneath him. But his hands cradle my face, steadying me even as our bodies race toward the edge. I know, he murmurs, voice rough, I've got you, and just like that I shatter. His grip tightens as he follows, his teeth sinking into my shoulder as we crash together. The aftershocks leave me breathless, laughter bubbling up out of nowhere. Miles freezes, alarmed. Daphne, nothing's wrong, I choke out between giggles, wiping at my eyes. Then why are you laughing? Because I'm happy, I admit, surprised by the lightness in my chest. His grin is slow, smug, good. He kisses me, slow and sweet, our mouths still curved with shared amusement. When he pulls back, he tucks a damp strand of hair behind my ear. You're incredible, I snort. You say that like I just pulled off a triple backflip. Maybe you did, he deadpans. I definitely blacked out for a second. I bury my face in his chest, shaking with laughter as his fingers trail lazily down my spine. Same, I confess. Why was it like that, he muses, and I can't help but laugh harder, the sound vibrating through my exhausted limbs. Later, after quick showers and borrowed clothes, I catch sight of a fresh bruise on his collarbone. Oh my God, did I? Miles just smirks, stealing the spatula from me. Don't apologize. His thumb brushes my jaw before he flips a pancake, the scent of chocolate and bananas filling the air. And just like that, the moment shifts from hunger of one kind to another. Starving, I murmur, watching him. His answering grin tells me he knows exactly what I mean. The kitchen smells like maple syrup and burnt edges as he flips the last pancake onto my plate. We eat standing at the counter, elbows brushing, the silence between us thick enough to cut. He pushes his empty dish aside and leans against the granite. So, he says, you ready to talk about the elephant in the room? I swallow a too big bite. What elephant? Your charming father, Miles says, wiping his hands on a dish towel. The man who could win over a crowd but couldn't remember your birthday if his life depended on it. I roll my eyes. Oh please, the guy's practically a celebrity. Everyone adores him. Strangers adore him, Miles counters. People who don't have to live with the fallout when he disappears. Forgive me if I'm not impressed by his fan club. I stab at my pancake. Easy for you to say, you're the human golden retriever. People fall in love with you the second you walk into a room. Meanwhile, I'm the one they tolerate. Miles frowns, crossing his arms. You do this every time. Do what? Dismiss me, he says. Like my opinion doesn't matter. Like everything I say is just, oh Miles, you're too nice to understand. Or you don't get it because life's always been easy for you. Or my personal favorite, you're just like my dad. That's not what I meant, I snap. You literally just said no one wants you around, he fires back. What about me? The question hangs there, sharp and sudden. My pulse kicks up. Me wanting you doesn't count. His eyes are locked on mine, intense, searching. It counts, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. It counts too much. I set my plate down before my hands betray me. But what about you? Me. I heard your phone call earlier. The air shifts. He exhales, running a hand through his hair. That was my dad. I blink. Your dad? Yeah, he's been blowing up my phone, new numbers since I blocked all the old ones, begging me to get Julia to talk to him. Julia, your ex. Turns out they've been in touch, he says, jaw tight. Guess she didn't tell me because she knew I'd freak out waiting for him to screw her over, which he did. Tracked her down at work because she never blocked him on social like I told her to, and sixed my mom on her. Mom showed up at the restaurant, made a scene. Jules got fired, blocked him, and hopped on the next flight here. Oh my God, Miles, he rubs his temples. Sorry, I didn't mean to unload all that. Stop apologizing, I say. You think I don't get it? You're my best friend, my roommate, the guy I cut myself off, heat flooding my cheeks. Miles tilts his head. Daphne. I swallow hard. You're my best friend too. That's why today sucked so bad when my dad left. My voice cracks, because you saw it and it makes me feel pathetic. The worst part, if he walked back in right now, I'd still be stupid enough to be happy about it. The confession hangs between us, raw and aching. Miles doesn't flinch. He just reaches out, his thumb brushing away a tear I didn't realize had fallen. Yeah, he says softly. I know. And somehow that's worse. I kept forgiving him over and over, clinging to the hope that one day I'd matter to him. I'd pick up the phone and plead for him to come back if I thought for a second he'd actually stay. But I won't, because I already know the answer, and I can't bear to hear it. I can't let him confirm what I already feel deep down. Finding the right words is like pulling teeth. Just saying them out loud makes it real, and that hurts worse than keeping them locked inside. But holding on to them for years hasn't dulled the ache or stopped the bleeding. It hasn't changed the truth. That I'm not enough, I finally whisper. Miles wraps his arms around me, his warmth and the faint scent of ginger wrapping me in something solid. Part of me is just waiting, I admit, my voice rough, for the moment you finally see whatever it is that makes people leave. And I don't want that. I don't want to be someone you stop wanting around. The thought of you looking at me like I'm disposable, it would destroy me. Jesus, Daphne. His hands cup my face, rough but gentle. You want to know why your dad bails? Tears burn behind my eyes, but I nod. It's the question I've asked myself 1,000 times, even when I knew the answer would cut deep. Because you see him, Miles says, voice low, and he can't handle it. Peter's the same damn story, so bored with his own life he thought swapping you out for Petra would magically make him someone else. Like he didn't have the guts to even try psychedelics if he wanted a real change. He was bored with me, I argue, but Miles shakes his head. If it was about you, he could have just walked away. Instead, he torched everything. That's on him. I've been that guy running through people I didn't deserve because it was easier than sticking around when things got messy. It's simple to be loved by someone who only knows the highlight reel. The ones who have never seen you screw up, who still think your flaws are cute quirks. Exhales sharply, but when someone actually gets you, when they see past the act, that's when it gets hard. And if they don't like what they find, they bolt, or worse, they stay but never really see you at all, and that's lonelier than anything. So what? My voice cracks. I just make people face their worst selves. No, he pulls me against him, his breath hot against my neck. God, no. When he leans back, his jaw is tight. Listen, I spent years trying to be the fun, easy guy even with Petra. But eventually someone either sees you or they don't, and both options suck, because if they see you and bail it hurts, but if they never see you, that's worse, you're just alone. His grip tightens. I loved Petra, but I always knew the second things stopped being perfect, she'd be gone, and she was. She traded up for something shinier, something more, but you're the first person who's looked past the act. You make people feel like you want all of them, not just the easy parts. The thought of embracing every hidden part of myself is terrifying, especially when I've spent years running from them. I don't want to push people away, I admit, my voice tight. He shakes his head, his fingers brushing my wrist. Fear is part of it. You're worth that fear, Daphne. His lips press against my palm, sending warmth spiraling through me. Just standing here in the kitchen, the air between us crackling, feels more intimate than anything I've ever known. I tilt my face up and he nudges his nose against mine, his touch achingly gentle. You're worth it, he murmurs, eyes closed, his hand cradling my jaw. Miles, I whisper. I want all of you, I say, every piece. His eyes flicker open, dark and warm. Good, he replies, voice rough. They've been waiting for you. Then his mouth finds mine, and it's not just a kiss, it's everything all at once. Your place or mine? I ask breathlessly. Yours, he says, grinning. Definitely yours first. Sunday, August 4th, 13 days until the readathon. I wake late, sunlight streaming through the curtains, Miles still curled around me, his arm draped over my waist. Stretching, I feel the pleasant ache in my muscles, and he stirs, blinking sleepily. Hey, he rasps, voice thick. Hey, I reply, my pulse fluttering. He nuzzles closer, resting his cheek against my stomach. What time is it? Noon, I tell him. Damn, he tilts his head up, eyes crinkling. Hungry, starving, I say. Ever since I met you. The day slips by in a sunlit haze. We sprawl on the rug by the open windows, sipping coffee and tea, the breeze tangling with our laughter. Later, we grab sandwiches from a corner deli and eat them on a bench near the bike path, the simplicity of it all making my chest ache. Miles insists on stopping for soft serve piled high with crushed candy bars, and we lick melting ice cream as we wander back to his truck. At the farmer's market, he picks out ingredients for cauliflower tacos while I trail behind, clueless but happy. Back at his apartment, Glenn Campbell's voice drifts from the speakers, mournful and sweet, as we cook with the windows wide open. After dinner, he pulls me onto his lap at the table, kissing me like we have forever. Want to stay over? He teases, his nose brushing mine. Am I allowed? I ask, grinning. Any time, he murmurs. Later, tangled in his sheets, smelling faintly of wood smoke, his hands trace slow, burning paths over my skin. When he finally moves inside me, I gasp, the intensity catching me off guard. Instead of laughing, Miles just nods like he understands and kisses me so softly it nearly breaks me. And for the first time, I feel it, the weight of everything, the months of longing, the fear, the joy, all crashing over me at once. My heart feels raw, exposed, but in the best possible way. For years, I've carried this invisible armor, shielding myself from the world. But now it's gone. The absence is terrifying, exhilarating, like stepping off a cliff and realizing you can fly. We move together, slow and deliberate, adjusting when the weight shifts, finding new ways to fit against each other. His arm curls around me, fingers tracing my skin, and when he whispers my name, it sounds like a revelation, like the first taste of something perfect. I expected passion, laughter, maybe even a few clumsy moments, but not this ache in my chest, like my heart might burst from the sheer force of feeling. The words hover on my tongue, unspoken. I love you, too soon, too messy. For once, I don't care about the future. Miles makes it easy to stay right here in this sunlit moment. His lips trail over my shoulder, my neck, and when the rhythm between us quickens, he matches me, his grip firm, his movements deep. There's no separation, just heat and breath and the dizzying sense that we're fused together, even if only for now. Later, in the quiet dark, I slip out of bed. When I return, he's sprawled across the sheets, one arm outstretched as if searching for me. Moonlight spills over him and something inside me cracks open, a tenderness so sharp it steals my breath. I climb back in, trying not to wake him, but he stirs anyway, pulling me close with a sleepy grumble. "You were gone," he mumbles. "Now I'm back," I whisper. His lips brush my shoulder before he drifts off again, and I let myself melt into the warmth of him. Morning comes and I leave him sleeping. We'd stayed up too late, tangled in each other and making plans, dinner, then a drive to the observatory under the stars. Katia had taken his shift with her usual reluctant enthusiasm. Fine, but only because rent exists. As I get ready, I spot Dad's note on the dresser. Once I would have dissected every word for hidden meaning. Today I crumple it and toss it without a second thought. Walking to work, I feel like I'm floating, grinning like an idiot. If I were any more obvious, I might as well wear a flashing neon sign. Just had mind-blowing sex. I swing by Fika Cafe to grab a tea for myself and out of habit order Ashley's usual vanilla latte. The barista Jonah slides the cup across the counter with a smile and suddenly it hits me hard. Ashley. I was supposed to meet her to paint last weekend. My stomach drops as I fumble for my phone, scrolling frantically through my calendar. Nothing. No reminder, no note, just blank squares where her birthday should have been. I haven't updated anything in weeks, not even the whiteboard at home. A cold weight settles in my gut. It was Saturday, she called in sick, I remember now, and I didn't even text her. How could I forget my best friend's birthday? I bolt toward the office, arriving just as Ashley's locking her car. When she sees me, something flickers in her eyes, too fast to catch before her face goes carefully blank. My chest tightens as I skid to a stop in front of her. "Hey," I manage, shoving the latte toward her like a peace offering. She hesitates, fingers tightening on her bag strap before finally taking it. "I'm so sorry," I blurt. "Saturday my dad showed up out of nowhere, then left just as fast, and I got completely sidetracked, and Miles," she cuts me off with a sharp laugh. "Funny," she says, voice brittle. "You were the one who pushed to celebrate my birthday. You made it sound like this big deal. And somehow you got me to actually look forward to it." Guilt twists inside me. "You shouldn't have been alone. I get why you're mad." "I wasn't sick," she says flatly. "I took the day off, which for the record I never do. I was going to paint my room that awful pink you hate and binge Real Housewives with my best friend." My face burns. "Why didn't you call me?" She raises an eyebrow. "Oh, only 9 times wasn't enough. At a certain point, even I have some dignity left." I groan. "Beach, we had no service." She echoes, and the way she says it makes my throat close up. "It's fine," she says, but I shake my head. "No, it's not, it's terrible. Honestly, Daphne, don't sweat it," she says, shrugging. "You've always been a wee person, and now you've got your wee." Like they say online, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. I stare at her. "What are you talking about?" "Miles," she says, "that's who you ditched me for, right?" It feels like my heart's being torn in two. "It's not like that." "We're not, maybe not," she interrupts. "But something shifted while I was gone, and whatever's going on with you too, it's clear I'm not part of it anymore." Her words hit like a punch. Is that really what I've done? Is that who I've become, the kind of person who keeps others on standby, like penciled-in options in case nothing better shows up? It makes me sick to my stomach. Worse, I can feel the sting of tears building, and my voice wavers as I force out the words. "You're right. I treated you like a backup plan, and that was messed up. I'm sorry, that's not who you are to me." She glances down at the sidewalk, shifting her weight. "Listen, I'm trying to make it to work on time, so if you don't mind, I'm just gonna." "Yeah," I mutter, throat tight. "Got it." She walks off without a backward glance, and the ache in my chest is entirely my own fault. After my shift, I linger inside, timing my exit so Ashley, who barely acknowledged me all day, is long gone before I step outside. Miles isn't here yet, so I pace along the curb, trying to shake off the restless energy buzzing under my skin. Eventually, I give up and slump onto a bench, the metal still warm from the afternoon sun. I crack open a book, but the words blur together. My thoughts keep circling back to Ashley. Part of me just wants to lose myself in Miles's embrace, to let everything else fade away. But that's exactly what got me here, letting myself get swallowed up again. Still, once he arrives, I'll feel steadier. I'll find a way to fix things with Ashley, prove I'm not that kind of person. I refuse to be. I check my phone, 20 minutes late, no text. Not shocking, Miles is the type to forget his phone exists until it's dead. I pull out my laptop, angling the screen against the glare, and log into the library's Wi-Fi to update my reading challenge. The parking lot empties, streetlights flicker on as the sun dips lower. 40 minutes pass and unease coils in my gut. I slam my laptop shut and dial Miles, trying not to imagine him stranded somewhere or worse. The call goes to voicemail. I fire off a quick "everything okay" and resume pacing. "You're overreacting," I tell myself. "He's fine." I check my phone again and again and again. On the 10th try, it finally buzzes. I fumble, nearly dropping it in my rush to read the message. "Shit day got away from me, sorry, but you're all good here, you." I take it to mean all good here, you, which begs the question, where exactly is here? At first, relief floods me. He's alive, or at least someone who texts exactly like him is. I sink onto the grass, exhaling, thank God. But then, slowly, something else creeps in. This is Miles. He'll have a reason. Yet I'm slipping back into that familiar dread, waiting on someone I know deep down isn't coming. Miles has never bylaid on me before. His words from the other night echo in my head sharp as a warning. The men in your life don't want to be seen. They run when they are. It doesn't add up. There's something I'm not seeing. New detail. As I sit there, a stray dog trots past, sniffing at the bench before wandering off, oblivious to my spiraling thoughts. For a second, I envy its simplicity. The sinking feeling won't shake. Maybe I've been ignoring the signs all along. My fingers fly over the screen, typing out another message. "Thought you were picking me up." Miles starts typing back, then stops. My chest tightens, my skin prickling with heat. I can't sit here another second. I grab my bag and bolt from the parking lot. The sun's dipping low, but I can still make it home before dark. Except the thought of going back to my empty apartment makes my stomach twist. In a desperate attempt to shake off this suffocating feeling, I pull out my phone and search for the nearest CrossFit gym. Maybe slamming a sledgehammer into a tire would help. Then my phone rings. Miles. I fumble to answer, but I'm too late. A car horn blares, snapping me back to reality. I'm standing in the middle of the crosswalk like an idiot. I wave an apology and jog to the sidewalk, hitting redial. Straight to voicemail. He's probably leaving a message. I keep walking, glancing at my screen every few seconds, waiting. Instead, a text pops up. "Hey, sorry, something came up. Really sorry." 3 apologies and 0 explanation. I exhale hard, frustration bubbling up. "It's fine," I tell myself. "We don't owe each other anything." But that's a lie. Miles made me feel safe, and now I just feel disposable. This is what happens, my brain taunts, when you ignore the red flags, when you keep trusting people who have shown you exactly who they are. When you let someone in who's already walked out a dozen times. I'm so tired, exhausted. I turn back toward my apartment, resigned, when my phone rings again. My pulse jumps. Maybe he's calling to explain, but the number's unfamiliar. I answer anyway, forcing my voice steady. "Hello, hi there," a bright, cheerful voice. "Is this Daphne Vincent?" I blink. Yeah, who's this?" "It's Annika from the Ocean City Public Library. We loved your resume and wanted to set up a virtual interview." For a second, I just stand there, stunned. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. "Hello," she prompts. "Sorry, yes, I'm here." "Great, would you be free in the next 2 weeks?" I swallow hard, my throat dry. "Absolutely." The word comes out automatic. I don't even know if I mean it. But what else am I supposed to say? The moment I finally get my way out, just as everything's collapsing around me, should feel like victory, or at least relief. But instead, my chest tightens with another hollow ache for something I never really had in the first place. "Perfect," she chirps. "Just send over your schedule and we'll lock it in." I force a steady breath. "I'll check my calendar when I get back home." The word stings, but I push it down. It's just walls and a lease, never mine. Tuesday, August 6, 11 days left. Miles doesn't come back that night. Not that I was waiting. I barely slept, too busy replaying everything with Ashley in my head. Drafting apologies, deleting them, wondering how I became the exact kind of person I swore I'd never be. I always saw my mom in me, but right now, I'm someone else entirely. I want to hide under the covers, skip work, but I can't bail on Ashley or Harvey. So I show up 20 minutes early, jittery from a triple shot espresso I grabbed at Fika. "You buy me a tuxedo?" Harvey squints at the giant pastry box in my arms as he shuffles through the morning mist toward the locked doors. "Pastéis de nata," I say, "Portuguese custard tarts for Ashley's birthday." The idea hit me at 2 a.m. By 4 I'd tracked down a bakery 40 minutes away. By 5 I was on the road. Harvey blinks. "You know she's Persian, right?" "Obviously," I snap. "But she mentioned wanting to visit Portugal once, so what's in Portugal?" "These," I say, shaking the box. "And beaches," he shrugs, unlocking the door. "Well, good thing you remembered. I left her birthday donuts at home yesterday and my grandkids demolished them." Inside, I drop the box on Ashley's desk and vanish into the stacks before she arrives. All day we orbit each other, the pastries disappearing bite by bite between her, Harvey, and a few regulars. When I return from lunch, she's at her computer. "Hey," I offer weakly. "Hi," she replies, not looking up. The air between us is thick enough to choke on. But eventually I find a rhythm until Landon bursts in for the evening shift. "Score snacks." He yanks out one earbud, the other still blaring music. "Daphne brought them," Ashley says, "packing up for my birthday. A few of us pitched in," I blurt. She finally meets my eyes, still a terrible liar. "Can I have one?" Landon asks. "Go nuts," she says. "I'm leaving them for the night crew." And just like that, she's gone, leaving me with the weight of what's still unsaid. Mulder's going to devour every last one of these and morph into the mask by midnight if we're not careful. Landon snags a pastel de nata from the tray, raising an eyebrow. "The mask, seriously?" Ashley grabs her faux leather tote, shooting me a look. "Thanks for whatever these are." "Pastéis de nata," I say, Portugal's answer to breakfast perfection. Her expression flickers, surprise, confusion. Maybe she's forgotten our whole conversation about Lisbon's bakeries. My pleasure, I add. She gives a stiff nod, hoists her bag higher, and vanishes out the door. The apartment swallows me whole, silent and hollow. It's a feeling I know too well. Homework sprawled across the kitchen table while Mom pulled night shifts, drafting event plans on the living room rug while Peter wined and dined clients, sitting alone on bleachers while other kids disappeared into their parents' cars. Dad. Probably halfway to some sound bath session recommended by a cashier at Trader Joe's. Maybe solitude is just my default setting. Maybe no matter how hard I fight it, I'll always circle back to this, an empty space, an echo of my own footsteps. I ditch my bag, toe off my sneakers, and trudge into the dining room. The place is spotless, no more junk mail, no half-empty glasses, just a pristine table with a small white box tied in gold ribbon. Next to it, a crumpled note in scribbled handwriting. Sorry I missed you. Deja vu hits like a punch. Dad's note was easy to toss, predictable, forgettable. But this, my stupid heart dares to hope. I tug the ribbon loose, flip the lid, and fudge, a whole box of it. It's so ridiculous I burst out laughing. Sorry I missed you, here's some sugar and regret. The irony isn't lost on me. I'd pulled the same stunt with Ashley. The laughter teeters dangerously close to tears when of course my phone rings. Dad's name flashes on the screen. Are you kidding me? I mutter to the universe or the walls, whichever's listening. I don't want to talk to him. Hell, I ignored Mom's call earlier because I couldn't decide whether to mention the Maryland job. Telling myself I didn't want to jinx it was a lie. I didn't want to admit how badly I wanted it. I send Dad to voicemail and yank up my readathon checklist, desperate for a distraction. Time to raid the closet for usable leftovers, napkins, plates, those fake tea lights, and ditch the rest. The wedding dress and other sellable junk still at Ashley S. One more mess I'll deal with later. I pause mid-packing to grab my phone and order takeout, though I'm not even hungry. The door pounds just as I'm knee-deep in bubble wrap and half-filled boxes. Just leave it outside, I yell, scrambling up and darting down the hall. I snatch a cardigan off the hook, no time for modesty when hunger or lack thereof calls. Already tipped you in the app, silence, then a cough, it's Peter. For a split second my brain short-circuits. Peter who? Before reality slams into me like a freight train. Peter Collins. My fingers fumble with the doorknob, half convinced this is some sleep-deprived hallucination. But no, there he stands, looking like a kicked puppy with his sad smile and those guilt-glazed green eyes. Hey, Daphne, he murmurs. Mind if I come in? I hesitate. Just for a sec, he adds, voice cracking like he's rehearsed this in the mirror. That wounded puppy expression used to wreck me, not that he ever needed it much. Peter was the human equivalent of a Swiss train schedule, predictable, dependable, annoyingly punctual. Our lives ran on sync calendars, shared locations, and the unspoken rule of text me when you're on your way. I never had to wonder where he was. Until, well, I did. Against my better judgment, I step aside. He walks in like he's entering a crime scene, eyes darting around my apartment like it's changed since he last saw it, which of course it has. That was back when he was visiting his best friend, now fiancé, behind my back. Place looks different, he says, towing the line between nostalgia and audacity. I snort. Yeah, no kidding. I motion to the lumpy armchair, the one even the cat avoids, and he sits, perching on the edge like it might bite. Meanwhile, I stay standing, arms crossed, surrounded by the wreckage of what was supposed to be our wedding. His gaze lingers on a pile of centerpieces. You've still got a lot to sort through. Donation run tomorrow. I lie smoothly. He flinches. Good. After an eternity of awkward silence, he exhales. You look amazing, Daph. I look like I've been wrestling a packing tape dispenser for 3 days straight. I'm kinda busy, Peter. His mouth twitches like he wants to say more, but he swallows it. Another pause, then out of nowhere he lurches forward, grabbing my hands, still clutching a wrinkled table runner like some cheesy rom-com hero. I'm sorry, he blurts, voice raw. I was an idiot, a selfish, clueless idiot. I yank my hands free. Yeah, you were. The air between us crackles, thick with everything unsaid. And for the first time I let myself really look at him, not as the man I loved, but as the guy who blew up our life. And damn, does it feel good to finally not care. The whole thing was just about chasing some fleeting thrill, and if I'm being real, I was terrified of commitment, of marriage. I let out a bitter chuckle. So instead you proposed to someone else. He shakes his head. We're done, called it quits. For a second I can't even speak. The air in the room feels charged, like the ground just shifted beneath us. She ended it, I say flatly. He exhales sharply. It was mutual. We both realized how reckless we'd been. Honestly, I knew within days, but I'd already made such a mess, figured I had to ride it out. My pulse pounds in my ears, drowning out his voice. The room tilts slightly. My body's reacting, heart racing, palms clammy but emotionally numb. So you knew it was a mistake, I say, forcing my voice steady, and you were just, what, going to go through with it anyway? You wrecked my life and then planned to ruin hers too, all for, what, your ego? His face crumples, pain flashing in his eyes. I've never spoken to him like this before. Sure, I've imagined screaming these words in the middle of the night, but now that they're out, it doesn't feel satisfying. It doesn't feel good to see him hurt. Because the truth is, I don't feel hurt by him anymore. Betrayed, absolutely, but hurt, no. He lost that power over me a long time ago. I take a step back. I'm sorry, I don't want to be cruel. He runs a hand through his hair. I deserve it. You do, I admit, but that doesn't mean I want to be the one to do it. I can't take any of this seriously anymore. How am I supposed to believe you now after everything? Believe what? His frown deepens. I told you the second anything happened with Petra. Yeah, I acted like garbage, but I never lied to you. You swore there was nothing between you, I counter. For years, you kept insisting she was all wrong for you. She was, he interrupts. That's the whole point. And that you'd never be with her, I press on. Daphne, that's what I'm saying, he argues. I couldn't, I still can't. And that you never even thought of her that way, I finish. I didn't, he insists. Not really. When I told you those things, I meant them, every word, and now I know they're true. It's just, you were racing toward the wedding and I panicked. Petra did too, because she knew things between us would change. We got tangled up in it. And yeah, it makes zero sense. I was ready to marry you, so that kind of doubt should have been long gone. I'll never stop regretting this. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to fix what I broke, trying to get back to how right we were together. Peter, stop, I say, holding up a hand. We weren't right, clearly, or this wouldn't have happened. Fine, he mutters. Maybe we weren't, but you were. You were everything I needed, and I threw it away. I miss your laugh and our weekend trips to see Cooper and Sadie, and those lazy brunches at Hearth, and even our stupid gym sessions. And my family, Daphne, they ask about you all the time. He drags a hand down his face. I was so lost, I actually thought they'd be okay with the whole Petra thing. Her parents were over the moon, but mine, they barely spoke to me for weeks. Added detail, the mention of his family's disapproval, a new layer of consequence he hadn't anticipated. Tone shift from raw anger to something colder, more detached, like she's finally seeing him clearly, not through the lens of pain. Daphne felt the familiar sting behind her eyes as Peter spoke, his words wrapping around her like a too-tight sweater. They know me better than this, he insisted, stepping closer. Your family, you belong with me. The warmth in his cheeks matched the ache in her chest, but the tears weren't from longing, they were from exhaustion. She let out a shaky laugh, wiping her face with the edge of the tablecloth. His promises sounded like a script from a rom-com she'd outgrown. A stable partner, a house with his name on the deed, friends who barely noticed her, no thanks. The life he painted was technically perfect, but it wasn't hers. And then it hit her. She'd spent years trying to fit into his world, performing for his family like she was still that nervous kid desperate for her dad's approval. But real family wasn't polished dinners or forced smiles. It was her mom's terrible jokes over cheap pizza, lazy movie nights with microwave dinners, and the way she'd always known deep down that she was enough. Peter's voice cracked. You can't mean that, Daph, she did. And for the first time she didn't feel guilty saying it. He hesitated in the doorway like he was waiting for a last-minute rewrite to their story, but she was done auditioning. When he finally turned to leave, she didn't chase after him. Instead, she exhaled, realizing the weight she'd been carrying wasn't love, it was relief. New detail. As the door clicked shut, the scent of burnt popcorn from her neighbor's apartment drifted in, weirdly comforting. Some endings didn't need fireworks, just quiet certainty. If you need a place to crash while you figure things out, my couch is yours. His smirk tells me he already knows how this conversation will go before I do. They're gonna reconcile, he adds, watching my reaction like it's his favorite show. You realize that, don't you? My stomach drops like a broken elevator, but I keep my face stone cold. Peter spent all day hauling her stuff out yesterday, he continues, relishing the way my fingers dig into my sleeves. Wait, what? The words escape before I can stop them. His grin widens. 5 minutes after we called it quits, he was already playing Moving Van for her. You really think they're over, Daphne? I clamp my arms tight to keep from unraveling. Inside, I'm a tornado, not the quiet center, but the part that flings debris through windows. He's wrong, he has to be, but even if he's right, it doesn't change anything. That's not why I'm walking away. Though now I get it, he assumes I'd never leave unless there was someone else waiting, that I'd rather be half of a disaster than whole on my own. And then, like lightning in a storm, it hits me, a sharp, bright clarity, hope, relief. Maybe just the quiet satisfaction of knowing my own worth. Because he's dead wrong, I don't want to be part of a broken we. Even if being alone stings now, it won't forever. Goodbye, Peter. I closed the door. Wednesday, August 7th, 10 days later. I really should have checked the forecast. But when I heard Miles stirring in his room, I bolted. No coat, no umbrella, no patience for another loaded conversation. At the library, Ashley and I danced around each other with stiff professionalism, which somehow hurt worse than outright hostility. Now I'm trudging home in a downpour, soaked to the bone, because accepting her pity ride felt worse than the rain. A jeep with its top down flashes its lights at the crosswalk. I splash through 3 greasy puddles before it honks. My shoulders tense, bracing for some obnoxious comment, until the window rolls down, messy dark hair, a crooked nose. Stubble that sends my heart ricocheting. Figured you could use a lift, Miles says. All I manage is, since when do you drive a jeep? Complicated, he shrugs. Get in, I'll explain. I want to be aloof, unshaken, but with my hair dripping like a wet mop and mascara pooling under my eyes, dignity's a lost cause. Just drop me at Cherry Hill, I mutter, sliding onto the passenger seat. The leather's warm and the radio's playing some indie song I used to love. Of course, he remembers the AC blasts cold air the second I slide into the passenger seat, making my teeth chatter. Miles cranks the heat up, but the windshield still fogs at the edges where the wipers can't clear it. Don't worry about being late, he says. The morning rush hasn't hit yet. I grip the seatbelt tighter. I don't want to get in trouble over this. At the red light, he turns to me. I tried meeting you at the library, but there was a wreck on Tremaine. Outside, the world blurs into muted blues and grays. I keep him just in my line of sight, not fully facing him. Thanks for trying, I guess. Daphne, I glance over. Yeah, he pulls over to the curb, engine idling. Can we talk? Our eyes meet for half a second before I look away, only to freeze when I spot the mint green house 2 doors down, like fate's mocking me. You really thought things could be different? Daphne, he says, softer now. Look at me. I owe you an apology. For what? My voice comes out sharper than I mean it to. You know what? I don't, I snap. All I know is I waited an hour for you. The rest, why you vanished for a whole day, that's just me guessing. Guessing thanks to Peter's not-so-subtle hints. So if you're sorry for something, I say, forcing anger over the sting in my chest, you'd better spell it out. He exhales. I panicked. Of course, I'm still the girl who asks for too much, and Miles is the guy who bolts when things get real. I didn't ask for a commitment, I mutter. I know, he says. So what? You changed your mind and ghosted me instead of just saying it. I didn't ghost you. A friend needed help and time got away from me. A friend, something came up. The words twist in my gut. He won't say her name, but I already know it shouldn't matter, just like Dad's note shouldn't matter, but I need to hear him say it. I need to press on every bruise until I finally learn my lesson. Who? I demand. He drags a hand through his hair, hesitating. One word and this whole mess would be over. Please, I whisper. He sighs. Petra, some stupid part of me had hoped Peter was wrong. That tiny, stubborn ember of hope flares up, then dies just as fast. My throat tightens. I nod over and over like if I stop, I'll scream. She just needed my truck to move some stuff, Miles rushes to explain. I lost track of time. Lost track. There will always be a Petra. Someone easier, someone brighter, someone who doesn't ask for so damn much. And then I realized what I was doing, he adds, too late. The damage is done. The weight of my mistake hit me like a truck. I bolted, swapping cars with her so she could take the pickup, and raced off, convinced I had this grand scheme to fix things between us. Some big romantic gesture, but it fell apart, and all I had left was this lousy box of fudge. Pathetic, right? A sorry excuse for an apology. Miles. I press my fingers against my eyelids, trying to steady my thoughts. I don't need some flashy apology gift. My hands drop to my lap. This is on me. His face twists in disbelief. What? No way. You did exactly what I should have seen coming, I say. He flinches like I'd struck him. What the hell does that mean? I'm not trying to twist the knife, I say quickly. I'm saying you're free and clear. Free and clear of what, Daphne? He snaps. You said you don't do expectations, I remind him. I said they make me panic, he fires back, his voice cracking under the strain. I twist in my seat, the wipers still screeching against the windshield, rain drumming softly overhead. And you did panic, even though you didn't want to, and I did expect something, even though I told myself I wouldn't. Good, his voice cracks, raw and desperate. Expect something, put me on the damn hook if you want. Yeah, I freaked out, but that doesn't mean I don't, his breath catches, that I don't love you. The word love lodges in my chest like a blade. My skin prickles, hot then cold, my pulse hammering. I need it out now, even if it leaves me bleeding. No, I choke out. No, he lets out a ragged laugh. That's your answer. I just told you I love you. And I'm telling you no. My fingers shake as I claw at the seatbelt. You don't get to vanish, then waltz back in with fudge and a ride home and drop the L word like it erases everything. But I do love you, he pleads. My lungs burn. Love isn't a magic fix. I didn't need some grand apology or a box of candy. I don't even like surprises. None of that means anything if you're not there when it counts. If you really loved me, you'd know that. I wrench the door open, rain-cooled air rushing in. What are you doing? His voice splinters. Leaving. The storm had mostly passed, but I wouldn't have cared either way. I turn back, legs unsteady. You know what kills me? My throat tightens. When I walked out of work and you weren't there, I wasn't even scared, not at first, and when I finally was, it wasn't for me, it was for you. That's how much I trusted you. How safe he'd made me feel. His face crumples. And now, his voice is barely a whisper. That's just gone. The ache in his eyes feels like a hand reaching into my chest, squeezing. I never wanted to hurt him, but I couldn't let him hurt me either. This thing between us, it's too much too fast. There's a job, I say suddenly, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. Near Mom, interviews next week. His face goes slack, eyes darkening like storm clouds. He clenches his jaw, swallows hard. So that's it, you're really leaving. Wasn't that always the point? My voice wavers, but I force myself to keep going. We both knew this wasn't forever, no matter how good it felt. For a second, pain flickers across his face before resignation takes over. Yeah, got it. The sky's clearing, but my cheeks are still wet. Rain's done, I murmur, reaching for the door. I'll walk from here. He grips the steering wheel, swiping at his eyes so fast I almost miss it, but that tiny motion cracks something inside me. I slam the door and turn away, listening to his car fade into the distance. I can't watch him go. Down the street, a cozy house glows under the streetlights. Through the window, a realtor in a sharp blazer leads a young couple through their future, pointing out where their couch will go, where they'll burn their favorite candle until the whole place smells like home. They laugh at some joke, leaning into each other, already building a life in their heads. That's the thing about love, isn't it? It's not the big moments. It's the quiet ones, the burnt toast at dawn, the kids, off-key violin practice, the way you recognize home by the scent of your own walls, the stuff that never makes it into planners but fills your life anyway. And suddenly, I need to hear the one voice that always feels like home. Hey, sweetie, Mom answers on the first ring, then muffles the phone. Hold on, okay, go ahead, what's wrong? You're in a meeting. Doesn't matter, talk to me. I exhale. Dad showed up. A beat. Oh, hell. I thought he just needed your address for a package. Me too, I say, skipping the part about his new wife. Some wounds are better left unopened, she sighs. How'd it go? Good then awful. Classic, she mutters. Yeah, he's always great until he isn't. There's a pause, then softer, I'm sorry, baby. The lump in my throat grows because here's the truth, some people are just temporary, and no matter how much you wish otherwise, you can't turn a fling into forever. I know it's rough. Yeah, I whisper, blinking back tears. It really is. There's a quiet moment before she speaks again. You deserved so much better from him. I wish I could have given you that. You did, I say, swiping at my cheeks, my voice shaky. You were my mom, my dad, my whole world. You were everything I ever needed. Oh, sweetheart, she murmurs, her voice soft. I love you more than anything, but no one can be everything. Hell, half the time I barely managed being your mom, let alone the rest. You were perfect, I insist, she snorts. Perfect, please, do you remember how many school concerts I dozed through? I grin despite myself. How many? All of them, she deadpans. I swear your third-grade choir sounded like a pack of alley cats fighting over a tuna sandwich. I collapse onto my bedroom floor, laughing so hard my ribs ache. That's not true, she protests. In my defense, those folding chairs were weirdly comfortable. After a beat, her tone shifts. If I could go back, I wouldn't have dragged you around so much. We did what we had to, I say, but she sighs. Maybe, but I think we could have been happy with less. Remember that tiny apartment, the one with the radiator that sounded like a dying robot? A rush of warmth fills me. That place was falling apart, but she turned it into our own little adventure, like we were stowaways in some grand story, just us against the world. I was terrified, she admits. Every choice I made was about avoiding disaster instead of chasing something good. I ran from every hard thing instead of sticking it out. You were practical, I say, she laughs. Honey, I was a coward. A cynic is just a dreamer who got too scared to try. The words hit me like a punch. Is that what I am? You, her voice softens. You're whatever you choose to be, but don't lose that part of you that still believes in good things. Life's too short to talk yourself out of hope just because you're afraid of getting hurt. And just like that, I know what I have to do. Running isn't an option this time. Thanks, Mom. For what? For showing up every single time, she groans. Oh, please, just promise me you'll be you, not some knockoff version of me. As soon as we hang up, I grab my phone and text Harvey. Think Ashley's up for a last-minute poker night. Mulder owes me a rematch Friday, August 9th. 8 days left. Ashley's already at her desk when I walk in, her fingers flying across the keyboard like she's racing against time. She doesn't even glance up as I grab the coffee cup with her name scrolled on it, somehow misspelled worse than if they'd just gone with Ashley. I take a cautious sniff and she smirks without looking away from her screen. Relax, it's not laced with anything, she says, her pink-glossed lips quirking. Honestly, I was more concerned about you spiking it with something weird, I shoot back, taking a sip. The cardamom hits just right, warm and sweet. Thanks, though I'm guessing this was a group effort, she shrugs, still typing. Maybe. I get the hint small talk's not happening today, but it's progress. From his office, Harvey catches my eye and flashes me a thumbs up. Tomorrow's plan is still on. Saturday rolls around, and I give it 2 hours after our shift before plugging Ashley's address into my GPS. The drive takes me up the coast, past winding roads and glimpses of the bay between the trees. I almost miss the turn. Her place is tucked so far back from the street that I have to slam on the brakes when the house finally comes into view. A horn blares behind me as I swing into the driveway, gravel crunching under my tires. The house is not what I expected. A modern, sprawling thing with floor-to-ceiling windows and a killer view of the water. So this is why she never invited anyone over, not because she was hiding a messy mom life, but because she was sitting on a goldmine. I park in front of those bright orange double doors, motion lights flicking on like I'm stepping onto a stage. Harvey swore there's no real security system, just a fake sign she probably dug out of a neighbor's trash. The spare key's right where he said it'd be, under a cracked flower pot. For a second, I hesitate. This felt like a fun surprise when we planned it. Now. Feels a little like trespassing, but I step inside anyway, bracing for an alarm that never comes. The place is a time capsule, walnut cabinets, a retro Sputnik chandelier, and a sunken living room straight out of a 70s catalog. And here I am, standing in the middle of it, wondering if Ashley's gonna laugh or call the cops. The hallway leads me to the first bedroom, probably a guest room, judging by the generic beach-themed decor that looks like it came straight from a home goods store. Next door, the walls are plastered with posters from fantasy RPGs and hand-drawn anime sketches, the kind of room that screams teenager with a passion. At the end of the hall, I find Ashley's room, which is practically the size of my entire apartment. A walk-in closet leads to a bathroom so nice I'd kill to have it. The giveaway, though, the untouched tarp, paint cans and rollers piled in the corner. The room's almost bare, just a bed, a dresser, and a nightstand. I wonder if Duke took everything else when he left. There's a weird emptiness here, like the place remembers being lived in but isn't anymore. Ashley deserves better. I drop my bag, snatch the unopened painter's tape, and get to work. Painting the trim is weirdly satisfying, especially with my phone blasting a playlist full of sad indie songs that feel like therapy. Taping everything off takes forever, but once the first coat's up, I step back to check my progress. That's when I hear someone clear their throat behind me. I spin around, paintbrush raised like a weapon. Ashley standing there, arms crossed, one eyebrow arched like she's already unimpressed. You're back, I say, and you're listening to breakup anthems, she fires back. I grab my phone from the step stool's cup holder and pause it just in time to catch the start of a text from Harvey. Sorry, I did my best, but poker night end early, I ask, trying to sound casual. Oh, you mean the urgent poker night that had to happen tonight because miraculously every other night was booked? She deadpans. That one, I wince. I just went to see what was up. Next time you want to keep secrets, she says, pick a better liar than Harvey and maybe don't act like a total weirdo at work. She's not wrong. After a heavy pause, she adds, you look terrible. Thanks, I say, and she smirks. A tiny spark of hope flickers in my chest. If you hate it, I'll repaint everything, I rush to say. Or I can finish while you're out, watch Real Housewives, grab coffee, whatever. Her eyebrow lifts higher. So this is your apology. This is me doing what I said I would, I say. Late, yeah, and you don't owe me anything for it. It's not some bargain. I know a grand gesture doesn't erase me being a jerk. I'd love if you forgave me, but if you can't, I get it. She drags her tongue over her teeth, studying me. Then slow and deliberate, she walks forward until she's right in front of me. For a second, she just stands there, arms still crossed. Then she grabs me, she pulls me into a hug too tight, almost crushing, but somehow exactly what I need. I'm sorry too, she murmurs, my stomach drops. For what? I blurt out, panicked. She exhales. Maybe I went nuclear on you, it's just, sometimes it feels like the past 10 years were a total reset for me, except for Mulder. Like I'm rebuilding from nothing, so every little thing has to be flawless right away to make up for all that wasted time. When I finally thought I had a real solid friendship again, I got way too intense about it. I shake my head hard. No, I messed up. I did the exact thing we both swore we'd never tolerate. You didn't overreact. She steps back, arms crossed. Okay, yeah, you did do it, but I could have just called or texted when I noticed it happening instead of. I don't know, setting up some kind of ambush. She rolls her eyes at herself. Then out of nowhere, she pivots. Remember when I told you I booked a marriage counselor for me and Duke, even though he refused to go? I nod. Well, by the time the appointment came around, we were already done, but I went anyway, figured I'd just spend the hour ranting about him, which, let's be real, I totally did. Obviously, I say, but then I kept going. And the therapist called me out on this habit I have, setting up these little traps. Like, how many days can I go without reminding him to take out the trash before he notices? Or if I don't plan date night, will he ever step up? She mimics writing on a clipboard. And honestly, fair, I was exhausted from having the same fights on loop. So yeah, you pulled the slow fade with Miles, but who hasn't? You're not Duke, and this wasn't strike 400. You flaked once, big whoop. I bite my lip. What about when people show you who they are? Believe them, she snorts. All you showed me is that you're a normal person, thank God, because I can't handle perfect friends, just like I can't handle flaky ones. Look, I'll screw up too, I've got a kid, a job, a whole mess of a life, but I don't want to torch this because I'm scared of getting hurt. You're kinda a big deal to me, Daphne. Kinda, my voice cracks. Okay, fine, a massive deal. She grins, then freezes when she sees my face. Wait, are you crying? Oh crap, no, it's okay. Her hands clamp onto my arms, fingers digging in. I don't want to be that person, I choke out. Maybe that's the whole problem, maybe that's why I can't. Daphne, breathe. Her tone is firm but warm, talk to me. I just shake my head, tears spilling over. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I register the smell of her shampoo, something fruity like strawberries, and the way her earrings catch the light when she tilts her head. Little details that suddenly matter too much. She pulls me down onto the plush velvet edge of her bed, her grip firm. Sweetheart, real friends talk about everything, especially the messy parts. When I finally look up, her face is etched with worry, and suddenly I'm hit with this overwhelming wave of affection for her and guilt. How could I have let her birthday slip my mind? Missing out on what was probably the best night of her summer stings even worse now. After everything with my dad, I'd been so desperate to disappear from my own life that I forgot about the tiny, perfect moments I'd been collecting like seashells over the past few months. Things no one could ever take from me. I wipe my nose. Honestly, just clearing the air between us helps. She leans in. Hello, it's me, Ashley. I live for this stuff, so spill. Is this about you mixing business with pleasure when it comes to Miles? I roll my eyes. No actual mixing happened. I'm not that wild. Her jaw drops. Oh my God, it happened. She practically bounces, lowering her voice to a whisper. Details now. Did he spend the whole time gazing at you like some lovesick poet? My face burns. We didn't just silently stare into each other's souls for an hour straight. An hour, she screeches. Not consecutively. I backtrack. More like a very focused 20 minutes, a breather than a smoother encore. She blinks. Okay, that I didn't see coming. Trust me, I mutter. I know how ridiculous we sound, she snorts. No, you don't. You two make total sense. I just figured Miles would be the type to sprint past the warm-up straight to the grand finale. There was finesse, I insist, she smirks. Pretty boys usually don't bother with effort. He did. The second the words leave my mouth, I regret them. I've never had this, the kind of friendship where nothing's off limits, where you dissect every awkward, exhilarating detail like it's required reading. Sadie came close, but she was raised in a house full of brothers, more comfortable with crude jokes than deep dives into feelings. And as much as I adore Ashley, there's this nagging fear that I'm crossing a line. Would Miles be okay with this? The absurd part. I can totally picture asking him, how casually he'd shrug and say, sure, tell her. Which only makes my chest ache worse. Every time I think of him, my pulse kicks up like I'm being chased. No resistance, just run. I shouldn't be saying any of this, I blurt out. She tilts her head, softening her voice. Maybe you should talk about it. I must be giving her a skeptical look because she quickly adds, I swear this is coming from a place of friendship, not some nosy bystander. Fine, I sigh, I do need to talk, just not about that. It feels like something that should have stayed between us. Ashley mimes locking her lips, but before she even finishes the motion, she blurts, for the record, everything you've said just makes me admire him even more. Miles is amazing, I admit, but amazing doesn't mean we're right for each other. Why not? She leans in. You light up around him, that's gotta count for something. Because I'm the kind of person who overwhelms him and he's the kind who could wreck me, I say, my voice cracking. Sweetheart, she murmurs, squeezing my hand, that's not a flaw, that's love. But I lose myself in him, Ash. I almost fell right back into it, and for what? I know better. You're being way too harsh on yourself, she insists. He left, I whisper, the words sharp. He was supposed to pick me up after work and he just vanished. Her eyes widen as the realization hits. No call, no text, nothing until I reached out. Oh, Miles, come on, she groans like he's standing there to defend himself. And then Peter showed up, I add, her jaw drops. What, he and Petra split? Another gasp. No way, Miles didn't. He claims he was just helping her move out, I say. But Peter swears they're getting back together. What in the actual hell, she exclaims, then catches herself. Look, Peter's salty and Miles is decent. Of course he'd help her move. I know, I mutter. He wouldn't tell me he loved me if he was planning to reunite with Petra. Maybe that's naive, but I need to believe it. But that's not the issue. Oh, it's definitely an issue, Ashley counters. Maybe not the issue, but close enough. There's a job, I blurt, near my mom. I think I can actually get it. She stares at me for a long moment. Damn, I wanted to tell you sooner, but you were avoiding me, she finishes, sighing. She grips my hands tighter. Just promise you won't ghost me when you move, okay? Like I could, I say, blinking back tears. This past week without you as hell, I'm not doing that again. Same, her gaze drifts to the half-painted wall. Ugh, that color is vile. Absolutely hideous, I agree, she grins. Wanna binge something and pretend we like it? You want to? I laugh. Honestly, yeah, let's live with the ugly for a while, she says, shrugging. Duke couldn't stand anything messy or pets. Her eyes spark. Maybe I'll adopt a dog. She glances at me for approval. Do you? I tell her. Whatever makes you happy. She grins. Let's go rob a bank. Ashley leans against the kitchen counter, tossing a pizza roll in the air before catching it in her mouth. You should totally crash at my place until the readathon, she says, grinning. Duke's the only roommate I've had in forever, and this mansion, way too much space for one person. It'd be a blast. I raise an eyebrow. Speaking of this place. You never mentioned that I live in a supervillain's hideout. She finishes, smirking. More like you're loaded, I say bluntly. She snorts. Now that's all Duke. Dude's got cookie money. I blink. Wait, like he robbed a Girl Scout troop and started a shady cookie empire. Try heir to cookie dynasty, she says, rolling her eyes. Apparently chocolate chips can make you filthy rich if you're ruthless enough. I shake my head. Fortune cookies don't count. Ashley pops another pizza roll. Oh, trust me, if you dig deep enough into his family history, I guarantee there's some dark backstory, stolen recipes, backstabbing bakers, the whole 9 yards. Can't wait for the miniseries, I deadpan. She pauses, then nudges me. You should text Miles, let him know you're staying here. I groan. It's not like that between us. You want him storming the FBI, convinced you've been abducted, she counters. Abducted? I scoff. For what? My encyclopedic knowledge of picture books. Just text him, she insists. With a sigh, I pull out my phone, crashing at ashes for a bit. His reply is instant. K happy, I ask. Ecstatic, she says, grabbing the remote. Now let's watch something violent. Real Housewives, I guess. Ashley grins. This must be what parenting feels like. Did you forget about Mulder? I ask. Briefly, she admits. But he's back now. Monday night, while Miles is on shift, I swing by our apartment to grab clothes. Ashley's wardrobe is a no-go. Her slouchy dress from earlier made me look like a deflated parade float. Tuesday morning, we hit a drive-through coffee spot near her place. She's practically a zombie until we pull into work when she suddenly perks up. Damn, maybe you should move in. I'm almost on time today. I check my watch. We're 4 minutes late. She shrugs. Still a personal best. Living together would probably destroy our friendship, I say, half joking but mostly serious. Ashley snorts. Destroy, more like nuke it from orbit. We'd be like a bad sitcom reboot, forced laughter included. Harvey pops out of his office, coffee in hand, eyebrows raised. Wait, you two are moving in together? Absolutely not, we answer in perfect sync. Good, he says, relieved. One of you being late is manageable as long as the other's on time. Ashley smirks. And which one of us is the responsible one? After work, we grab burritos and swing by the middle school to pick up Mulder from band practice. He wrestles his trombone case, almost as tall as he is, into the backseat of Ashley's car. This is Daphne, Ashley introduces me. Mulder gives me a polite nod. Nice to meet you. I blink, expecting teenage indifference. You too, Ashley adds. She's crashing with us for a few days. Cool. He immediately dives into his backpack for his handheld game. Ashley asks about his day, and he launches into a dramatic retelling of Ricky Landy's puking in first period, followed by Tinsley G, one of two Tinsleys apparently doing the same. Then, without missing a beat, he asks, so what's for dinner? Ashley holds up the burrito bag triumphantly. A minute later, Mulder squints at us. Aren't you guys too old for sleepovers? Ashley looks scandalized. I burst out laughing until she tells him to guess my age. 45, he says, dead serious. Now it's her turn to cackle. That's older than your mom, I point out. Mulder just shrugs and goes back to his game. Wednesday night, I lock myself in the guest room for a video interview with Annika and Clay from the Ocean City Library. How soon can you start? Annika asks brightly at the end. My pulse spikes, but I keep my voice steady. 2 weeks' notice and I'm all yours. They exchange a look. Clay nods. We'll be in touch soon. When I step out, Ashley's waiting in the hallway with champagne. I don't want you to leave, she admits, but I want you to be happy. By Thursday, I'm weirdly ahead on the readathon until the school calls. Mulder's caught the stomach bug that's been going around. I debate fleeing back to my apartment to avoid getting sick, but instead I scrub my hands raw. By Friday, Mulder texts Ashley that he's fine, no puking all day. So far, we're in the clear. Maybe luck's finally on our side. New detail, added Mulder's dramatic retelling of the puke chain reaction in class, making the scene more vivid. Tone shift, from sarcastic banter to a more heartfelt moment with Ashley in the champagne scene. I realized too late that I forgot the stash of Target dollar spot goodies I'd hidden under my bed. Telling myself Miles will already be at work when I arrive is just an excuse. I'm pushing my luck. If fate wants us to cross paths, it'll happen, but he's nowhere to be found. The place is eerily clean, no lingering scent of weed, no signs of life. It makes me wonder if he's been crashing somewhere else, a thought that instantly lodges in my brain, destined to haunt me later when I'm staring at the ceiling in Ashley's guest room. Just because the apartment feels abandoned doesn't mean he's moved out. Peter's words slither back into my mind. They'll get back together, you know that, right? I shove the thought aside, partly because it's ridiculous, partly because I don't have the energy for it. The room is dim, the shades pulled tight even though it's not fully dark yet. I don't bother with the lights as I kneel and yank the Target bags from under the bed. When I stand, something catches my eye, a small white box perched on the edge of my dresser. My stomach drops. It's probably just the fudge, no note attached, but I pop the lid anyway. Chocolate. I'm about to toss it when I spot Dad's crumpled note in the trash. I don't want to read it, but Mom's words echo in my head, about how we talk ourselves out of hope, how we avoid pain at the cost of living. And damn, she's right. I've spent so much time dodging discomfort. I let friendships fade instead of fighting for them. When Peter left, I shrank my world to avoid reminders of him. And Dad, I didn't even read my birthday card. How was I supposed to know he was married? Ashley's ex settled for just okay because he was too scared to chase something better. I don't know if I'll eat the fudge or read the letter, but I shove both into the bag of dollar spot treasures before heading out. Then bam, I smack into something solid in the living room, stars exploding behind my eyelids. Not something, someone, a shadowy figure. We both shriek, flailing like startled cats, unsure whether to fight or flee. Then a voice snarls, I swear to God, I'll mess you up if you don't get out. Normally that'd be terrifying, but this time, pure relief. Julia, I gasp. Daphne, she screeches back. I flip the light switch, blinking against the sudden brightness. You're back, my voice cracks a little. Julia leans against the doorframe, arms crossed. You're the one who disappeared, she counters. I didn't go anywhere, I mutter, rubbing the back of my neck. She scoffs. Tell that to my brother. My face burns. Julia shifts, hands settling on her hip. Actually, scratch that, I'm still mad at you. He told you, I ask, bracing myself. Oh, you mean how he poured his heart out to you, she says, eyebrow arched. Yeah, he mentioned it. What really threw me, though, was finding out you didn't say it back, even though you obviously do. Julia, I sigh, it's not that simple. She tilts her head, that signature Noack skepticism. Really, because from where I'm standing it seems pretty straightforward. Silence stretches between us, thick and uncomfortable. Finally she exhales. Look, I should probably thank you too. For what? I frown. Miles said you kept pushing him to be honest with me, she admits. About how he felt when I moved here. You two actually talked about it? I ask, surprised. We did, she confirms. How'd that go? Awful, she says flatly. I was a mess, crying, yelling, the whole dramatic breakdown. I wince. Sorry. But then we kept talking, Julia continues, and I realize something. He did the exact same thing with you. I blink. What do you mean? I always thought Miles was this miracle, somehow untouched by our parents' crap, she says. But hearing him talk about what happened between you two, all that I messed up, I can't be what you need nonsense, it hit me. Our parents didn't make him doubt other people, they made him doubt himself. My chest tightens. I know that look in Miles' eyes, the way he second-guesses every emotion like he's waiting to fail. Here I am hiding my problems so he won't feel responsible, Julia says, and he's convinced he's too broken to be there for anyone, that our parents ruined him. My throat feels thick. What did you tell him? I said that because of my childhood, she replies, voice steady. I know he's wrong, he's always been enough. For a second I can't speak, then Julia glances away. Anyway, I'm sure you're busy. I clear my throat. Welcome back, Julia, she smiles just a little. Good to be home. Friday, August 16, one day left. I find Dad's note at 3 a.m. Hey kiddo, sorry for the sudden exit, got an opportunity I couldn't pass up. Can't wait to catch up when we swing back through. You gonna be around in October? I've heard the fall colors up there are insane. Miss you already. Love, Dad and stuff. Same old Dad. All talk, I love you, I miss you, will stay as long as you want, but no follow through. But that's not what stings. It's one word, October. And the hollow ache in my ribs when I read it. The tears come fast. And of course I call Mom. Breathe, she says when I start rambling. The words spill out of me before I can stop them. Saturday morning arrives grey and misty as I meet Harvey at the library's entrance. We're both in comfy clothes, bracing for the marathon day ahead, him in a faded Howard hoodie and joggers, not the Red Wings pair, thankfully, me in leggings and an oversized sweater that swallows me whole. Get any rest? He asks, jiggling the key in the stubborn lock. A little, I lie. You, barely, he admits, but we'll survive on caffeine and sheer stubbornness. Worst case, we'll crash in the staff lounge like college kids during finals. The fluorescents buzz to life sluggishly, casting a sterile glow over the stacks. My chest tightens. It's that same ache I've carried since childhood, the thrill of being the first one in, the last one out, like the library was mine alone. A sanctuary when everything else felt temporary. Harvey inhales deeply. Nothing beats that smell, huh? God, yes, I murmur. Exactly, he says, grinning. That's why I'll die at this desk. If I could bottle this feeling, I'd drink it every morning. I laugh. Tonight's kids get to live my childhood fantasy, sleeping in a library. He nudges me. You nailed this, Daphne, seriously. I probably look like a sleep-deprived raccoon, but his praise warms me anyway. All right, let's earn our keep. Fantasy team bursts in first, armed with butcher paper turrets and a papier-mâché dragon so gloriously deranged it belongs in a B-movie. Its segmented body slithers across the floor like some eldritch horror that just discovered it has a spine. The kids are gonna lose it, even the two cool tweens like Maya. I remember 7th grade dragging my mom to a midnight book release. They handed out magic wands, literal sticks from the parking lot. Mine had lichen clinging to it like moss on a tombstone. Ridiculous, absolutely, but for one night I believed in spells. That's the thing about libraries, they turn the ordinary into something electric. Ashley swoops in late, balancing breakfast burritos like a hero. She holds down the desk while Harvey and I wrangle volunteers. By mid-morning, the sci-fi crew arrives, dangling tinfoil UFOs from the ceiling tiles, while Contemporary slaps up posters of Palacio and Woodson. The chaos is perfect. By early afternoon, the horror squad rolls in with their fake spiderwebs and Halloween decorations, transforming one of the library's community rooms into a kid-friendly haunted space, far enough from the toddlers' area to avoid any midnight wake-up calls. Around 3, the picture book crew takes over the story nook, where a local craftswoman unveils her masterpiece, a massive plush version of the Very Hungry Caterpillar for the top reader under 6. Most of the little ones will be gone before sunset, but the older siblings linger, waiting for the real fun to start. Then at 3:32 p.m. disaster strikes. I'm outside helping Shirley, grandma to Lila, the perpetually sticky 3-year-old, when Ashley bursts through the doors, her messy bun bouncing, her face flushed. She shoots me a "we've got a problem" look, and I follow her away from the library's entrance. Don't panic, she whispers. Famous last words, I mutter. Landon's out, she says. I blink. Out, stomach flu, she clarifies. He's down for the count. My brain races through the readathon checklist. Landon was handling snacks, tech, and half the setup. And then Ashley drops the bomb. 3 more volunteers just bylaid. Shit, I should have seen this coming. I did see it coming, sort of. I never capped the volunteer list, figuring more hands meant less stress. But losing 4 people with barely any notice, that wasn't part of the plan. I stall with a slow, thoughtful okay. Okay, as if wisdom is about to strike. Behind us, someone yells my name. I'll handle it, Ashley insists. How? She waves me off. Just trust me, go deal with the other dumpster fires. Tonight's gonna rock. Another volunteer sprints toward me, looking like he just saw a ghost. Ashley nudges me forward. Go, I've got this. It has to go well, I say. She grips my shoulders, locking eyes. Daphne, remember why we're doing this? That's why I'm freaking out, she smirks. Parenting taught me one thing: showing up matters more than being flawless. Just be here. The kids won't care if the projector glitches. I exhale. Yeah, I can do that. Damn right, she says. You're Daphne freaking Vincent. I clutch my heart. Now that's the pep talk I needed. New detail: the volunteer who rushes over. He's holding a half-eaten donut, sprinkles stuck to his shirt, clearly stress-eating through the chaos. The bathroom stall feels like the only safe place left as I stare at my phone, Dad's 3 missed calls glaring back at me. My stomach twists. I don't want to deal with this right now, but ignoring him might make things worse. I take a deep breath, flush, and step outside into the warm evening air. Breeze off the lake is the only relief from the sticky heat as I pull my hair into a messy bun and finally hit call back. Hey there, kiddo, Dad's voice booms through the speaker, way too cheerful for someone who just bombarded me with calls. I skip the pleasantries. Is something wrong? Wrong, he chuckles. Why would anything be wrong? You called me 3 times in an hour, I say flatly. Were they butt dials? Nah, just wanted to wish you luck tonight, break a leg, or whatever you say for library events. I blink. What library event? Your big thing, the one at the library. Silence. I have no idea what he's talking about. Oh, and sorry we had to bail on you last time, he adds casually, like he's apologizing for forgetting milk at the store. It's fine, I mutter. I didn't expect you to stay. Dad laughs. That's what I told him. I said my kid's tough, she doesn't get hung up on stuff like that. But this guy, he acted like you were some fragile little thing. Honestly, the way he went on. Wait, who? Your boyfriend, Peter. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Dad, we've been over this. Miles is not my boyfriend. Well, that's what I figured, he says, sounding weirdly triumphant. But the way he was talking about what? A pause. He didn't tell you. I exhale sharply. Tell me what? That he drove up to see us 2 weeks ago after we left. Been trying to reach you ever since. My brain short circuits. He drove where? Mackinac Island. Left me some voicemail first. Who even listens to those? I think most people do. Anyway, Dad continues, he showed up, chewed me out for abandoning you, his words not mine, and then missed the last ferry, he scoffs. Had to crash at Christopher's place. Kid caused a whole scene, upset staff, everything. I grip the phone tighter. When exactly did this happen? Monday before last, he says like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, my mind is racing. Miles never mentioned any of this. And now of all nights, I'm finding out now. Classic timing universe, thanks. This whole situation is beyond awkward thanks to him. Christopher, seriously, I need one of those game show buzzers every time my dad drops a bombshell that leaves me speechless. You know our buddy, Dad says like it's obvious. The guy we met at the beach, the one with that insane house, more like a palace, honestly, and a hotel. Honestly, I'm half convinced he's not just some investor. Maybe he's secretly running some shady operation. He lets out a low whistle, impressed. If my dad's going to bail on me for some random guy he just met, no kidnappings involved, the least he could do is shack up in a mansion funded by something more exciting than boring old real estate. Dad, I gotta go, I say, cutting him off. My thing's about to start. Right, I won't hold you up, he says, but not before tossing in a quick, congrats, love you, you already know that. If I had that buzzer, I'd slam it now. If I had more time, I might have asked, do I really? Instead, I force out a breathless yeah and hang up. Monday night, that's where Miles was. Monday night and Tuesday morning. Miles, cool, collected, always fine, drove 2 hours just to confront my dad. Suddenly, that sad little box of fudge makes sense. It wasn't just a half-hearted apology. It was his attempt to fix something I'd told him hurt me. And yeah, maybe I should be mad he went behind my back, but I'm not. I just feel exposed, like my skin's too thin, like I'm one wrong move from spilling over. Why didn't he just tell me? But I already know. Miles gets me, he knows me. I blink hard, staring at the road ahead, the glint of water, the scraggly trees blurring behind tears. He loves me, not as some empty phrase, but for real, and that makes me brave. I wipe my face and call Dad back. You forget something. Asks distracted. Only got a second, I say. Same here, he says. Star and I are hitting the golf course, met a guy who owns one. I'm not trying to hurt you, I start. But if I don't say this now, I never will. For once, Dad doesn't crack a joke. The silence feels heavy like the breath before swinging a sledgehammer. I've spent years packing my expectations into bricks, building walls to keep disappointment out. But keeping hope locked away just left me alone. I want to be seen. I want to believe things can change, even if they don't. You were a terrible dad, I say, voice steady. You were never around. I wasted so much time waiting. And when you did show up, it was never when you promised. You never stayed as long as you said you would. Because of you, my entire world felt like it was spinning out of control. Maybe you do love me, but how would I even know? I've never been at the top of your list, just a quick detour in your life. And that guy you think doesn't know me. My voice cracks, forcing me to swallow the lump in my throat. He didn't even tell me he tried to get you to come back for me, because he knew it would wreck me. He wasn't about to let you shatter what little I had left. It hits me then why Mom always made excuses for you. She wasn't shielding you, she was shielding me, but I'm not a kid anymore. She can't always stand between us. It's on me now. No more hiding, no more pretending this dull, constant hurt doesn't exist. I refuse to be the kind of person who braces for the worst. Things have to change, so next time you roll into town, ask me first. And if you're planning to bail, don't be a coward. Don't make other people clean up your messes. Tell me to my face or we're done. Silence, then barely a whisper. Oh, Daphne. The doors slide open behind me and Ashley pokes her head out. You good? I have to. I've got to go. I cut in. I'll call you when I'm ready. I end the call and straighten up. Yeah, I'm good. Stepping up to the reference desk, I've never seen the library like this, buzzing, alive, even with just volunteers filling the space. Ashley cups her hands around her mouth. All right, listen up. This is Daphne, our children's librarian, and she's gonna run us through the drill before the kids arrive. The chatter dies down. In the front rows, I spot Huma and her husband, but then movement near the story nook. Julia's unmistakable whoop echoes from the back. Elder, the cheesemonger Miles introduced me to at prom, is decked out like an 80s disco fairy. Barb and Lenore rocking matching tracksuits, pink and lavender, of course. Katia from Cherry Hill with her sharp baby bangs and someone with a shaved head and a septum ring I don't know yet. And then him, messy dark hair, warm brown eyes. Miles offers a hesitant smile like he's asking, is this okay? My heart answers before I can, always. A rush of warmth floods through me like melted caramel. I wish I could take back every harsh word. For so long I braced for the worst. Disappointments, tiny betrayals, emotional bargaining. I forgot surprises could be good, especially when they come from someone who actually sees you. Ashley clears her throat beside me, snapping me out of my daze. How long have I been standing here, staring at Miles like I might either explode into a shower of confetti or dissolve into a puddle of tears? My voice cracks as I finally speak. All of this means everything to me. I force myself to look away from him and scan the crowd. Libraries have always been these sacred spaces where people come together not just to share books but to share pieces of themselves. It's messy, imperfect, and somehow still perfect. And the fact that you're all here on a Saturday night, I swallow hard. There's no way to describe how much that matters, that you showed up for these kids, for Waning Bay, for me. My eyes flick back to Miles for just a second. His expression softens, and for a heartbeat it's like the rest of the room fades away. Then I shake myself, turning toward the volunteers. All right, registration team, Ashley's got you covered over here. Time has a funny way of speeding up when you least expect it. One second we're setting up and the next, the library is buzzing with energy. Elder somehow transformed the snack table from sad sleepover leftovers into a bizarre but glorious spread, gourmet cheeses next to neon orange chips, fancy charcuterie boards beside towering stacks of cupcakes. The parents are delighted, the local cheesemonger is practically giddy, but nobody's happier than Harvey. At first I assume it's the cheese, but even after the platters are picked clean, he keeps finding excuses to linger near the community room. Through the window, I catch him and Elder laughing together, and it hits me. Sometimes life hands you something better than anything you could have planned. Every hour the kids scramble for prizes before scattering back to their reading nooks or crowding around the screen for virtual author visits. Banks, Katia's friend with the shaved head and septum ring, takes over tech duty in Landon's absence, while Miles is supposed to be on cleanup. Instead, I find him in sci-fi, the Fontana kids hanging off him like he's a human jungle Jim Julia, and another volunteer keep the little ones entertained in the picture book corner. Uma helps tweens pick their next reads, and then there's Maya. She's curled up in fantasy with Ethan, both of them silently absorbed in the rules of magic. Nearby, Maya's mom chats with Ethan's dads like they've known each other forever. It hits me then, our little two-person book club might not last much longer. And yeah, that stings a little, but more than anything, I'm proud of her, proud of me. For once, I didn't just survive, I did something 12-year-old me would be loved in some small but meaningful way. I think I've added just a little extra magic to this already amazing place, and honestly, it's changed me too. The usual library hush settles in after midnight, though the sugar-fueled preteens keep the energy alive until well past 3 a.m. I try sneaking a power nap under the office desk, but the buzz of the night keeps me wired. Every now and then bursts of laughter drift in and I find myself smiling at nothing in particular. I check my phone and see my mom's unread message from earlier. Woke up thinking about you. Proud of you, my brave girl. My chest tightens a little. I love this place. The creaky wooden shelves, the smell of old paper and pine, the way the lake glows at sunrise. I love my coworkers, the regulars, even the chaos of barn. And Miles, God, I love Miles, but my mom, she's my anchor, the one thing that always tugs at me no matter where I am. Love you, I text back. Love you more, she replies instantly. For now, I push thoughts of tomorrow aside. I want to soak in every second of tonight. Stepping back into the main room, I breathe in that familiar scent, books, a hint of coffee, something warm and nostalgic. It's bittersweet knowing this won't last, but for once the unknown doesn't scare me. I'm ready for whatever comes next. By 6:40 a.m. the crowd's mostly gone. Mulder's passed out on a table, drooling on a manga while his friend fights sleep with a dying flashlight. Miles and I have barely exchanged more than quick hellos between toilet disasters and snack raids. The refreshment room looks like a battle zone, empty wrappers, crumbs, and one very intense cheesemonger deep in conversation. I snag the last brownie, barely chewing before Ashley calls me out. Keep it PG, Vincent, she smirks. Kids are still here. I blink, mouth full. What? You were moaning over that brownie. Miles made them, she adds, grinning as I nearly choke. Across the room he's sorting trash bags, oblivious. I swallow hard. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping this night in my pocket forever. Wait, you didn't know he bakes? Ashley smirks as I steal another glance at Miles. He stretches lazily, his shirt riding up just enough to reveal a sliver of skin before his arms drop back down. Ashley bursts into laughter. Okay, that noise you just made, definitely not family friendly. My face burns. I didn't make any noise. The teasing glint in her eyes tells me she's messing with me. She nudges me with her elbow and nods toward Miles. Go on already. I hesitate, but it's not officially over yet. She rolls her eyes so hard I'm surprised they don't stick. Daphne, look around. You can stay another 10 minutes if you really want, but when that timer dings, I'm dragging you off this stage like a bad karaoke singer while the last 3 kids here pelt you with stale gummy bears. I bite my lip. Shouldn't I see it through? She drops the trash bag at my feet and grabs my hands. You did. You survived the summer. We pulled off the biggest event this town's seen in years. The hard part's over. A wave of relief crashes over me, loosening the knot in my chest. We actually did it. We both dissolve into exhausted giggles, the kind that come from too little sleep and too much adrenaline. She pulls me into a tight hug, the forgotten trash bag nudging our ankles like an eager dog. Not sure if HR would approve, I murmur, but I love you. She squeezes me tighter. Love you too, idiot. Now go get your man before I push you myself. Sunday, August 18, finally. Hi, I say, closing the distance between us after what feels like a lifetime of silent staring. He rubs the back of his neck. Hi, the pause lingers, but it's not uncomfortable. My pulse thrums like a live wire. Feel like taking a walk, his eyebrows lift. You do, unless you'd rather crash into bed, I say, then immediately regret it when my ears catch fire. I mean, if you're tired, he grins. Drank enough Red Bull to run a marathon, might also die though. Lucky for you, I say, the library made me get CPR certified. His laugh is warm. Then let's go. The streets are quiet, the air damp with early morning mist. A lone jogger breezes past, but otherwise it's just us 2 people in a sleeping world. We follow the lake's edge, the silence between us easy like we're relearning each other's rhythms. Thanks for being there last night, I finally say. He doesn't hesitate. Always. I swallow the lump in my throat. I know. Elder, Katia and Banks, though, he shakes his head. Took some serious negotiation. I laugh. Elder's probably forgiven you. She and my boss were very into each other. They were adorable, he agrees. We turn down a side street and my heart hums like a tuning fork. I exhale slowly, steadying myself before speaking. I know you visited my dad. Miles freezes, his eyes locking onto mine with sudden intensity. Damn, I should have talked to you first. That was a dumb move. I get why you didn't, I say, meaning it. Honestly, I do. The tension in his forehead eases slightly. About the other night, you got the wrong idea. I didn't wake up freaking out. I woke up, he hesitates, searching for the right words. I was happy, like stupidly happy, more than I've been in years. He drags a hand through his hair, frustration flickering across his face. Then Petra called, completely hysterical. I could barely understand her. She never cries. I thought something terrible had happened. She asked me to come over and I went because I was worried. I still care about her, you know. Yeah, I know, I murmur, my throat tight. He shakes his head. When I got to Peter's place, she was waiting outside. His jaw clenches as he gauges my reaction. She told me they broke up. I stay quiet. You don't look shocked, he observes. I'm not, I admit. Peter already told me. Something unreadable flashes in his eyes before he nods, rubbing the back of his neck. Right, he mutters, voice rough. So you two have been talking. He stopped by, I say. Miles stares at the ground, nodding again. Miles, when he finally meets my gaze, his eyes are glassy. What's going on? I can't stop myself. I grab his shoulders, my fingers digging in. Nothing, he lies, forcing a smile. I'm happy for you. Happy for me? I echo, baffled. His face flushes. I mean, if you and Peter are, if we're what? He bites his lip, hesitating. Oh my God, it clicks and I burst out laughing. Miles, no. You seriously think Peter and I? Absolutely not. Then a sickening thought hits me. Wait, you and Petra aren't? No, he cuts in, shaking his head. When I got there, she was rambling about how everything was a mistake, so I told her about you. That we slept together, I ask, confused. He lets out a startled laugh. No, Daphne, that I love you. Hearing it again sends a jolt through me like electricity under my skin. Oh. I didn't mean for her to be the first to know, he admits, cheeks burning, that I'm in love with you. My vision blurs, my whole body trembles, my chest so full it aches. He loves me, present tense, and I love him, really, truly. He gets me and I see him. And when I told Petra, he swallows hard. She got in my head. I was already overthinking, but she made it worse. What did she say? I press. His expression twists. Peter told her about your dad. She started saying you'd been through too much, that you couldn't handle uncertainty, that she and I could but not you and Peter. I scoff. Since when is she the authority on what I can handle? A faint smile tugs at his lips. His hands slide down to my wrists, thumbs tracing my pulse as his expression softens. Exactly what I thought. Petra ended things because she didn't want children and Peter did. I let out a quiet "oh" as his fingers still against mine, his eyes dropping like he's carrying something heavy. She reminded me how much that matters to you too, he admits. I already knew, but hearing it out loud, his voice trails off, lips pressing together like he's holding back more than words. The way he looks at me, warm and open, makes my chest ache. Like I could step right into that gaze and it would hold me. She pointed out I'm not exactly built for that kind of life, he murmurs. And all I could think about was her family, how they never really approved of me. They were polite, sure, but I always knew. Then there's my own mess and everything your dad's done to you. His throat works as he swallows hard, and suddenly loving you felt selfish. The rawness in his voice cracks something inside me. Trying to be with you when I can't give you what you deserve, he says, barely above a whisper. I don't have the stability of the Collinses or the Cummers. It's like there's this gap between who I am and who I want to be, and I don't even know how to cross it. His fingers tighten around mine. I thought if I could fix things with your dad, maybe that would prove I'm enough, that I could give you everything. Miles, that's why I panicked, he rushes on. And the second I saw you again, I realized how stupid I'd been because I was treating you like Petra. His voice roughens. With her, I always felt like I had to earn it. Like she was settling and I was just lucky she picked me at all. A sharp breath leaves him. But you make love feel easy, Daphne, like I don't have to prove anything. You look at me like I'm already enough exactly as I am. His laugh is rough, disbelieving. I don't know how to explain it, but with you it's not about earning, it's just being, and I love that about you. I love how sure you are, how you feel everything so deeply. I love that when you say you'll be somewhere, you are. Miles. His name comes out shaky. He hesitates, then nods when I reach for his hand. His pulse races under my fingers as I pull him down the sidewalk, the city lights flickering around us like tiny sparks of hope. We take a right at the intersection and pause in front of the corner house, its sagging gate barely hanging on and a crooked "for sale" sign tilting in the breeze. Miles glances at the front door, then back at me, his expression unreadable. You were right, I admit, watching his eyes widen slightly. When I first moved to this town, I had this whole vision, exactly what my house would look like, who I'd spend Thanksgiving with, even the names of my future kids. Every detail was planned out like I could map my entire future on a spreadsheet. A dry laugh escapes me. I'm not exactly the go-with-the-flow type. Surprises, they make my skin crawl, and after bouncing around so much, the idea of living in some converted van or backpacking through Europe sounds like a nightmare. Miles exhales, rubbing his jaw. I don't need that either. Honestly, I don't even think I want it anymore. That's the thing, I say, watching him frown. I had this perfect, predictable life all figured out until it wasn't. When everything fell apart, all I wanted was to run. Then one morning after we started getting close, I walked past this place. My voice drops, rough with emotion. For the first time in forever, I actually wanted something different. And when you told me you loved me, I swallow hard. That's why I freaked out. His gaze flicks to the peeling paint of the bungalow. Because I don't fit into your plan. My chest tightens like I'm holding back a scream. No, because I could see it, a whole new life, new things to want, and that's terrifying. Miles. His hands cup my face, warm and steady. I won't hurt you, Daphne. You can't promise that, I whisper. I can promise I'll try, he says, voice breaking. Just stay, please. My fingers curl into the collar of his jacket, betraying me. He leans in, forehead nearly touching mine. Come home. I can't. The words come out too sharp and his face falls. Wait, no, that's not what I mean. It's not about us. I already decided before today. He pulls back, confusion darkening his eyes. I rush to explain, no matter what happened between us, I wasn't leaving town. His head tilts slightly, that familiar, infuriatingly endearing habit, and my resolve wavers. I found my own place, I say. A tiny one-bedroom near Fika Cafe, not this dump, I add, nodding at the listing. Miles stares at me like I'm speaking another language. You lost me. You mean everything to me, I say, voice cracking. Everything, but you can't be my whole world. You were right, I love it here, and you're a big part of that. But if this doesn't work out, I need to know I won't vanish. I need something that's just mine. A beat passes, then quietly he asks, so this is goodbye? I press my palm to his chest, feeling his heartbeat. No, it's me finally staying. New detail, the scent of fresh coffee drifts from Fika down the street, mixing with the crisp autumn air, a small, grounding comfort. Tone shift from raw vulnerability to wry self-awareness. Besides, I add, forcing a smirk, if I let you be my entire personality, you'd get sick of me within a month. And we both know I'm way too stubborn for that. Whether things work out for us or not, I need this moment, I tell him, my voice barely above a whisper. Miles tightens his grip on my hands. I want it to work, he says, his tone unwavering. It can. I believe that too, I admit, my heart pounding. If I never meet anyone as incredible as you, I'll just stay single, adopt a cat, and maybe take up hot yoga, though let's be real, I'd probably just nap through the class. A slow grin spreads across his face. You mean that? Not the yoga part, I'd rather eat an entire pizza in one sitting, I laugh. But the rest? Absolutely, you're the definition of wonderful, like the word was invented just for you. You make me believe in good things, even when everything feels like it's falling apart. I love that you're the kind of person who forgets his phone exists but remembers exactly how I take my coffee. And when you're late, you don't make up some flimsy excuse, you just show up with a story about rescuing a stray dog or helping some old lady carry her groceries. His kindness is relentless, even toward people who don't deserve it. And yet here you are choosing me, someone who sometimes sees the glass as half empty and half cracked. I don't get it, but I'm not questioning it, because loving you, it's like waking up to sunlight after years of gray skies. Every mistake, every wrong turn suddenly makes sense because it led me to you. My voice breaks as I add, you're nothing like what I imagined, you're better, so much better. Miles watches me, his expression softening as I struggle to keep it together. He presses my hands against his chest, right over his heartbeat. That's it, he murmurs, that's your big speech. I had more, but I've been running on caffeine and 3 hours of sleep, I rasp. Also, you're ridiculously attractive, your jokes are actually funny, and whatever cologne you wear should be illegal. Oh, and those brownies last night, chef's kiss. And you love me, he says so quietly it's almost lost in the morning air. So much, I breathe, like why would anyone settle for less than you? And yet somehow against all odds you're here with me. Love, he corrects, his thumb brushing my cheek. Somehow I love you. I know, I whisper. Right now in this moment every part of me is consumed by it. The sun rises behind him, casting gold across the sidewalk, and for the first time the future doesn't just feel possible, it feels bright. His fingers tangle in my hair as he leans in. Ready to go home. Technically, my lease doesn't start until next week, I admit. Miles grins. Then come to my place. We'll kick Julia out for a few hours. Deal. He pulls me into a kiss that feels like a promise, messy, desperate, and so full of hope it steals my breath. And just like that, the world narrows down to this. His arms, this street, and the quiet certainty that whatever comes next, we'll figure it out. Together the kiss is wild and unapologetic, so intense that a passing car blares its horn, either cheering us on or scolding us for public displays of affection. We break apart, foreheads still touching, grinning like fools. No words are needed, just shared breaths, lingering touches, and the unspoken promise of what's to come. Summer melts into autumn, bringing weekend trips with Ashley and Mulder to the apple orchards just outside the city. Evenings turn crisp, and Julia joins us for bonfires under a sky painted with fiery leaves. Poker nights fill the apartment with cigar smoke, while mornings start with steaming chai from Fika, warming our hands as we stroll through the neighborhood. Winter arrives with a vengeance, but we don't mind. Our new place has a gas fireplace, perfect for thawing out after snow-covered hikes. Miles and I shed layers, diving under the blankets to chase away the chill. There's so much ahead, some of it messy, some of it breathtaking, but that's the beauty of it. This second chance, this home we've built together, feels like fate. I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. Friday, October 3rd, 412 days since I stayed. Celine Dion's dramatic ballad about loneliness blares through the door, barely drowned out by the oven timer. I flick on the light, checking the brownies, crispy edges, cracked tops just right. Of course, today's the day I'm running late. I rap on the bathroom door, no response. Another knock, the music cuts off. Yeah, Miles calls. You okay? I ask. Silence, then, yeah, not reassuring. Can I come in? The door swings open to reveal him shirtless, half his face covered in shaving cream, razor in hand. Figured I should clean up, he says. Your mom's coming. I bite back a laugh. Thought you said women love the scruffy look. Oh, they do. He leans against the sink, smirking. But I can't have your mom falling for me. A snort escapes me. After years of nudging, she'd finally gone on a date with a guy from her gym. It went well, but she'd shrugged it off, too content with her life to settle for anything less than fireworks. And honestly, good for her. Your heart, I tell Miles, but Holly Vincent is immune to your charms. His grin widens. I still want to impress her. She knows you. We spent last Christmas at her place, crammed on the pull-out couch, eating takeout and arguing over whether Die Hard counts as a holiday movie. Yeah, but this is different, he says, gesturing around. First time she's seeing us here. Our little slice of chaos, and I wouldn't trade it for anything tonight. The first time we're actually hosting people in this place. Aside from Ashley and Julia, who have already seen the disaster zone we call home. Sure, the living room, our bedroom, and one bathroom are technically functional, but let's be real. One of the diamond-paned windows is held together by packing tape, and if we dare run two fans at once, the power cuts out like we're living in some low-budget horror flick. This eyesore of an orange cottage, just 2.5 blocks from its identical green twin, will take years to fully restore, but honestly, I don't care. I'm already in love with its quirks, even the ones that make our electrician cringe. The doorbell buzzes, sharking since it only works when it feels like it, and Miles swears under his breath. Crap, I lost track of time. He snatches the towel off the rack, wiping shaving cream off his face mid-stroke. Relax, I tell him, grinning. Just throw on a shirt or don't. I already warned everyone tonight's come as you are. He doesn't even finish laughing before pulling me in for a kiss, leaving a smear of foam on my cheek. With a quick swipe of the towel, he promises 2 minutes and disappears down the hall. I'm not stressed about my mom or tonight's gathering. What's really gnawing at me is next week, Sadie's first visit since we started talking again. After I chose to stay in Waning Bay, I kept waiting for that ache in my chest to fade, for the missing her to stop. Then one night, after Miles and I signed the papers on this place, we celebrated with dinner and a walk past the bookstore downtown. There in the window was a new release from Sadie's favorite author, the same one whose reading Miles dragged me to months ago. On impulse, I bought it, but it sat untouched on my shelf for weeks until one rainy afternoon I cracked it open and didn't stop until the last page, tears streaking my face. The second I finished, my fingers itched to text her. I didn't send it, but the urge never left. For days, I felt like I'd forgotten something vital, like I was supposed to be somewhere else, talking to someone I'd left behind. The anger and hurt were still there, tangled up in all the silence between us, but stronger than any of that. I just missed my best friend. So I wrote her a letter because emails felt too cold, and Sadie had always been the type to appreciate something old school. Back in college, she'd had monogrammed stationery and a wax seal. I had to make do with a cheesy Pure Michigan sticker. The day she got it, she called me immediately. Terrified, I answered on the second ring. We talked for hours, both of us crying by the end. Turns out she'd been engaged for 2 months. I wanted to tell you so badly, she admitted, voice breaking. But after you and Peter split, I thought you were cutting me out. Because of Cooper, because as long as I'm with him, Peter's always going to be there, and yeah, I got it. More than she knew, Peter and Cooper were more than friends. They were family in every sense that mattered. The kind who stick by you no matter what, even when your choices leave them scratching their heads. For her, it was never about choosing between Peter or someone else. It was about holding on to her best friend while navigating the messy, unpredictable waters of love. And honestly, I finally got it. Life doesn't have to be simple. It's okay if things get tangled, if feelings clash, if we stumble and bruise each other along the way. That doesn't mean we give up. Our first conversation after everything had been a flood of emotion, but since then we've settled into something steadier. Texts here and there, calls that don't last hours but still mean something. We might never go back to how things were, but we're building something new, and that's enough. As for how she'll fit into my world now, who knows? But I'm choosing to see the unknown as thrilling, not terrifying. Some of the best surprises in life come when you least expect them. Take my dad and Stauffer, same guy, just happier, more grounded. He actually showed up for 2 out of 3 planned visits, which is basically a miracle. The third, well, they won a free trip to Switzerland thanks to their psychic's hot tip, so I'll cut him some slack. I straighten my skirt and swing open the front door, not the skirt, the door. Here. Ashley and Julia practically scream in unison. Ashley's glowing from her solo adventure in Portugal, where she spent most of her time with a ridiculously handsome local named Afonso. Spoiler, he's already booked a flight to see her next month. She thrusts a giant bottle of Espumante at me. Housewarming gift from both of us, Julia adds. Ashley scoffs. I bought the bow. Julia shrugs. I'm a broke barista. Priorities. Where's Ryan? I ask. The guy from Chicago. Julia makes a face. He clipped his nails on the bus. Like full-on manicure mid-ride. Ashley and I groan. That's not a red flag, Julia deadpans. That's a whole maroon parade. Before I can usher them inside, they crush me in a group hug. The summer heat clings to us, cicadas buzzing loud enough to drown out Celine Dion's comeback tour blaring from the speakers. Julia breaks free first. Okay, I'm hijacking the playlist. No offense, but Miles' taste in music is depressingly poetic. He's the happiest guy who loves the saddest songs, Ashley muses. Inside, Julia negotiates control of the sound system while Miles finishes a batch of margaritas and doctored guac. Barb and Lenore arrive next, arms full, Barb with bags of fresh apples, Lenore with a lavender bouquet. Just as Mom's cab pulls up, the house feels alive in a way I didn't know I needed. After wrapping Miles and me in bone-crushing hugs, Mom jumps right into introductions like she's known everyone for years. We'd offered her our bed while we crashed on the couch, but she refused, booked an Airbnb with a Peloton instead. Harvey and Elder show up fashionably late, knocking because the doorbell's on strike again. Harvey's rocking a Detroit Red Wings tracksuit, cigars tucked under his arm, while Elder's rocking those glittery pink earrings and balancing a charcuterie board wrapped in eco-friendly beeswax. The gang's all here, my weird, wonderful makeshift family minus Mulder, who's banned from poker nights until he turns 18. Ashley's parents had the same rule, and let's be real, the kid's a walking liability. Mom's already tipsy from her margarita, 2 sips in, and she's misty-eyed shaking Harvey's hand. Thank you for looking after my girl, she says, voice wobbling. She's a killer employee and an even better friend, Harvey says, then smirks. Absolute disaster at poker, though, Mom cackles. She's always been a terrible liar, except that time she convinced that girl she grew up on a horse farm. Remember that, Daphne? I was this close to forgetting, I groan. Julia chimes in, or when you told your ex you were dating his new fiancé's ex. Elder nearly drops her cheese knife. Wait, what? Ashley grins. Harvey didn't spill. I don't air out my employees' drama, Harvey says, failing miserably at sounding stern. Miles's arms slide around my waist, his woodsy cologne wrapping me up as he presses a kiss to my neck. I melt into him, grinning like an idiot. You seriously never heard this story? I ask Elder. She shakes her head, eyes sparkling. Oh, this is gold, spill. I glance back at Miles. His dimples dig into his scruff and my chest does that stupid fluttery thing like my heart's finally shaking off its tough girl act. Funny story, he starts, then trails off, grinning. He knows I love telling it. Acknowledgements at this point, my thank yous are getting shorter while the list of people I owe grows impossibly long. Not a bad problem, means I'm drowning in love. Usually I save readers for last, but this time you're up first. Especially if you, like me, actually read these. This work means everything to me. If it weren't my career, I'd still be doing it, just at a snail's pace and with way less laughter. To every single one of you who's been part of this journey, thank you for your energy, your kindness, your spark, and just for showing up in this wild, chaotic, stunning world. You have no idea how much you matter. Now let's talk about the dream team. First, Root Literary, especially Taylor, who never stops pushing the limits with me, and Jasmine, who basically runs my inbox and my sanity. You two are the ultimate hype squad, knowing exactly when to nudge me forward or let me catch my breath. Then there's Berkeley and Penguin Random House. I say it all the time, but I'll never say it enough. Working with you feels like winning the lottery. In an industry that never stops shifting, having this crew by my side is everything. Shout out to my brilliant editors Amanda Bergeron and Sarir Carter. Not only are you geniuses, but you're also just genuinely amazing people. I love how we dissect stories until they shine, but honestly, the real magic is in the coffee breaks and random tangents. And let's not forget Danielle Kerr and Dake Rogers, the dynamic duo of publicity. How did I land 2 people who are this hilarious, sharp, and just plain awesome? Then there's Jessica Mangacaro and Elise Tecco, the marketing wizards who somehow make the impossible happen. You're both tireless and endlessly creative, like Do You Ever Sleep? And massive thanks to Sani Chu and Anthony Ramondo for crafting covers that make my heart skip a beat. Alison C. Narkert, you're a saint for dealing with my endless nitpicks and making the inside of this book as gorgeous as the outside. To Tawana Sullivan and Ben Lee, thank you for getting these stories out into the world. And to everyone else at Berkeley, Christine Ball, Claire Zion, Craig Burke, and so many more, your support means the world. Across the pond, my UK team at Viking, Vicky Moynes, Ellie Hudson, Georgia Taylor, you're all rock stars. Seriously, how did I get this lucky? This ride has been insane, and I wouldn't trade a single second of it. A huge shout out to my incredible film agent, Mary Pender, and her amazing assistant, Celia Albers, who somehow keeps my scattered thoughts in check like a superhero wrangling chaos. To the booksellers who handsell stories with passion, the librarians who champion words, the bloggers and reviewers who spark conversations, and the fans who create stunning art, videos, and edits, you're the heartbeat of this journey. To the readers who pass dog-eared copies to friends and the new faces just cracking open my books for the first time, thank you. And to my family and friends who have been my anchors through every storm and celebration, I love you more than words can say, always. New detail, the mention of superhero wrangling chaos adds a playful twist, while the phrase heartbeat of this journey deepens the emotional tone. The shift from gratitude to a more personal, heartfelt closing keeps the rhythm engaging.